What up, guys? Gangspranks are back with a brand new episode of my monthly figure purchases. We are here with the month of July 2023. Hope you guys enjoyed the last episode. It was a very long one, and I'm thinking this one might be the same as well because, you know, if you're not familiar, this month we had San Diego Comic-Con, and there was a lot of cool stuff that was announced. So we got a lot of news and pre-order stuff to talk about later on in the show, but also just, you know, in terms of collecting stuff for the month, I got a lot of cool items there too. This was one of those months where I'm just like, I don't think there's really gonna be too much, and there is and there isn't, but actually I'm gonna kind of make this short because, like I said, there's a bunch of stuff to show off. I know the pre-order and news section will probably go on for a while, so I kind of want to do this like 2 times speed of sorts. Like, I'm not gonna rush through everything. I'll still, you know, take my time and show off stuff, but in terms of like this intro part that I do, I don't want to spend too much time here. But before we even get into figure showing off, I want to say happy 1-year anniversary. It's been 1 year since I've started doing these figure video monthly pickup things. I cannot believe it. Time has flew by. I'm gonna be honest, I thought the 1 year was in August, and I was like, oh, you know, for August, you know, I want to do something special because it's the 1 year. I looked at it the other day, I'm like, is it August? Like, I really can't remember. Did I happen to do a video in July? And it turns out July of last year is actually the first episode of this, and I was like, fuck, I can't have anything planned. So for the month of August, little teaser here, I want to do a giveaway of sorts. I'm still planning out some ideas of what I want to do to kind of maybe make it a special episode. I think I definitely want to do a giveaway, but then I just need to decide what to give away. So yeah, unfortunately, that will not be happening on this episode, but it will be for the next episode. And let me say this, not to kind of entice anybody to go watch some of those older videos. I watched the very first monthly figure pickup thing, and it was rough. We've come a long way, because honestly, if you really think about it, I didn't really start doing in-person content until I started doing these figure videos. For the longest time, I would say 90% of my content on my channel, maybe even like 95 or something like that, it's just me playing a game and kind of talking and stuff like that. So doing the in-person stuff and getting the lighting right, and, you know, making sure the sound is pretty good. It's mainly lighting, to be honest. With in-person stuff, it's all about the lighting, because like if I turn the lighting off now, just to show an example, it looks super shitty. It looks super dingy and shitty. But with the lighting, you know, it's a more professional setup. So I watched that first video and I'm like, God, it's so dark and stuff. And then eventually actually, I don't know if I had the tripod then. I don't remember how I did the first episode. I have a tripod now and stuff, and it has its own light, and I like it quite a bit. I really can't recall what I did for that first episode, but yeah, it's been 1 year. It's been a hell of a year, and thank you. If you watched the first episode, maybe you started watching on the last episode, maybe this is your first episode, I just want to thank you for the continued support. I really appreciate it, and you know, I'm happy to share all this figure stuff with you guys. So now that we got all that stuff out of the way, let's start getting into showing off some figures. Before we start that, I am going to show a pre-recorded video. In case you're new to the series, I have this video that I'm about to show. It kind of breaks down everything that I collect and what I'm building towards. So if you're not familiar with that, you can watch that, or if you are familiar and you don't want to watch that, I will put timestamps in the description, and you can skip to the next part, or if you want to skip to any specific collection. So without further ado, let's cue that video up and show you guys what I collect. Before I show off what I got for the month, I'm going to quickly go through what I'm collecting and what you can expect in this series. And it breaks down to 8 different collections. First one, we got Marvel Legends. For this, I mainly collect Spider-Man and X-Men, mainly anything that comes in those lines. I've broken down and basically started collecting one of each character. I don't collect everybody per se. There are characters where I will shy away from. Characters who I'm very not familiar with, I will stay away from. Unless they're on clearance and they're a good deal, I might snag them up. But I tend to just stick with characters that I'm familiar with or I know somewhat. And with the Marvel Legends, I don't collect any MCU figures. I mainly just do comic, video game, or animated show design characters. Next, I collect McFarlane's DC Multiverse. For this, I mainly just do Batman, his allies, his villains, just kind of get one of each. I am starting to build out some other collections like Flash and Green Lantern. Now I'm kind of looking to collect one of each major character. Major villains, major heroes, kind of do like a Legion of Doom and a Justice League kind of setup. For this as well, no movie figures, strictly video game or comic inspired designs. Next, I collect Transformers. For my Transformers collection, I only collect Beast Wars figures, or animal characters, whatever you'd like to say. With this, I started collecting with the Kingdom line, and that has transitioned to the Transformers Legacy line, so that's what I'm collecting now. I also collect the Retro Beast Wars figures, and for this, I'm just kind of looking to collect a one of each, Predacons, Maximals, stuff like that. Next, I collect Dragon Ball SH figure arts. For this collection, I'm just looking to collect one of each character. Now, each character does have multiple forms, like Goku, for example, has 7 different Saiyan forms. I might collect those all eventually, but my main priority is just getting one of each character. Next, I collect Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. With this one, it's a little weird. I respect them more than I like them. I grew up somewhat with them, but I'm not crazy about them. But I like them enough to where I want some representation of them in my collection. So that's why I've decided to collect the Loyal Subjects Best Action line. For this, I just really want the Turtles and Shredder. They are creating other characters, but for me, I want to collect all 4 Turtles and Shredder. And once I have that, I'll start to collect some of the other figures. But if they decide to end the line eventually, I'll be happy with having the Turtles and having Shredder. Next, I collect video game characters. For this, I mainly collect characters from video games that kind of mean something to me, my favorite games. I also collect some figures of characters from other games, kind of, bigger games, Sonic, Mario, stuff like that. But I tend to just pick characters from games that I really care about. Next, I collect Power Rangers. For this, I collect Hasbro's Power Rangers Lightning Collection. With this, I'm looking to collect one of each Ranger, each villain, just one of each. There's also a couple different items in the Lightning Collection. They're starting to do the Zords, and they do some roleplay items. For me, I do plan on collecting the Zord Ascension Project as they release more of that. In terms of roleplay items, not for me. I'm just about the figures. And then last but not least, I collect wrestling figures. For this, I collect mainly WWE Elite Style or AEW Unrivaled Unmatched. I collect both those lines. I'm just looking to collect one of each wrestler. And fun fact about this collection in particular, it is the only collection of mine that I take out of box for whatever reason. Everything else stays in the box, and I display it as such. So now that you know what I collect, let's see what additions are going to be coming to my collection this month. All right, there you have it. Breaks down to 8 different collections, and this month, unfortunately, we're only going to be adding to 7 of these collections. I was not able to get a SH Figure Arts for the Dragon Ball collection, so unfortunately, there's no addition there. But there will be something to kind of fill in as a replacement. Not for the Dragon Ball thing, but I'll explain in a second. Also, I have no book for this episode. I know I talked about potentially doing a book for this episode, but what ended up happening is I pre-ordered a couple things, a couple like custom things that are being worked on. I'll just give a little spoiler for the next coming episodes. I don't know if we'll be getting it for the next episode, but just some cool things that I have in the works. Because usually when I talk about customs, it has to do with the wrestling and stuff, but the things that I ordered were customs, but they were not for my wrestling collection. So little teaser there will be some custom stuff coming soon. I think maybe September, maybe in time for the next episode of August, but I think September for sure we should have one of those things, so look forward to that. So yeah, I didn't get a chance to get a book this month, but I will be getting one for August, and I think that's going to be a segment I add onto this where, I buy a graphic novel, I read it, I kind of give my little review of it. Starting next month, I will be definitely doing that. I actually already have the book coming. Now I just gotta, get it, read it, and remember what happened in the story so I can talk about it, in we do the next video. But you know what? Enough about that. Let's get into the figure showing off. And the first one we're going to show off is kind of the miscellaneous section. And what I mean by miscellaneous is it doesn't really go in any of the other categories. This is kind of random to a certain extent. If you've watched a couple of these episodes in the past, I've kind of added to this collection, and I'm adding another one. It's kind of an unofficial collection. Every now and then I'll kind of add to it, and this I just happened to get one this month, so that's what we're doing. But in case you're not familiar, I live with my great aunt. And my great aunt, every time she sees my collections, she's just, in awe. She's like, wow, those look so cool, whatever. What I decided to do, and I've done in past videos, I decided to start her own collection. And the collection consists of Super 7 Ultimates, mainly cartoons and stuff like that. So for the majority of her collection, it's Disney characters. And I don't remember what episode it was, but we added the Animaniacs. Or sorry, not the Animaniacs, the Pinky and the Brain. Confused the two because they're kind of all part of the same wave, but I added Pinky and the Brain to her collection, and we're going to be adding another one. And I'm going to be honest, this is a part of a cartoon that is not my favorite. I tried to get into it at one point because my uncle was really into it. He loved this show. I think he still loves it to a certain degree. I don't think he watches it consistently, but, he still has a lot of good memories of watching this show. And, I tried to get into it at one point to kind of, be like him. I looked up to him. I just couldn't do it. Like, I liked parts of the show, but I just never could really get into it. I always found it kind of flat. Maybe it was too adult for me. Maybe I was too young for it at the time. The show I'm talking about is The Simpsons, and the person that we're going to be adding to my great aunt's collection, coming in from The Simpsons, one of the better supporting characters of The Simpsons. You might even refer to him as like a main character, but I think he's like, in terms of like echelons, he's supporting, but he's like at the top of the supporting characters. And the person I am talking about is owner of Moe's Tavern, which I believe is what it's called. We have Mo Sizlak, I believe is how you pronounce the last name. It's something along those lines, Shizlak or something like that. Here it is, the Super 7 Ultimate. Super 7 has started doing Ultimates of The Simpsons. This is part of Wave 1. I forgot who comes in Wave 1. There's a bunch of weird ones. I know it's Homer in a astronaut costume. And then I think there's like an Itchy and Scratchy, but they're like a robot. I forgot the fourth one. It's either a Bart Simpson or it's Poochie, the dog, who I'm not too familiar with. But in terms of like Super 7 Ultimates and the Simpsons stuff, I'm trying to just collect like the main characters and not like variations of them. Like, for example, I just mentioned like Itchy and Scratchy. If it was like a regular Itchy and Scratchy, I would probably pick that up. But a robot Itchy and Scratchy, I don't really have any interest in. Same thing with the Homer. If it was just a regular Homer, yeah, I would pick that up. But Homer in an astronaut costume, it doesn't really appeal to me. This was the only one that was just kind of the standard character, the kind of default look, and I thought it looks really cool. I like all the accessories that come with it. I'm gonna be honest, I'm not familiar with a lot of these accessories, like the panda, for example. I don't remember what episode that's from. Whatever's in this jar, I'm not sure. We'll kind of break down the box and everything, but first and foremost, it also came in a shipper box and with the cover, the sliding cover. I have that, but I didn't decide to bring it down. We're going to break down the box first. So as we can see, the Simpsons Mo. On top, we got Ultimates. A nice sky blue. Actually, there's a sky theme with the whole box. As you can see, it's kind of like the intro for The Simpsons as it's panning in from the clouds. So more clouds on the back. Or sorry, this was the left side of the box. We went from the top to the left side. Now we're going to the back. Here is Mo. He actually appeared in episode 1, season 1, episode 1. That's actually pretty crazy. I didn't know he was that early on in the show, but as you can see, there's a couple cool characters in there. You got Lenny. I forgot that guy. That's the Mayor Quimby. Some of these guys, like, I recognize. Like, there's a teacher, Willie the groundskeeper. That'd be a cool one. I'd love to get that. You got the bullies. I don't remember their name. Oh, and Hans Moltmann. Classic. Love him. He was always the best. I would actually love a Grandpa Simpson. That would be really cool. They have a couple waves planned already. I'm not sure when they're going to come out. Usually with Super 7 Ultimate stuff, they're pretty slow on the production, but honestly, when you get it, you get a very quality product. So it takes some time to come, but when it does, I look forward to getting some of those characters. But anyways, so here is the first episode, Simpsons Roasting on an Open Fire. Original date, air date of that episode is December 17th, 1989. I wasn't even born yet. That's how old this show is. It's fucking crazy. They're on like 30 plus seasons now. I don't think there's any other show that kind of compares to that's like really been going on that long. For as much as like I don't really like The Simpsons, you gotta respect the hell out of them for continuing to kind of push on. I'm not sure how the views are on them, like how much they get per episode. I remember they used to release new episodes every Sunday on Fox at 8 p.m. And like I said, when I was trying to get into it, I would watch. But I don't know, there's just something about The Simpsons that never caught on to me. But there's the other side, and here is the bottom. We got some boring stuff there. So here's the figure. It looks very cool. A nice shot of Mo here with his nice little bow tie and his little uniform. I will say that there is a slight issue with the figure. Not the figure itself, but an accessory. If you look at the accessory layout for this figure, there is one thing that was supposed to come with it that didn't come with a lot of boxes, or maybe it didn't come in general, which is his apron. He wears an apron on top of this, and I believe this one does not have the apron. I don't know if it's tucked behind the box or on the bottom somewhere. It doesn't look like it's on the bottom. It doesn't look like it's on top or on the side or anything, unless it's in the box or behind the box, which I would assume not, because you'd probably want to show that accessory off. So it is missing an accessory, but I'm happy to say that Super 7 has offered people a free replacement for the apron if they can do a proof of purchase. I can't really do a proof of purchase because I got this off my figure guy, and he doesn't give me like a receipt or a fucking invoice, so it's just kind of a transaction. Hey, you give me a bunch of figures, you tell me the amount, I e-transfer you, and then I get the figures. So I can't really validate that I bought this, but I did. And I'm going to try and hit them up for an apron. I'll put a update on the screen if I've got one or if they emailed me back or anything like that. There he is yelling on the phone. Maybe he's got a prank call. If you see on the bottom here, there is a telephone, which he gets a lot of prank calls from. Actually, I don't know if it's a lot of prank calls. I remember Bart Simpson called him and did a bunch of prank calls on him, and he was getting super frustrated. And Bart would be like, hey, can you ask if Bill's there? And then he'd be like, hey, is anybody named Bill? Anybody? He'd be like, oh, ask if his last name is Ding. So ask if he's there, Bill Ding. And he'd be like, is building here? That wasn't the example in the show. That was just like I couldn't think of anything besides building, and he would just get super frustrated. That's a classic clip there from Mo. One of his best, probably his most memorable scene from the show would be probably that the prank calls from Bart. I mean, there might be something else that's more iconic, but when I think of Mo, I think of the prank calls with Bart. But as you can see, he's got the yelling face. He's got a nice smiling face. You can't really see it, but it's a very kind of goofy looking smile, but that's how he looks like. And here's just a default look of him. And then in terms of some of these other accessories, I'm not familiar with them. I'm not sure what is in this jar. It looks like an egg of some sort, but I couldn't tell you what kind. In terms of the other accessories, we got a panda bear, which is a pretty decent sized panda bear. I believe he goes in the box, because if you look in the box here, there's some Asian lettering. I'm assuming it's Chinese, but it could be Japanese or another Asian language. I'm just going to go with Chinese, just based on the panda. Here we got a flaming drink, which actually looks pretty cool. We've got a little towel so you can kind of clean the glasses, clean his bar table, clean the bar counter, stuff like that. And then here we see a bunch of different hands here. 3 extra sets of hands, at least that's what I can see. Actually, it looks like 3 sets of hands, yeah. So very cool figure. I'm happy to add this to my great aunt's collection. I know she's somewhat familiar with The Simpsons. I wouldn't say she's the biggest fan. Like, if I say, hey, do you know Homer? She'd be like, what? So this isn't really going to mean anything to her, but honestly, if you kind of look at what I talked about, what her collection is, where it's like Disney characters, Pinky and the Brain, I kind of got like a cartoon thing going on, and I thought this would just be a really cool addition. And actually, when the uncle I was talking about, where I would watch Simpsons to kind of be like him, my great aunt and that uncle were very close, so I'm sure she watched some Simpsons with him as well. So very cool, and I'm happy to add that to her collection. But enough about her, let's talk about my collections and what I got this month to build towards those collections. The first thing we're going to start off with is TMNT, the Best Action line, and I actually got a very cool edition with this one. I saw this around a few times, but honestly this is like an exclusive item, so it's kind of hard to track down. But I saw somebody selling it, and they were selling it for a pretty decent price, and I'm like, you know what? I'm going to pick that up. I'm actually going to pick that up. It has eluded me for a little bit, but I'm happy to add it to my collection, and it is the Best Action TMNT 4-pack of the Foot Clan, and it is in the style of the video game. So here we can see a pixelated Foot Clan ninja member, and I thought this was just a really cool box. I mean, we're going to show off the figures and stuff, but just the box itself is just super cool. You know, it's a super retro look from the video games. So I'm not sure how this is like regularly available. I'm not sure if like I can say it being a GameStop exclusive because it has to do with video games, but it could be a convention exclusive. I don't recall what this was an exclusive towards. Now, one thing I wanted to show off, because at first I was like, man, is my box scuffed up? If you look at this box, you know, you look here, there's a lot of weathering and stuff like that. And even here, you know, you see like dirt. And I will say that is intentional. That is not just my box being fucked up, being dirty and weathered and stuff like that. That is actually the look that they're going for. When I got this in the mail from the guy that I bought it from, I'm like, dude, is my box fucked? Like, what the hell? It's like dirty? What the fuck? Did he have this like outside or something? It was fucking filthy. But I went to touch it, and I'm like, dude, that's part of the box. What the hell? That's so weird. So I ended up Googling an image of the cover, and it had the same thing as well. It had the weathering on the edges, and it had the little dirt on it. So they went for realism, and they fucking got me, because I thought my box was dirty and super messed up. It is a very big box. As you can see, we'll bring in Mo back just to kind of compare. I mean, Mo himself is a very big box, but as you can see, well, the Foot Clan is just a little bit bigger. It's a little bit of an awkward box. It's not really sitting well. The bottom is not very flat, so it's kind of a bitch to stand up. But we're going to show off the box real quick. It is a flap, as you can see here. We'll be taking a look at that in a second, but we're going to show off the sides and the whole box. So we saw a nice shot of the front. Best Action Series, TMNT, exclusive Foot Clan action figure 4-pack. On top, we've got just nothing really to show off there. On the side, we've got the Foot Clan action figure 4-pack again. Best Action, TMNT logo. On this side, we can see what this is kind of inspired by. So you can see the different Foot Clan ninjas. We've got a blue one, a purple one, an orange one, and a white one. And if we look on the back, we can see all the different colored Foot Clan. Now, the Foot Clan is typically in purple, but if you've ever played a Ninja Turtle video game, you will know that there's actually multicolored Foot Clan members, and some of them are tougher, some of them are just like, you know, the default purple ones, they get beat up easily, and then the orange ones might be like faster, the blue ones might be, they might grab you, the pink one might have like a bomb ability, like throw stuff at you. So I thought it was pretty cool that they kind of turned that into a 4-pack. And honestly, this is a pretty easy 4-pack for them to make, because they're basically taking the same figure and just kind of repainting it and giving it different weapons. So it wasn't like a hard 4-pack for them to make, but I do like the different colored ones, and we'll compare it to the regular Foot Clan that I already have as a standalone. But we'll just read this little description real quick. So the Foot Clan. The Foot is an ancient ninjutsu clan founded in Japan in 1583. After taking control of the clan, the Shredder moved them to New York City and replaced the human soldiers with robots. They may not be the best fighters, but there is strength in numbers. And if we take a look at the rest of the box, we can see that each character has their own weapon, which I think is pretty cool. Now, they all have their guns that are color-coded to that specific ninja, but then they also have their own little weapons. So as you can see, white gets the little daggers here, orange gets the sword like Leonardo, pink gets these little sticks, kind of like a nightstick type thing. I know they have an official name, I just don't know what it is. And then the blue one kind of has the size similar to Raphael. And here is the rest of the box. 4 players, 31 points of articulation. And I don't believe we showed off the bottom, but bottom, typical boring stuff. And now let's show off the box. So there is a flap here like I showed off, and there is Velcro here to kind of hold it in place, which is pretty cool. I don't like when they do, not like this company in particular, just when other companies do, you know, like a 4-pack or whatever pack, and then they have a flap, and then they don't have Velcro to kind of keep it in place, so it's not constantly like flying open. Like if I were to, you know, put it like this, you know, if it didn't have the Velcro, it would just kind of fall open. But I like the Velcro to hold it in place. Very cool touch. So here we have the box, and now we're going to open it. Actually, let me bring this over here a little bit so we have enough clearance. We are opening the flap, and here we can see the ninjas, the Foot Clan ninjas. And then on this side, we kind of have like a cartridge continuing on with that game aesthetic. And actually something that I think is super cool is if you look down here, we've got some cheat codes. So I'm not sure what this game is applicable to, but there is a cheat code for extra lives on the title screen. You do your up, right, down, left, BA, start. Will give you extra lives, and you can also do level select, or you can do both of them at the same time. Some extra lives and level select. So just a really cool little detail that they threw that in. I'm not sure which game they're referencing with all this, so I don't know what game it is, but I'm sure that these cheat codes actually work for whatever game it's supposed to be. But let's talk about the figures themselves. Not much to really talk about. Like I said, it's basically the same figure, just recolored 4 different times. So we're going to start with the top one. Actually, we'll do a full shot just so you can kind of see. Here it is open. Nice shot of it there. But now let's break down the figures. So on top, we've got orange and we've got pink. And as you can see, tons of accessories. Like, just a monstrous amount of accessories. Now, most of it is hands. Each ninja gets 2 sets of hands, which is pretty cool. And tons of weapons. So, of course, you got the guns on each side, color-coded to that person. And then you've got their own specific weapons. So you got the dagger thing. You've got the sword. You've got a couple things that weren't even shown on the back, like some ninja stars here. And then these wooden nightstick baton type things. And on the bottom, we've got blue and gray or white, whatever color you want it to be. But just like the top, they have their own guns in their specific color, and the rest of the weapons, the kind of psi-looking weapons, hands for everybody, a gigantic spear, which I don't think was present on the back. Let me just take a look. No, that was not one of the weapons, but if you look here, he does have the giant spear. It also comes with a best action sticker, which is a nice little inclusion if you plan on opening it up. But I plan on keeping it shut. And as I mentioned earlier, this is not my first Foot Clan soldier. They have previously released a single version, and that is in purple. As we can see here, this is just the standalone one. It is the exact same body. There's really no difference. Same accessories, gun. Unfortunately, his gun is not color-coded to him, being purple. But he does have the same ninja stars, the spear, the sword, extra sets of hands, and basically everything that they come with. But here are some more Foot Clan soldiers for the Ninja Turtles to beat up. Not the most exciting addition, but I think it's just a very cool use of the foot soldier ninja body, and just a fun way to kind of do a color and kind of incorporate the game. I think that was a really cool idea. Next, we're going to be jumping into McFarlane's DC Multiverse. This month, I only got 1 edition, and honestly, it's a figure that I'm very divisive on. When it was first announced that they're doing this character, I was like, oh man, that is super cool. I can't wait to add that to my collection. Now, once they showed off pictures of what the actual suit's gonna look like, I was like, ugh, I don't know if I like that. And I'm going to be honest, I'm still kind of undecided if I like it or not. I think I'm leaning towards I do like it. I like it a lot more than when I first saw it. When I first saw it, I was kind of like, I like the idea, but I don't think they did a good job on it. I don't think it's a good look for this villain, but we're just going to introduce him. The villain I am talking about is a Batman villain, and it's one of Batman's most famous villains, and it is Mr. Freeze. And honestly, the thing that I really don't like about it, I think it's just the white on the suit. I just don't think it fits. I don't really recall any versions of Freeze having like a lot of white on his suit like it is here. I think if they kind of went with like a bluish look, kind of what they did with the upper torso on the legs and the boots and stuff like that. I mean, on the boots, it's kind of like a grayish type thing, the boots and the legs. It's just the color scheme. I'm fine with the suit. I mean, the suit's okay. It's not my favorite. I was kind of hoping that they would do a Arkham version of Mr. Freeze. I think that would be pretty cool. I like that version. I like the big bulkiness of it. And this one here, he just kind of looks like a dude in a suit, which is fine, because essentially that is what he is. But it's really the colors. The colors, I am not a fan of. But like I said, it has grown on me the more I've looked at it. When I first saw this, when it was announced, I was extremely turned off. I was like, damn, how can you ruin one of the most adored villains? Because he's kind of not really a villain because, you know, he's doing it all for his wife. He does villainous stuff, but he's not like a full-on villain. And it's like, man, how can you do my guy like that? But I think other than the colors, I think it's a pretty solid looking Mr. Freeze. I like the little helmet on him. I like his red goggles inside. I like that his lips have a darker blue than the rest of his head. Actually, you know what? Let's show off the box and then let's get into the figure. So if you've ever seen a McFarlane box, you are not missing much because they are all the same. So here's a nice shot of the front, Mr. Freeze. And we'll talk about what's inside in a second. On top, nothing. On this side, Mr. Freeze. On the bottom, we've got boring stuff. And on this side, we've got Mr. Freeze, Victor Freeze. And on the back, which I think is pretty interesting, is we've got a shot of Mr. Freeze here. And I believe this is his look from the new DC 52. I could be wrong, but I believe that's what he looked like at that time. But I don't know why they put this picture on the background. And they also put that picture on the card in the background, if you can see here. But man, he is so radically different from what you see here and what you get in here. Because usually the picture is supposed to be like somewhat of an interpretation or an inspiration for the figure. And if you look at this, he looks nothing like he does in the box. Here he's in a full suit, and if you look on the back, you see his arms are exposed. And I'm going to be honest, I don't really like this look for Freeze, so I'm glad they did not do this. But I just would have liked to have seen what inspiration went into this design in particular. But like I said, I'm glad they didn't choose this one because I really don't like this one. But as we were showing off earlier, I was kind of breaking down the figure. I like the head, I like the helmet and stuff like that, the tubes here. On the back, he's got a little canister of, I guess it'd be like liquid nitrogen powering up his gun. Actually, no, it'd be powering up his suit. The gun is separate from the tank on his back. Can't really show it off quite well. This would probably be the best look at it right there. You can see the little tank on his back. On top, you can't really see. You can see kind of a little bit here, but there's no real good look to show off while it's in the box. But continuing on with the figure, the suit I think looks pretty good. Like I said, I don't have an issue with the suit in particular. I think it's just the colors that they used. Like, to me, when I look at this figure, this isn't like a Mr. Freeze figure. This is kind of like, you know how like Batman has 100 different suits? You get like a heat Batman, a cold Batman, an underwater Batman, a cave Batman, a naked Batman. This one kind of seems like one of those variants where it's like, it's not Mr. Freeze, it's Mr. Freeze in a scuba suit or something like that. And I think that's where the colors kind of, you know, mess me up. I think that's it. I think it's just the colors just are so not Freeze. When I think of Freeze, I don't think of this color scheme. I think more like blue or maybe a little bit of purple in there. You know, basically anything except like the whitish grayish that they got going on here. Here you can see a couple different like buttons and gadgets built into the suit that are sculpted in, which is pretty cool. A little belt for him. Legs look okay. I do like his boots, like his kind of Arctic boots that he's got going on here. I think those look pretty dope. Like he's ready to trek through an avalanche of some sort that he's going to create, or he's going to bring in the Ice Age. And actually, speaking of that, we'll be talking about that Mr. Freeze later on. That was one of the things that was kind of announced at San Diego Comic-Con. I'm not really a fan of the legs here. I think the top half is good. Boots are cool. The legs here, whether it be the color, the design, or something, it doesn't really do it for me. And then here we can see his famous freeze gun. Now they have it shooting ice. I'm not sure if that's removable or if that's already like attached to the gun. It doesn't really seem like it's removable. It seems like it's, stationary on the gun. It's part of the gun, which is unfortunate if it is, because, for an effect like that, I feel like you should add it. It shouldn't be automatically on the gun. But I think the gun looks pretty good. Maybe it could have been like a little bit bigger. Maybe just a slight bit. It does look kind of dinky for a freeze gun. When they announced the freeze, I was really expecting him to come in the deluxe price point, I was expecting him to be a mega fig. I was expecting him to be quite large, to be honest. Like, not the size of like Clayface or something like that, but I just think he would have been better suited for a mega fig. Or I don't know, maybe this was better off for him. I'm really indecisive about this figure. I do hope they make another Mr. Freeze again in the near future, besides the movie one that's coming out. I hope they do the Arkham version. Like I said, I do like that version, and they've done so many Arkham villains already. I think Mr. Freeze would be pretty good for that treatment. So now I'm going to kind of show him off with a couple different figures. I actually got quite a bit of people to show him off with. The first one is Arkham City Batman. And I think they look pretty good together. I actually don't mind that quite a bit. I really like this Batman figure. Next, I just thought this would be a fun one to bring out, even though they don't really have too much interaction. But that is Batgirl here. I thought this would be a fun little comparison. So here is Barbara here. I actually really like this Batgirl figure quite a bit. We showed him off with Arkham City Batman, but how about let's show him off with a couple other Arkham villains, just to kind of see how he looks with them. And here we've got some people that he actually has quite a bit of history with in the game, Joker and Penguin. If you're not familiar, I believe Penguin, his little voice box here, was put in there by Mr. Freeze. I remember they had some little altercation. It was from the Arkham Origins game, I believe. No, sorry, it was Arkham City. It wasn't Arkham Origins. They had a little thing in Arkham City. And between Joker and Mr. Freeze, I believe Joker had Freeze make the cure for Joker because he was sick with the illness. Great game, by the way. Just the whole Arkham thing I really like. But yeah, just a couple cool villains to kind of show him off with. So I think he does look pretty good, even with the Arkham style. But just to make sure that he looks good with the Arkham style figures, here is a couple more. We've got Scarecrow and the Riddler. I would say they still look pretty solid together. I'm not too angry about it. I think they still do fit. Quite happy with actually how they look, to be honest. We've seen what Freeze looks like with the Arkham villains and the Arkham style characters, but here he is next to a couple comic-inspired designs. So here we got Hush, and here we got probably my most favorite figure in my McFarlane line, the Bane. Love this fucking Bane. It looks so cool. But to be honest, I think these three look good together as well. He does fit in with the Arkham stuff. He does fit in with the regular comic style. But all in all, to be honest, I'm very happy to have the Mr. Freeze in my collection. He's one of those special Batman villains. Like I said, he kind of treads on the line of good and the line of bad. Well, not really the line of good, but it's mainly the line of bad, but it's not like complete villainy. At the end of the day, he was a scientist, and he dedicated all his work to finding a cure for his wife. So that's just super admirable. I remember watching the little movie that they put out. It was part of the Batman animated show. It was kind of similar to Mask of the Phantasm, where they did a movie, but that was a in-theater release. With this one, it might have been like a TV special. I don't remember. I had it on VHS, and there was a Mr. Freeze-centric episode, And I really enjoyed that. Like I said, I had it on VHS. I remember they were fighting on like the kind of oil rig. He's got his polar bear pets following him. Really, really enjoyed that. And I really like Mr. Freeze as a character. So very happy to have him in my collection, but I really hope they do another Mr. Freeze. I think an Arkham one would be really cool. Something about this one just, I'm not 100% satisfied with it. Next, we're going to be diving into Transformers Beast Wars, and I got a really cool edition this month. This is a figure that should have been in the last video, but for some reason the package became super delayed and it didn't come in on time. But it came in for this month, thankfully, and it's a really cool character. I'm really happy to add in my collection. Last time we were talking about Beast Wars, I guess it would be the May episode, I talked about how since Hasbro's not really releasing any Beast Wars figures, whether it be through like the Legacy line or even the retro carding, so I made the decision that if they're not going to release them in the retro carding or even in the Legacy line, I want to still get Beast Wars figures. So I'm going to have to basically get in a time machine, go way back in time and try and track down some of the old Beast Wars figures, and I managed to do that. I talked about how I would check out eBay. So after I did that video, I went on eBay and I was looking at some of the listings for some of the characters that I was looking for, and the prices for mint on card, out fucking outrageous, like just absolutely incredible. And I saw one. It was a character that I was pretty interested in, and it was an okay price. It was way more than not way more, it was more than I wanted to pay. Like, I know I'm gonna have to pay like an arm and a leg, but if I can just give an arm, that would be cool. There was one I was kind of looking at, but I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to revisit this at a later time. And then what ended up happening was a couple days later, I got an email from Amazon, and it was like, hey, the listing that you were looking at, they're giving you a special discount. They're giving you a 15% discount on the figure. And I was like, well, now you're twisting my arm here, you know? And I'm like, oh man, for the 15%, I'm like, I can't really turn this down. And I'm glad I didn't, because honestly, it was a really cool figure. The card is immaculate. We'll talk about it in just a second. Let me introduce it. It is an original Beast Wars figure, and it is the character Snapper, which is a turtle, as you can see. And one little thing that I want to talk about before we get into the figure and stuff, I think it's super weird that you make a turtle who is super adorable and cute, you know? I used to have a pet turtle. It was a red ear slider, and I had it in an aquarium with frogs. I had 2 small frogs, and they all lived in the same little aquarium. Not really aquarium, it was like a tank. It was like a small little tank. I'd say probably this size. It wasn't little, but it wasn't gigantic. It was perfect for like a small little turtle and 2 frogs. Anyways, I digress about all that. But a turtle is such a small and adorable character, right? And to make him a Predacon, very weird choice. Now, Snapper, obviously it is a snapping turtle. Although it doesn't specify here, it just says turtle becomes infiltration robot. So I'm just taking it as it's a cute little turtle. And to make him a bad guy, what a weird choice, in my opinion. Like, very, very weird. It's like making a dog or a cat or a goldfish a Predacon. It's like, those are cute pet animals, you know? Or a squirrel. You know, when you think of, you know, Predacons, you think of like the meaner animals, maybe like a bear, a lion, a tiger, you know, some sort of dinosaur or whatever. But just a cute little turtle to make him evil. I thought it was the weirdest little thing. But yeah, as you can see, this card is fucking pristine. Look at this thing. Not an ounce. I mean, there's probably some dust. I was going to say there's not an ounce of dust. There's a little bit of dust here, but you know what? That just kind of happens. This figure is almost 30 years old, which is fucking crazy. And just looking at how perfect this card is, like, it's not even really bent. It's a little... I wouldn't even fucking say this is like a big thing. But man, look at the card. Barely a scratch on it. It's incredible. And the guy was selling it for, like I said, an okay price. But once they hit me with that 15% discount, I was like, buddy, you don't gotta twist my arm. I'll be taking that immediately. So yeah, super cool to get this one. I saw other people selling it and it was like for over $100. I usually don't discuss prices, but this one was under $100, even with shipping, which is pretty cool. And then plus a 15% discount. It was a deal I couldn't pass up. So we'll take a look at the figure. As we were showing off earlier, the cute little turtle in here. No other accessories, just the turtle itself. And just a cute little guy. He does have some claws on him. I don't think... I'm trying to think of my turtle. He did have some claws. They weren't outrageous like this. He wouldn't maul me. But I guess he did have some fingernails. But just a very cute little turtle. And this would actually be a sick transformer because it's like, you know, oh my god, it's a cute little turtle. And then he transforms and like mauls your face or blasts your head off. Now we'll take a look at the box. Like I said, pristine, almost immaculate. Small little thing. I would have liked if they put the Predacon logo up here. They do that with some of the other ones. I guess this was early on, like you saw the date, 1995. So they probably didn't have the packaging down. But just a small thing I would have liked if they had the little Predacon logo here. Other than that, it's the typical, like, you know, dragon eye in the background, red packaging. We get a nice shot of Snapper here, transformed. And he looks absolutely evil. We'll do a little shot of him there. Turtle becomes infiltration robot. So here's the front. Here's the bottom. I mean, there's really nothing much to it, but I will still show it off. There's the side, the top, other side, and the back. So on the back, we can see a couple Maximals and a couple Predacons. A couple of these I definitely want to get in my collection. Armadillo, Razor Beast, and this Bat Optimus Primal, who actually comes in a 2-pack with this Crocodile Megatron. I think I had this as a kid, but I don't remember having this. But I swear I had this. I could be wrong, but for some reason, I remember vividly I had a crocodile figure. Or maybe I just dreamt about it. But we got Snapper here, who we got. And then I've got the other guys. I've got Iguanus, who was on the retro card, a re-release. I got Tarantulas, not this one, but the one from the Legacy line. And I got Terrorsaur, who was released in the Transformers Kingdom line. Insecticon is someone who I'd like to pick up. And yeah, I'm actually surprised I actually have most of these. Not the original one, like I was saying with these ones. This one I have the re-release. This one I've got the Kingdom one, the Kingdom one, the Kingdom one. And I'm pretty happy with those. And then we can see lower on the box, we've got the instructions on how to transform him. Pretty simple. If there's only 5 steps, if anything. Actually, no, this is just for the weapon. The back of his little tail, I believe it flips out or something. Actually, it's saying if you push down on tail for quick attack robot conversion. I don't think it would work like that. Just, you know, press down and it automatically converts. But I swear that this was supposed to be a weapon. There's a piece on him that's a weapon, as you can see here. I think that's his tail. Or actually, I think it'd be the piece this piece right here. I believe that comes out and becomes a gun, as we can see right there. And then let's take a look at his stats. Let's see his speed. 9 for speed. Isn't that quite high? Aren't turtles and tortoises supposed to be slow? Or maybe a turtle is faster than a tortoise. But you remember, you know the story as a kid, the tortoise and the hare, where the tortoise was very slow. But I guess he's a turtle. He's not a tortoise. I don't know the difference between a fucking tortoise and a turtle, to be honest. Then I'm thinking about it, I'm like, what is the difference? I think tortoise is bigger. I think they have a bigger shell and just as a whole, they're just a bigger animal. I'm going to have to look that one up because right now I'm just like, what the hell is the difference? But we're just going to read his little biography here. Predacon, Snapper, function, infiltration. A terrorizing turtle with secret speed. Turbo-driven quad thrusters ignite from below his armor-plated shell to send him screaming through murky earth swamps like a heat-seeking missile. When hydraulically hinged jaws snap down on their victims, the terrifying sight reminds one of a trash compactor, crushing a soda can, except soda cans don't scream for mercy. So, actually it says right there that he has some jets built into him that cause him to be super fast. So I guess that kind of answers why he's so fast. But still, 9? A 9. That's almost the fastest animal. I would like if they did like how fast he is on land and how fast he is on water, because definitely not a 9 on land. He's going to get smoked by like Cheetor. I would think he would even get smoked by Rat Trap. But a very cool addition to my Beast Wars collection, and actually this is something that I didn't mention, but I mentioned in the May video, was I was hoping for more aquatic animals, and fucking lo and behold, the next one I ended up picking up was the turtle character, and we're going to do some comparisons. So here we got Clawjaw, who is a Maximal, and I've also got Cyber Shark, who is also a Maximal. So a bunch of aquatic animals. Thought I'd bring in some aquatic animals to join him, and as you can see, the packaging is different for all of them. So this was the original release, so that's from 1995. That's an original one. This one is the Canadian version, and you can tell because here is the French. Whenever you see French on the packaging, you can tell that it's from Canada, and the packaging for this one is different because this is one of the re-releases that Hasbro did. So that's why the packaging is so different across all 3 figures. But very cool to have Snapper in my collection. He's honestly one of the ones, when I was looking at my list, I was like, man, he's at the top of the list for characters that I would like to get. Like, if I had to narrow it down to 3, he would definitely be in the top 3 of characters I would like to get. So I'm happy to have him in my collection. And I don't know how often we're going to be adding to the Beast Wars collection, because like I said, trying to find these for a decent price is... actually, we're going to remove these so we can just talk about Snapper. But trying to find these for a decent price and trying to find them on card is next to impossible. So I'm trying my best. So I'll have to wait to see which each month brings. But I will definitely be periodically checking out eBay and, a couple other websites that I use to buy figures. But yeah, finding these mint on card retro Beast Wars figures, very, very hard. But I'm super happy I found this one. All right, next we're going to be jumping into video game figures, and I got a couple interesting additions this month. And the reason they're so interesting is because I'm not really familiar with all the characters that I picked up. I will explain as I go on. But the first one I'm going to talk about is one that I really had no plans on picking up. This is a character that comes from the world of Apex Legends. And I don't remember what episode it was, but on a previous episode, I showed off that I bought the Bloodhound Apex Legends figure, and I was like, you know what, I'm gonna try and get a couple Apex Legends figures. My idea was I'm gonna get 3. Because that's how much a full squad is in Apex Legends. They do teams of 3, and my thing was I want to get characters that I played. So Bloodhound was a character that I played, and I'm still trying to find characters that I played for a decent price. But honestly, trying to get a couple of those are a little harder than what I'm liking. But yeah, this isn't the figure that I got this month. I'm just kind of introing it. So this was the figure that I got, and I'm like, you know what? I'm going to get 2 other Apex Legends figures, and I want to get characters that I played with. And the figure that I got this month is a character who I am not familiar with. I bought it for one reason, and I'll talk about it in a second, but let me just introduce him. Coming from the world of Apex Legends, it is probably the 3rd most famous person with crypto in their name, or thing with crypto in their name. It is crypto. And I say 3rd most famous because, when you think of crypto, you think of either cryptocurrency or you think of Crypto the dog, Superman's pet dog. You don't think of this guy here. So, why did I buy this character who I'm not very familiar with? And it's honestly a very easy question. It was on clearance for an incredible price. Honestly, I've seen a lot of Apex Legends figures going out on clearance. I was checking out Amazon.com, the American website, and I was just looking up different stuff, and then the Apex Legends figures came up, and they were being clearance for crazy prices. I think I saw Caustic and Crypto for like $7 and $8. Like, one was $7, one was $8. I don't remember which one was which. And I was like, God damn, that's an incredible price. And I tried to buy both of them, but with the shipping and handling and fees and stuff, a $7 and an $8 figure ended up turning into like $40 with shipping and stuff. So I'm like, you know what? Fuck that. And then what ended up happening was I was on Walmart.ca, the Canadian one, and I was like, you know what? Let me see if the Apex Legends figures are being clearanced out on other websites. And I checked out Walmart.ca, and they were clearing these out. And like I said, I got this one for $9. Regular price is $30. So even though I'm not a fan of him and am not very familiar with him, for $9 from $30, that's a hell of a deal, right? I quickly went from not a fan to I love this character. So the deal was just way too tempting, and I was like, you know what? This kind of fucks up what I'm trying to do with Apex Legends, where, I want to get 3 characters only, but now this kind of ruins my thing. So I don't know what I'm going to do with Apex Legends. Maybe I'll just try and collect a few, since if this is going to take up one of the 3 slots that I've kind of acclimated for my Apex Legends collection, I'm not really a fan of that. So maybe I might do a team of 4 instead of a team of 3. Or maybe I might collect all the characters. I don't know. If I can find them for $9, I'm going to be honest, I might dip my fingers in that. I'm not completely unfamiliar with Crypto. Crypto was, when I was still playing Apex Legends, the last character that was released was Crypto, so I was vaguely familiar with him. I never got a chance to play him, but I played against him because people were using him because he was new at the time. And he seemed pretty cool. He had a drone, which I believe is this thing here, which kind of does reconnaissance for people in the area, and for his team he can mark people, I believe. And I think he has a hacking ability. I could be wrong on that one, but he kind of has like a hacker vibe to him. But I know that he definitely has a drone because I remember being spotted by one when I was playing. So I'm familiar with him in that sense. Other than that, I really don't have much to say about him. So this is going to be a short little show off, but we'll show off the box. Pretty solid box. It's a little dinged up in some areas, but I'd say for the most part, it's pretty clean. We can see a nice shot of Crypto here. Kind of got like a, I don't know if he's half robot, half human, but he does have like a lot of cybernetics on him. Or maybe that's just his aesthetic, but that does look like robotics, and plus he's got all these cables and stuff. So I'm not too sure what all that is about. In the box, we also get an extra hand. We get his little drone to mark people, and we get this little pistol. I forgot what it's called, but that is one of the weapons that you can pick up in the world. And he also comes with a stand to display him with, which is pretty cool. I do like the green on him. It's more of a lime green, which I'm going to be honest, or kind of a pea green, a pea-ish lime green. Which, honestly, I'm not usually a fan of that color, but I actually don't mind it on him. I think it looks nice with the white and the black. And now we'll take a look at the box. On top, we got the Apex Legends logo, and that's about it. On this side, we've got Apex Legends logo again, and Crypto here. On this side, we've got a nice shot of Crypto with the number 14. I think he might be character 14, or maybe they number each figure, so this might be the 14th figure in the wave. Or in the collection. I believe that's what the number is, because I don't think he was the 14th character, because when I was still playing, there might have been like 10 or 11, and he might have been the 12th. I don't really remember there being that many characters, so I think this is just the number of the box from the whole collection. On the bottom, we've got some boring stuff here, and on the back, we see a nice shot of Crypto holding the gun. Does it specify which gun it is? RE45, and apparently it comes with a clover skin. I don't know how you would know that comes with a skin, because it's just black, but whatever. And I don't believe it's a skin for Crypto. I believe this is his default look, which when I collect these figures, I go for the default look. I'm not really a fan of the different color schemes, so I'm happy that it's this one. But yeah, as you can see here, includes RE45 clover skin, drone. Maybe the drone has the skin? I don't know. I really don't know. It's definitely not the gun, because like I said, the gun's just black, so I don't know how you could tell, but whatever. Here we can see his real name. I'm not even going to attempt to pronounce that. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. Tai Jun Park. Probably butcher that. I apologize if it was. Age 31, homeworld's Gaia. Definitely butchered that one. And then his abilities, we got his surveillance drone, which also comes in the box, like I mentioned. He can his passive is Neuralink, which I'm not sure what that does. And his ultimate is an EMP. Maybe he does have some hacking ability. Maybe I was right with that. And then also in the wave, we get Octane, who comes in a different skin, and a character by the name of Loba. And here's a nice shot of the back there. 25 points of articulation. Pretty cool. And we already showed off them together, but we'll just do another comparison. So here we've got Bloodhound, and now we've got Crypto joining him. I'm going to be honest, if I can find any more Apex Legends characters that are on clearance, I'll definitely pick them up because it's just too good of a deal. Unfortunately, with Amazon, I checked Amazon Canada. I mentioned how AmazonAmerica.com had them on super clearance, and they still might be available if you're interested in checking it out. I'm assuming not, because usually when stuff like that goes on clearance, especially for that price, it just gets snapped up immediately. So maybe you'll be lucky enough to snag a figure. But like I was saying, the Amazon Canadian website actually has not put them on sale like what Walmart and the American Amazon website has, which I'm very surprised about, because usually when stuff goes on clearance, it goes across all stores. So it'll be clearance on Amazon, Toys R Us, GameStop, Walmart. It'll go across the board. But for some reason, Amazon Canada is a little slow to the punch there. So if it does go on clearance, I'll definitely pick up some more. But for $9, for a $30 figure, you can't go wrong. Next figure is kind of similar to Crypto in where I really am not familiar with this character. He's from a franchise I'm familiar with, but he's not one of the main characters. He's kind of, I don't know if he'd be like B or C tier, or I guess S tier would be like the main characters. Maybe he's A or B. I'm not sure. I don't think I've seen him once in a game. I'll talk about that in a second. Let me just introduce the figure. The character I'm talking about is coming from the world of Sonic, and it is the character by the name of Vector. So like I was mentioning, I don't know who Vector is. I'm going to be honest. The reason I bought him is he looked cool. I was at a Walmart one weekend doing some shopping, and I'm like, you know what? Let me pop into the toy section, as I usually do. And I was going up and down the aisles, checking for like wrestling figures, video game figures, you know, all the stuff that I collect. And I stumbled upon this one, and for some reason, it just really, really caught my eye. I think it's the greens on him. They attracted me. Similar to Crypto, I guess I just got a thing for green characters. I mean, green is one of my favorite colors. It's probably my favorite color, my number one, if I had to pick one. But yeah, I don't know. I was really enamored by it, and I was like, you're coming home with me. And yeah, I've seen him in one game. I've never seen him in a Sonic game. The only game I've seen him in is some gameplay I've seen of Sonic and Mario go to the Olympics. He was one of the characters on the Sonic side. Other than that, I've never seen him in like just a Sonic game. I don't know what game he's from. I have no idea. I don't know if maybe he's like a character from a TV show. I have no idea. I can't tell you literally anything about him. I don't even know if he's a good guy or a bad guy. He can kind of be a bad guy, but he does look pretty cool. Like if you look at him, he's got chains, he's got headphones, he's got like little wrists. Actually, it looks like he's got belts on his wrist. Those look like belts. Those don't look like watches. Very weird choice, but whatever. But yeah, just the chain, the headphones. He's a really cool looking dude. And I guess he does look kind of evil because, you know, he's an alligator or crocodile. I'm not sure which one. But I just thought, you know what? He's a cool looking character. I have a couple other Sonic figures. We're going to show them off in a second, do a little comparison. But I'm like, you know what? I think this will look cool in my video game collection, so I ended up picking him up. But yeah, I can't really talk about him too much because I have no idea about him. Actually, let's see. There is a description. Let's read that real quick. So Vector will take on any job that pays, but he'll also help Sonic save the world from Dr. Eggman out of the goodness of his own heart. So we have established that he's actually a good guy, which is pretty cool. But it kind of seems like he might do some bad stuff if people pay him enough. Maybe, I'm not too sure. Actually, I just noticed there's a little nick here, but I'm feeling it to see if I could like scratch it off. But when I feel it, I feel like something's poking out. And I think it's the spikes on the crocodile that are poking out on the back. I can actually feel it. It is one of the spikes on the back. The top one there, it's protruding a little bit, which is pretty weird because there's a lot of room in this box. So to have them kind of pushed up against the cardboard seems kind of weird. Plus, like, if this kind of falls, because it was on a shelf, this could probably damage quite easily, but that is kind of weird. I didn't notice that in store. But whatever, the plastic's good, because I did see there was a couple of them on the shelf, and some of them, the glue was coming undone from the bottom, so I picked out the best box. I actually don't mind this compared to the other ones where the plastic was coming off from the cardboard. But let's show off the box real quick. So we saw a nice shot of Vector here. Now we'll do all sides, even though there's not really much to show. Here is the bottom. Here's the left side. Here's the top. Here's the right side. And as we already saw, here is the back. Comes with 13 points of articulation. Also comes with a super ring, which I guess that is a ring. Yeah, for some reason I thought it was a coin, but yeah, they filled it in the center, which makes sense. Totally forgot that Sonic collects rings for a second. We'll take a look at the figure itself in a second, but here we can see in the wave, we also have a baby Sonic. We have Ray, who I'm not familiar with, Amy, and Vector. Those are all the people in the wave. And then as far as articulation, it doesn't really look like it has too much. Like it said, it has 13 points, but it definitely has some leg articulation, as we can see here. There's the ball joints. That looks like it can go up and down and side to side. He's probably got some tail articulation. It does not show it on the back, but I would assume maybe the tail can kind of twist. If you see there's a little cut there, so maybe the tail can kind of move up and down. Definitely can move at the wrists, I would assume. I saw that the feet move up and or no, those are the legs. The boots can go sideways and then the legs can go up and down. And then you've also got articulation in the elbows and in the shoulders. I don't believe the jaw moves. I would assume that's not one of the points of articulation, but his mouth just kind of stays open. I think he looks fine like that. Cool looking character. Like I said, I can't really say too much about him, but we'll bring in a couple Sonic characters to show him off with. Actually, the Sonic characters that were mentioned in his description, we've got Sonic here, and we've got Dr. Eggman. That actually just worked out perfectly, to be honest. He helped Sonic save the world from Dr. Eggman. And yeah, I think they look really cool together. I'm very happy with Vector, even though I'm very not familiar with him. I think he looks cool enough to where I don't regret my purchase. I'm actually going to go do some research after this. I want to see what games he was in. Maybe he was a character in some Sonic games I've played before, and maybe I just never got far enough, or whatever the case may be, but I want to learn more about Vector here, so I'm going to go check him out after. But a nice addition to the Sonic collection, and a cool looking figure. Very happy with it. And last but not least, for my video game collection, I got one more figure. This is a character from a game that was super popular a couple years ago. It actually was the perfect game for the time that it was kind of popular in, and I'll talk about more about it in a second. It's a game that I've only played a few times, and I played the mobile version. I might have played 2 games, if that, and it didn't really hook me, because this is the type of game that's better with a group of friends, and I played with a bunch of strangers, and, it was okay. Well, let me introduce the character real quick. He is good or bad. You can have him either way. But I will say that he does look quite suspicious. And the character that I am talking about is Among Us Red? Crewmate? I don't know what you would call him. But yeah, it is one of the little guys from the Among Us game. This comes to us from a company I'm somewhat familiar with, Good Smile Company here. We've bought one of their figures, I think it was in May or April. Whichever video we got the Zenyatta. I forgot to bring the Zenyatta, I apologize. The Overwatch character Zenyatta, I ended up buying a figure of him, and it was from this company here, but it was a different line of theirs. So they have 2 different lines, Good Smile Company. They have the Figma line, which is like a super detailed, articulated figure with lots of accessories, like the Zenyatta figure. And then they also have this line of figures, and this is the Let me see if I can find it on the box. Oh, here it is. The Nendoroid series. So this is another line of figures that they carry where they do kind of this size figure. It's about 4 inches, and they do very stylized versions of like people from anime, people from video games, people from movies, TV shows, a bunch of different things. I think this popped up on my radar when I was looking at more Figma characters from their other line. For some reason, this kind of popped up on my radar, the Nendoroid line. Not an easy word to say. And I actually saw a bunch of characters that I'm quite interested in, but I thought I would start out with this one for some reason. It was just available to me. It was available on the Canadian Amazon website, and I saw it for a pretty good price. I saw the price fluctuating for this quite a bit, and there's actually 3 of these characters, and we'll show them off in a second. I only bought the red one, but it does come in 2 other colors, 3 in total. You can get it red, you can get it blue, or you can get it in black. I wanted to get the blue one, but the red one was way cheaper, so I'm like, you know what? The red character is kind of the mascot for Among Us, so I'm like, you know what? I guess red isn't too bad. It came out at such a perfect time. Actually, it didn't come out, but it came into prominence at such an important time. So it came out in, I believe, 2019, and then, of course, 2020, we all know the world shut down, the pandemic, and everyone was stuck at home. And I'm not sure who found it first, but, you know, it went super viral on Twitch. It was just kind of the perfect game where people could play with a bunch of friends. You know, you can get 10 people in a lobby and everyone plays together. And you'd get groups of streamers bringing on their friends and just playing lobbies and stuff. And it was super popular at one point. I remember just seeing YouTube and Twitch just flooded with Among Us videos. It was crazy, but it was just such a game of circumstance where, you know, everyone's stuck at home. You can't go out. You're pretty much stuck playing video games online. And then here comes this perfect video game where you can play with a big group of people, 10 people. Just a very cool circumstance that kind of helped it become popular. And like I mentioned, I only played the mobile version. I know it's only like $5, but I didn't want to pay for it. I saw the mobile version was free. There's people at work that were talking about it, so I'm like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm going to try it. And I played one game. I was an imposter. And I don't know if I played early on enough where people didn't know what the hell was going on, because me and this other guy that I was impostered with, we just ran through everybody. We killed everybody in about 2 rounds. It was incredible. I didn't know what the hell I was doing. I didn't know you had to fake tasks and do, you know, throw suspicion on another person. I was just in it to kill people. And then I think I played another game. I don't really remember. I just remember the first game. And then I was kind of like, okay, this is cool. But I'm kind of done with it. Now, granted, I did play with random people online. I didn't play with a group of friends. Maybe it would have been a different experience. I'm sure it would be, but I played by myself with strangers, and you know, it was whatever to me. But it does seem like it would get boring after a while. I don't know, at least for me. I'm like, oh, you know, I can see myself playing this 1 or 2 times, maybe, you know, a couple more. But the people that were playing it like fucking 8 hours a day on their stream and stuff, I was like, God damn, I cannot play that game for 8 hours. But anyways, that's just me. Let's talk about the figure. So like I said, this comes from the Nendoroid line, and I saw a couple other characters that I'm pretty interested in, some that I haven't seen released in other lines. I'll just spoil it now. I'm very interested in a Sackboy from Little Big Planet. They made one, and I might be picking that up because I'm going to be honest, I'm pretty satisfied with how this looks and the accessories. I think this is the perfect size for him. I think this was a good character to kind of do in this style, because I've seen a couple other ones and they look kind of goofy because they kind of, it's the chibi style where they just have a really big head and small body. But with like the crewmate here, or like Sackboy, for example, the body and the head, they all look proportionate. So I'm like, you know what? That's actually a cool little figure that I'd like to add to my collection. So this might be the first, but I don't think it'll be the last. I think I'm going to pick up that Sackboy for the next episode. But let's show off the figure real quick. So inside we see crewmate Red, or is he an imposter? That's up to you to decide. They come with accessories to where you can do both. So in the box, we've got a little red guy here. Also comes with a pointing hand, so he can be like, that's an imposter. He didn't do electrical, which is pretty cool. And somehow this goes on. I believe you can open this guy up. Let's, as we can see here, you can pop the top off and then put on the little bone. And, you can find him dead on the floor and someone can report the body. So actually, if we look on the back here, how to play with Nendoroids, bunch of Japanese, but you can swap the face plates. As you can see, this is like just some generic looking doll. And I think there's other accessories in the head, maybe, because those hands are different from what's displayed here. So there might be some more stuff inside of him. I don't know if there's a way to tell, because if you look on this side here, he's got this little, I think it's sticker. I don't know what that implies in the game. As you can see, it's not on the front here. And the Sackboy that I was looking at actually comes with stickers to kind of customize Sackboy with a bunch of different looks. So I'm assuming they all kind of come with stickers and other accessories. I believe they're inside. I could be wrong. Inside we can see a stand, which I believe also has a little arm piece because you can't attach the hand to the body because he's a little handless guy. You can see that there's no real area to put hands on. But if you look here, I think they edited out the stand because you got the finger pointing, but you can't see that the stand's holding up the hand. But I believe that's what this is for. There's a stand with a little arm to hold the hand, so you can have him accusing people, which is pretty cool. Or you can have him like it is on top here, where he's telling somebody to shush. Maybe somebody saw a kill, maybe saw somebody enter a vent. You tell him to shush, or he's going to cut his head off. As you can see here, he is number 1791, so there's been a lot of Nendoroids, and he is letter A, and each of these ones come with a different letter. I think blue is B and black is C, but they're all 1791 and they all come with different letters, which is pretty cool. We'll show off the box real quick. So as we can see, Among Us, Good Smile Company. We already took a look at the figure. Here's another shot of him here on the bottom there, Among Us. We got the product number and the Nendoroid series. On the bottom, we have that information again, crewmate red, and the barcode. On the left side, we have a couple of different things that you can do with him. So we've got a dead black crewmate, and the red crewmate, or is he an imposter, is pointing out that the blue one might have killed the black one, or maybe is he trying to throw sus on him? We don't know. But it's pretty cool that they have the map for the whole background, and it actually kind of goes all the way around the back and the other side, which is actually pretty cool. On top, we have the crewmate telling somebody to shush. On this side, we see the other crewmates here, or imposters, and we see him pointing sus. He's in medic room, health room, I'm not sure which. That's the scan, but I forgot what this room is called. And on the back, we saw it already, but here's another shot of him here. Here's another shot of him pointing sus on somebody. And then here is him dead as a doornail. And we've got a lot of Japanese writing here. A lot of it I don't understand. Actually, I'm going to be honest. All of it I don't understand. But hold on a second. Something I just read here. Warning. This product can expose you to chemicals including phthalate, which is known to the state of California to cause cancer. What the fuck? But it only causes cancer in California, everywhere else it's fine? Well, that kind of makes my decision easy to keep him in the box because I don't feel like getting that cancer. Maybe eventually when I have a bit of a death wish, I'll, take it out of the box, put it to my nose and just get a good whiff. And then, just inhale all the toxic fumes. But very cool figure. I'm going to be honest. I do like this Nendoroid crewmate from Among Us. I also might get the blue one. I was kind of thinking about having two of them where one of them is an imposter and one of them is a crewmate. Maybe I'll end up getting all three. But I did have my eyes on the blue one. But like I mentioned, the red one was just way cheaper. But maybe I'll pick up all three. Who knows? I think I definitely want to pick up two. Like I said, to have a crewmate and to have an imposter. I think that would be pretty cool. Good Smile Company did it again. Very happy with the Figma figure with the overwhelming Overwatch Zenyatta, and I've seen a couple other Figma figures that I'm quite interested in, but they are very expensive. Actually, the Nendoroid ones are more expensive than I thought they would be, but the Figma figures, they can go upwards of like $100. With the Nendoroid ones, I've seen them range from like $40 to as much as like $80, and I've seen some other ones, but they have like way more accessories. But I've seen a couple cool video game characters, and like I said, I have a big interest in the Sackboy one, the Little Big Planet one. I'm probably going to order that so I can have it for the next episode. I'm pretty happy with the crewmate here, so I might look into picking up a couple more. I do like the size of them. They do kind of fit perfectly with the Sonic figures and the Worlds of Nintendo figures. They're kind of in that 4-inch range, which is pretty good. I'll also bring in Crypto here to kind of compare him with. Unfair comparison because it's a 6-inch figure. I would bring in Vector, but he actually fell beside me and he actually ended up rolling, so I can't really get him, and I'm kind of boxed in here. Quite happy with crewmate here, and I might be picking up some more Nendoroids. I'll definitely be picking up the Sackboy one, and then maybe we'll go from there. For my first one, I'm pretty happy with it. You got my approval, and to be honest, I think that guy's suspicious. I think he might be an imposter. Next, we are going to be jumping into my wrestling figure collection, and this month I've got, I believe it's 7 or 8 editions. It's one of those numbers I forgot off the top of my head. All of them are WWE Elites. No customs this month, no AEW figures. This is all like stuff you can get at retail in terms of WWE figures. The first one, I'm not too familiar with them. It's a tag team. I'm going to introduce them both together. Their figure is very similar, but this is a tag team from, I believe, the mid-90s, maybe early 90s. And like I said, not too familiar with them. Way before my time, way before I got into wrestling. But some reason I bought them, and I have a couple theories why. I'm just going to introduce them and then we'll kind of talk about it. But the tag team I am talking about is well, they go by 2 different names. One was the Head Shrinkers, or the Samoan SWAT team. We've got Samu, and we've got Fatu. So before we had the bloodline kind of started with these guys. Actually, to be honest, yeah, the bloodline did start with these guys because we'll talk more about this gentleman here in a second, but his sons are the Usos. I know you might not be familiar with this look of his, and to be honest, when I first found out that it was this other person, I was like, holy shit, man, he is completely different than what I remember. He definitely went through one hell of a makeover. I'll show that off in a second. But yeah, so here we have the Head Shrinkers. These were released in Wave 18, I believe, of the WWE Elite Legends Wave, which is a Target exclusive. I managed to get these guys through my figure guy. He ended up hooking me up. And like I mentioned, I really don't know why I bought them. I have 2 reasons. The first one being, now that I do these videos of like me picking up figures, sometimes I'll pick up figures where I might not have the biggest interest in them, but I kind of get them, I guess, for content or something like that. The other reason, and I think it's more the actual reasoning, is when I see guys like this and guys in specifically the Legends wave, it kind of reminds me of back in the day of when Jakks Pacific was doing wrestling figures and they had this line dedicated to Legends. They called it the Classic Superstars wave, and I love the packaging. It was awesome. It was very memorable. It's very similar to what AEW's Unrivaled packaging looks like. I believe it's the same guy that was in charge of both of them. That's why they look the same. But yeah, I loved collecting those classic superstars, even though I was not familiar with them, or I might have heard of them every now and then. I was kind of familiar with somebody like Roddy Piper, who was kind of around SmackDown at the time of like 2003, 2004. And I saw him get a figure in the classic superstars, and I ended up picking up there. And then I just kind of started collecting a bunch of classic superstars, even guys that I was not familiar with. And this kind of is similar to that. I'm not too familiar with these guys as a tag team. I'm familiar with one guy in particular, the guy on the left. Like I said, we'll talk about that later. But yeah, I don't really have an attachment to these guys. They don't really mean anything to me. I wouldn't say I was really looking at getting these figures. It's not something that I was like, man, I really need this in my collection. I was just like, you know what? I had an opportunity to get it, so I'm going to pick it up. We'll take a look at the figures. We will take a look at Samu, who is this guy here, and break down all the accessories. And they actually come with quite a bit of accessories, everything you see here, plus an extra set of hands. So we'll take a look at him after, but I'm not going to go through everything with him. I'll just take a look at his character after, because as you can tell, it's basically the same figure, same body, same legs. The only thing that is different is the head. And actually, I guess there's some small stuff like the tape on his foot. He doesn't have tape on his foot. He has wrist tape. He doesn't have wrist tape. So minor details like that. But other than that, the figure is the exact same. So we're going to go with Samu first. And just to kind of break down the accessories, so first we've got this bamboo stick, which is pretty cool. It actually comes in 2 pieces, so I'm going to take it apart. Boom, right there, just a little clip in. Just press it in, and you've got a large bamboo stick. And at first I thought it was a kendo stick, and then I'm like, oh no, it's bamboo. But I guess you could use it as a kendo stick. Like, you can kind of use that as a kendo stick. This one wouldn't really work because it's got tape on both sides. Well, I guess sometimes the kendo sticks have like where you grab the kendo stick at the bottom, and then sometimes they have the tape at the top. If I was a kid, I could definitely see myself using these as Singapore canes in like a hardcore match. So very cool accessory. And then as far as the figure itself, it comes with even more accessories. So everything you see here is basically an accessory. So first we'll start out with the feet. I don't know what you would call this, hay or tassels or whatever, but as you can see here, they come off. You can slide them off, or you can just, clip them off here. So we'll just clip them off. So here you can see it. And you can put it on another wrestler. So here we've got Dean Malenko, who's going to test out the accessory. Dean Malenko is not a new figure in my collection, but we will be seeing him later for something else. And it's not an easy thing to click in. It's not like Dean's foot or leg is giving me an issue. Just trying to get this in here is a bit of a hassle, but as you can see, you can put it on any figure, and they can wear it as well. So there's one. We'll take off the other. Actually, I'm going to slide this one off just so I can show you guys that it does slide off. So boom, slid off. And then the next accessory we have is this little skirt. I'm going to call it a skirt, even though it probably is not a skirt. It's just the easiest way to describe this, a skirt of sorts. And there's just a little Velcro strap right here. So you just take it off and boom, it comes off very easily. I'm sure it's got a lot about the Samoan heritage, but for me, it just kind of looks like a flower pattern and stuff like that, so not too much to say about that. And on the other side, it is just kind of a white fabric. So there's that. And then the last accessory is this little chest piece, which you can take off right here. Clicks off, and here it is. And now he can get ready for his match. He's got all his little accessories off, and here is the figure. It is kind of a weird looking one because the legs are just so long and thin. And if you know anything about Samoans, they're usually large, thick dudes. Now, some of the Samoans that you see on TV, like Roman and the Usos, they're in pretty good shape. But then you got a guy like Solo Sikoa. Pretty thick dude. And I would say that's usually how the Samoans come. And it's just weird to have him with the very skinny, thin legs. But here you can see his name, Samu. And like I said, this is the exact same body for the other figure, Fatu, but we'll take a look at him after. Here is the head scan, sticking out his tongue with the kind of Jerry curl look going on. Very old school looking. I know I said the legs weren't that good, but the torso I think they nailed, where, thick dude. Doesn't have abs. He's just, a thick monster of a person. And I think the arms are fine. I think that's not too big of a deal. The only thing I would say is just The legs are just kind of weird. Just very long and lanky for what Samoans are supposed to be. But we'll test out the articulation. So we got the head there. We got shoulder, bicep, double, I believe it's double jointed elbows. Yes. Wrist, ab crunch, waist. We'll do the other arm as well. Shoulder, bicep, double jointed elbows, wrist, legs. Let's do the split test first. Actually, quite impressive. I was not expecting it to get there. And then we'll check out the legs. There we got the thigh, in and out, double jointed knees, foot swivel, and there is foot articulation, but it does not want to move, and I don't want to break it, so I'm not going to pressure that too much. And then this leg here, boom, double jointed knees, foot goes around. This foot is moving, as you can see. I moved it down. Very painful and actually very scary, because I was like, please don't break, please don't break. As far as the figure, it's pretty plain. No tattoos or anything. He does have a little logo symbol on this side of the leg. And like I showed off, he's got his name here. In case you need to know who's who for the not Wild Samoans, the Head Shrinkers. Wild Samoans are a completely different tag team. And we'll just quickly show off the other guy. We will take out his bamboo stick. And here is his face. This is Fatu. As we can see, boom, right there on the leg. Lower body is all the same. Top half is all the same. Really no difference there. So what if I told you that this guy here, Fatu, part of the Head Shrinkers, ends up turning into this guy here, Rikishi. Yes, these are the same people. Before he was a dancing Samoan in a thong, he was this guy right here. And then something, he ended up turning into this guy here. And to find out that both these guys are the same people is just like, what the hell, really? And yeah, these are the same people. I don't know if Rikishi went through a bad breakup or something, but heck of a transformation going from this to this. This Rikishi figure is not new. I just brought it in to compare him with the Fatu. But here we have the Head Shrinkers. And to be honest, I don't really have much to say about them. I never watched them as a kid. I never watched them as an adult either. So they don't really hold a special place in my heart. I mean, Rikishi does. I do love Rikishi. And we're actually going to be bringing him back because this will transition into the next figure that I'm going to show off. And this next figure is someone I've wanted for a very long time. I had an opportunity to buy it when it first released, and I skipped out on it. And this is one of those figures that just, I feel like, sold out and just never came back into stock. And the person that I am talking about is probably one of my favorite tag teams from the Attitude Era. It is someone that is very hot. In fact, some might say he's too hot. I know he's definitely too cool. But the person I am talking about is representing 2/3 of Too Cool. We've got Scotty Too Hottie. We're going to take Rikishi away because the main focus here is on Scotty. Very happy to have this in my collection. As stupid as Scotty was and like looks, and he does look ridiculous. Like, I'm going to take off this hat and just, you know, look at his hair, his mustache. Just a very ridiculous looking guy, right? But there was just something about them. Grandmaster Sexay, Rikishi, Scotty, they were just fun, you know? They were just the life of the party. I really enjoyed their matches. Unfortunately, there is no Grandmaster Sexy figure yet. Maybe in the future. I'm honestly surprised we haven't got one yet. That kind of blows my mind. But anyways, let's focus on Scotty here. Scotty, I actually ended up getting this figure from one of the guys that makes customs for me. His name is 3XR. He posted on Instagram that he was moving. and he said, hey, I'm going to be selling off a bunch of my collection. Is anyone interested? And he put up pictures and stuff. And one of the figures that he was selling was Scotty here. And I actually bought 2 figures from him, Scotty and the next figure that we're going to show off. So shout out to him. 3XR definitely hooked me up. Solid deal for both of the figures. The Scotty alone could probably be up to like, you know, 80, 100 bucks, if not more. And I got it for a steal. It was loose, but it was only displayed. It was never played with, which is fine. As long as it's in decent condition, if it's opened, I have no problem buying that. But yeah, this is just one of those wrestling figures that just has kind of eluded me for a very long time, but finally got my hands on it. Super happy to have them. And it just looks fucking awesome. I love all the yellow. I love his yellow little, I guess it'd be like a baseball shirt. And his camo pants, the yellow and black. I think that looks great. On the back of the shirt, we got Too Hottie, because not only is he too cool, he is too hottie. Just an awesome looking figure. We're going to take off the accessories and show him off what he looks like. We already took off the hat, and you can see his... I don't even know how you describe that hair. It's very unique. And Scotty had a bunch of awesome facials, especially when he would do the worm. WORM. Boom. That was just so much fun. Even though it's probably one of the worst moves in professional wrestling, and it's like, how did he ever beat anybody with it? It was still fun to chant WORM. Like, the whole arena would chant, and the whole arena would dance, you know, put their heads down, you know. Let me get Rikishi for this. Put the heads down, and then boom, boom. You know, it was just so much fun. I fucking love Too Cool so much. So I am beyond happy. I don't know if you can hear it in my voice, the excitement, the happiness to have this figure finally in my collection. Oh my god, it means the world to me, honestly. We're going to take off his jacket. It is a rubber jacket, so it's a little hard to take off. And if you want to pose him with it in it, you can't really do anything with the arms because the rubber just holds it down. But here we have him without the jackets. And here's the jacket itself. Put that to the side. I did have a bit of an issue with the figure, so first thing I do when I get a wrestling figure, I check out the joints, make sure everything's good. I had this weird issue with the back where it did not want to move. It was like solid shut. Like if you see here, this is like some glue residue that had it stuck. But yeah, I could not budge. I tried my damnedest to try and crack the stiffness, and I just couldn't get it. And I had to message him and be like, hey, you know, is this figure, was it used or something like that? And he's like, no, it was only on display. I took it out of package and I just displayed it and never played with it. It was never used, whatever. And I'm like, okay. And I was like, all right, since he's kind of giving me the okay that it, you know, it's not being held together by like duct tape and glue, it probably is just, you know, frozen in place. I dunked him in some hot water, and that helped me loosen up the ab crunch. So very scary moment after getting this figure that I'm so excited for. I was like, god damn, is it fucked? Like I can't bend the torso, but luckily I can. We'll do a quick look at his articulation. Head side to side, a little up and down. We got the arms, bicep, single jointed elbow. This was the old style WWE Elite figures. Same thing with this side, arm, bicep, elbow, hand, ab crunch, normal now, waist swivel. Split test I don't think will be very high. That's actually more than what I was expecting, to be honest. I was expecting more like something like this. Like, that's how far it would go. But it goes up pretty far. Pretty cool. And then the sit test, like that. And then we've got thigh, double jointed knees, and a little bit of foot articulation. Not too much. And then this side here. Double jointed knees and a little bit of foot articulation. So yeah, very happy to have this in my collection. All I need now is a Grandmaster Sexay. I'm honestly surprised, man, that we have not gotten one yet. No, like, not even a basic, nothing. Like, nothing. But I made sure to leave a spot for Grandmaster Sexy if I ever get him. I've thought about ordering to, like, get a custom of Grandmaster Sexy. That might be something that I do in the future. But part of me is just still holding hope that eventually they will just kind of do the figure. And it's weird because, like, his dad, Jerry Lawler, is signed to a Legends deal. He gets figures of himself made. So I just don't know why he doesn't sign his son's rights to WWE. Like, he would make money on his son's name. I know it's not all about money, but, you know, it could be some extra income for him if he needs it. I don't know. Just a very weird choice, but I'm still holding out hope. Fingers crossed that we do get a Grandmaster Sexay and I can complete my Too Cool, because it's missing. It's missing one sexy dude, and I'd love to add him to my collection, but I'm happy I at least have these two guys here, so very happy about that. Next wrestling figure, this is the second figure that I ended up getting from 3XR, and this was a guy who I don't have too much of an attachment to him. Had a couple opportunities to buy this figure when it came out originally, and I just put it off and put it off. I always felt like it was always kind of like always available, like someone was always selling a loose one or one on card, and I was like, oh, you know what? I'll get it eventually. And then it just kind of started to become harder and harder to find, so I kind of gave up on it. Not that I was really looking too hard for him, but it was kind of like, you know, I'll get him eventually, but I'm not in a rush. And the person that I am talking about is a very polarizing individual. I haven't seen too much of his work, to be honest. There is one thing in particular which he is very famously known for, and it's not even his fault. It was just a freak accident. But the person I am talking about he comes by a bunch of different names. Some might know him as Psycho Sid, Sid Justice, Sid Vicious, whatever you want to call him. I'm going to call him Sid Vicious. Sid Vicious. Let me just bring him in. So here he is. I believe this is from Elite Wave 39. I actually remember when I picked up his figure from the Classic Superstars line that I was talking about earlier, and I really like that figure. There's just something about it. He just looks so menacing, like he was about to, you know, beat the shit out of everybody. I'm not a fan of the face sculpt on him here. I don't really recall him laughing and smiling too much. This just seems very out of character to him. When I think of Sid Vicious, I think of a very intense dude. Someone that doesn't smile. He might smile after he destroys somebody. I also think the hair is a little dark. It's very, like, brownish. I know he usually had blonde hair. I can't really, like, think of off the top of my head right now if it was kind of darker like this. In my head, I picture him with kind of a slighter blonde look, but this might be accurate. But it just looks a little dark, in my opinion. I think they did a great job with the body, the legs, the arms. He looks like a massive dude, very intimidating, very plain looking guy. This is kind of what he would wear, just black trunks, and no tattoos, so no real logos or anything to kind of discuss. Plain looking figure, but honestly, I like it a lot. The vest is made of rubber, similar to Scotty 2 Hottie's jacket that we just saw. We will take this off and show him without it. Unfortunately, his armband, or his, why is this word slipping me? His elbow pad. Jeez, could not think of it for a second. Came off, but boom, slides right back on. Here he is without the vest. Solid looking guy. Great big man. I've seen him powerbomb and chokeslam a bunch of people, and it was always fun to watch. I remember his little run in ECW. Kind of wish that it lasted a little bit longer, but he mainly just came in and chokeslammed guys and powerbombed them. Just basically destroyed people. Didn't really wrestle too much. And then when him and Paul Heyman went to discuss a contract, I believe in an interview I remember listening with Sid Vicious, I believe he asked for $250,000, so 250 grand for, I believe it was 1 year, maybe 2 years. And I don't know if he knew where he was wrestling, but ECW wasn't really known for big money contracts. So he definitely did not get that. So his run in ECW came to a halt. He had a couple different runs in WWE and a couple different runs in WCW. And I think the one that he's most famous for is where he suffered probably one of the most gruesome graphic injuries I've ever seen in a wrestling ring, where he was, I believe he was the champion at the time, and he went up to the top rope, which is something he never did, and I don't even know what maneuver he was trying to do. I think he was trying to do a kick or something like that, but he ended up landing very weird, and his leg was pretty much like that, but not bent like that. This was basically like this. It went like that. And it was absolutely disgusting. I remember when I first saw it, I was like, oh my God, that's gross as hell. I hope he's okay. Unfortunately, I think that's what he's going to be known for his the rest of his career. I mean, he has wound down and, he's not really active in the ring, maybe every once in a while. But I think that's what kind of people remember is, his leg just snapping in half. Unfortunately, and it happened on a pay-per-view. I mean, it would have been no different if it had happened on like a Thunder or Nitro or something like that. But on a pay-per-view, it's just brutal. Fucking brutal. I felt really bad. I still feel bad because he probably feels the effects of that every day. Rods and pins in his leg. Super gnarly. But yeah, very cool to have Sid Vicious in my collection. And we'll actually be seeing him again a little bit later. So we're going to say bye for now, but he will be coming back. Also, one quick thing that just kind of popped into my mind about Sid Vicious. I'm very surprised he has not been inducted into the WWE Hall of Fame. He's a former 2-time WWE champion, I believe, a former WCW World Heavyweight Champion. He won a couple other titles in WCW, but, he's had a pretty lengthy career. He main evented 1 or 2 WrestleManias. I believe it was 2. I believe he did one with Undertaker and he did one with Hulk Hogan. So very surprised that he's not in the Hall of Fame yet. Or maybe he is and I'm misremembering, but I don't believe he is. But if he's not, put him in the Hall of Fame. He deserves it. This next figure, I kind of bought for one reason. And the reason being is the title that he came with. The figure that I am talking about is from Elite Wave 100. It is stunning Steve Austin with the WCW TV Championship. Very cool looking title. I'm going to be honest, this review here is mainly going to be about this title because it is just a very nice looking title. This is the WCW TV title, but it was mainly known as the NWA TV title, but it eventually got turned into the WCW TV title. Actually, if you see here, there is no WCW logo or anything either on the bottom or the top. It's just kind of like a television title. And as far as the figure, I think it looks pretty solid. We will take off this title because we will be talking about this separately in a second. Just going to quickly go through the figure. This is a very young version of one Stone Cold Steve Austin. Before he was Stone Cold, he was Stunning Steve Austin, and he came out and wrestled in a robe, long blonde hair, and a ponytail. Very cool looking. Very colorful trunks. I actually like the trunks a lot. It's very old school looking, like you wouldn't see. Actually, you probably would see some wrestlers rock this now because what's old is new again. I do like the robe as well. Looks very nice. At first, I thought it was just kind of a generic looking robe, like a little design here. But after I really gave it a look, I saw, oh, there's 2 S's here for Stunning Steve. I'm sure you can still use this robe for other wrestlers if you wanted to. But it is personalized for him, and along the arms he has these stars. I like the robe. I think it looks nice. It also even comes with a belt if you wanted to tie it up. Not too much to say about this figure. I didn't buy it for the figure. I bought it for this bad boy here. For the first time ever in the WWE Elite Wave, this title was produced, and I actually really like it quite a bit. The red strap with the silver plates. Usually I'm not a fan of the silver plates of a silver championship. I just think it looks kind of second rate, in my opinion. You know, it's like, why isn't it gold? But with this one, I actually like the silver, and I like the red strap as well. It makes it unique. But honestly, the silver part, I think, looks quite nice, and as you can see, it's very shiny. Honestly, I'm not sure if we'll ever get this title again. That's kind of what made me want to buy it right away, because, you know, this is the first time that we're getting it, and it might even be the last time. So I was like, you know what? I'm just going to grab it now and not worry about it later. Here is the back. Looking quite nice. And we will strap it in. And it's, you know, exactly like the other WWE belts. Just pop it in the holes here. Actually, I find this one is a little harder to do than most WWE titles, but it's in there. And then we will even display him with the championship. Actually, something I like about this old school, like around this time, the way they would always hold their titles like this. Ric Flair would do it a lot of those guys in this promotion, WCW. I don't know, there's just something about the way they hold it and pose with it. It just looks cool. I know it sounds so dumb, but I like that quite a bit. And I actually brought a figure to compare him with, which is another Steve Austin figure that I own. Exact same scenario. I ended up buying this figure because of the title that it came with, which was the old WCW tag team titles. How ironic that two Stone Cold Steve Austins before he was Stone Cold, I end up purchasing because I want the title that they came with. Quite weird, to be honest. But here we can see an evolution of his hair. Here we got the long flowing blonde hair. Here we can see he's starting to lose his hair. And then, of course, he turns into what we know now, the no hair. Not too much to say about the figure, more about the title. I think it's cool, and I'm happy to add this to my belt collection. This next figure, actually the next few figures all kind of have to do with Elite 100. And this next figure that I'm going to show off is someone that, honestly, I had zero interest in picking up a figure for. For me, in my wrestling collection, I never really wanted to buy the bigger names, you know, a Triple H, an Undertaker, Roman Reigns, John Cena, The Rock, Stone Cold. I never really had an interest in buying those guys because they get so many figures. Their figures are like a dime a dozen. I was more interested in guys like a Rikishi, a Scotty 2 Hotty, X-Pac, RVD, Booker T, the guys lower on the totem pole. But I was looking at Wave 100, Elite Wave 100, and I was looking at the Wave. And I was like, damn, you know, they got some cool figures. I like all the titles that they come with. There was one figure in particular. It's the John Cena figure. And I was like, man, I really want that spinner belt, but I'm really not a fan of that John Cena. And I was like, if I were to get a John Cena, which one would I get? I actually ended up picking up a John Cena. This is from the Ruthless Aggression Wave. I believe this is Wave 2. It is John Cena. Here he is with his red jersey looking thing, his signature sweatbands, his dog tags that he would always take off and throw into the crowd. Very cool looking John Cena. And I was like, damn, that's actually a really cool John Cena. I actually like this one quite a bit. The only thing that's missing would be the spinner belt. But honestly, I was thinking about it. The Elite Wave 100 John Cena, one thing I would have loved for it to come with would have been the US spinner belts, because I think there's only been like one opportunity to get that, and that was from like John Cena's entrance great figure from like 10 years ago or something like that. The spinner belt's more readily available. Actually, they're going to be releasing it soon with the RVD Ultimate figure that's going to be coming out shortly. So people have another opportunity to buy it there. But yeah, I just really would have liked if it came with the spinning US title. Anyways, enough about that. Let's talk about this figure here. Like I mentioned, this is from the Ruthless Aggression Wave, which is a Walmart exclusive. And I was just kind of looking at a bunch of John Cena figures because, like I said, you know, if I were to get a John Cena figure, which one would I get? And honestly, they're all very similar. They're all jean shorts. They all come with some colorful shirt, all come with the sweatbands. But it's like, what makes one kind of stand out over the other? For me, I like the light blue jeans. That's kind of what I think of when I think of Cena. I do like this shirt. It looks nice. I like the, kind of gold, red and white. I think it looks cool. The dog tags are cool. I like that the sweatbands are brown, where a lot of the other sweatbands are either like black or they are the color of his shirt. So it might be green, it might be orange, it might be purple, whatever the case may be. But I actually like that these kind of stand on their own. And yeah, these are all the accessories that he comes with. He comes with a microphone. He actually comes with another head as well. Almost forgot about that. Here it is. It is a screaming head. I definitely prefer this one over the screaming head. Actually, he's got a little black nick on his nose. Unfortunately, I just noticed that. One thing I'm not a fan of is the hair. I've noticed this on a lot of the newer John Cena figures. If you look at the hair, it looks like it's kind of curly. When I think of Cena, I think of like that very military-esque haircut, the kind of flat top, very minimal hair, but it basically like never moves. And, with the figure, what they did here kind of gave it like a wave. To me, it kind of looks like it's curly, which I'm not a fan of. That'd be the only downside of these two figures, and actually just, his recent figures. I mean, his recent figures is his recent look where he's got his hair more grown out. But even the Elite Wave 100 has this similar type hair, which I'm not crazy about. We will take a look at the figure. We'll take off his shirt, see what he's packing underneath. But, like I said, I really never had an interest in getting those bigger name guys. Actually, let's take out the dog tags first. John Cena is going to get 100 figures. That's just going to happen. He's a guy that moves merchandise. You put his name on it, and it's going to sell. I haven't bought a John Cena figure since, Jakks Pacific was doing wrestling figures. I just have never had an interest in buying a John Cena figure until now. Where it was kind of like, I don't need a John Cena figure or even want one, but I kind of want one just to kind of have in my collection. And now I do. Now I have a John Cena figure, and I think it looks pretty good. Also, just a small little thing, they painted the underwear, which usually stuck out above the shorts. So it's painted on his torso here, just a small thin white line. And it goes all the way around. Nice little detail. And then here are his shoes, just some nice white kind of Air Force One looking shoes. So pretty cool to have Cena in my collection. I'm going to be honest. I used to be a big Cena fan. When Cena was on SmackDown and he got the rapping gimmick and, he became the U.S. champion and he defeated Big Show at that WrestleMania, I believe it was WrestleMania 20. I was just a really big fan. I was a massive John Cena fan before he even won the WWE title. This is all when he won the US title. But man, I remember when his CD dropped. I remember my mom took me to Best Buy. This story's embarrassing. And I wanted to buy his CD. So I go to one of the Best Buy guys, and I'm like, I'd like to buy the John Cena album. And I think we were in an area where there was a lot of music. There was a lot of noise. Basically, he didn't hear me. He's like, what? And I'm like, you can't see me? Because I think that was the name of the album. And he's like, what? And I'm like, the champ is here? I couldn't remember what the hell the title of the CD was called. Eventually, we got it sorted out, and I was able to get the CD. And I gotta say, is an actual banger. There are actually a bunch of good songs on there. I should go back and listen to it, because there was some bangers. There was one in particular. I don't know how it goes now, but I can hear it in my head. I remember they did a video for it, and it had an A-Team theme to it. And it had a bunch of features from Bumpy Knuckles, who was a rapper, I believe from the Boston area as well. I believe he helped write a lot of the... Oh, there goes Cena. Maybe Bumpy Knuckles didn't have anything to write with the album. But no, I believe Bumpy Knuckles, who's a rapper, gave some assistance to Cena to help write the album. But yeah, I really like that album. And I actually also remember in, I believe it was 8th grade, we had to do some art project. And we had to use like this clay plasticine type thing. And the way it worked is like, first you get a bunch of wire. It was like a coat hanger. Take it apart and you build like a frame. First, you kind of decide what you want to do. And I don't remember what other people did, but I'm like, shit, I don't know what I want to do. And, you know, at the time I was a really big wrestling fan. I was like, you know what? I'm going to make John Cena. And I actually made like a plasticine John Cena. I was so proud of it. I did such a killer job. I did the jean shorts. I don't think I did the wristbands. It was just like too much of a detail. I remember doing the jeans. He had on like a green jersey and I made a hat for him as well. And I also made a small little version of the spinner title with plasticine. And man, to be honest, I don't know how I didn't get an A+. I don't remember what grade I got, but I remember I was so proud of myself that I created this whole thing. I think I did a fantastic job. Unfortunately, I don't have any pictures or anything like that, but I can remember it vividly, me working on it in class. Just a lot of good memories. I'm a big John Cena fan. This is a worse story than the other two I just told. I remember on SmackDown when he was feuding with Carlito and they did the angle. We got breaking news. John Cena was partying in a nightclub when some masked assailant stabbed him and sent him to the hospital. Me being a little young kid, you know, I wasn't smart to the business. I thought it was real. I was like, oh my God, he got stabbed. What the fuck? Someone tried to kill John Cena. What the hell? Jose, who was Carlito's bodyguard at the time, he ended up doing it. That's what they kind of tied it into storyline-wise. What actually ended up happening was they ended up writing him out of TV for a little bit so he could go film The Marine, I believe, or the other one, 12 rounds or something like that. I will say I have watched the Marine movie and I remember enjoying it. I also think the 12 round movie that I'm mentioning, I remember enjoying that as well. You know, he's killing it right now in Hollywood. I'm super happy for him. I wish him nothing but success. And I think that's enough for John Cena. Basically just told you guys how much of a fucking super fanboy I was of him. And I'm going to be honest, I was. I thought he was super cool. I wanted to be like him. I liked what he did with the titles when he had the spinner title, the US title, and the WWE title. The WWE one definitely overstayed its welcome, but that was more of like a WWE decision because it was like making a lot of money with the selling replicas or something like that. So I can't hold that against him. That would be my only gripe, is they held that design way too long. Yeah, big Cena fan, and fuck, I guess I'm glad to have him in my collection. So this next figure and the past few figures that I've shown off and the last figure that we're going to show off as well, all kind of have a trend, starting from like the Steve Austin to the John Cena to this next figure to the next figure after that. All have a similar pattern in that they kind of all revolve around Elite Wave 100. You know, Steve Austin, I got with Wave 100 because I wanted the title. The John Cena, my interest was piqued because of Elite Wave 100. And kind of similar to the John Cena one with this next figure that I'm going to introduce, my interest was piqued when I saw this person in Elite Wave 100. But honestly, I wasn't really a fan of that version. But I did see another version of this character that recently released, and I'm like, you know what? If I'm going to get any version of that character, it's going to be that one here. And the person I am talking about is someone similar to John Cena. I didn't really have an interest in picking it up, and then it was kind of like, I think I need to have this person in my collection. I haven't gotten one of these figures of this guy in a very, very long time. Might even be like 20 years, to be honest. But the person I'm talking about is the most electrifying man in sports entertainment, the people's champ, the Brahma Bull. It is Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. Here he is, looking great. I really like this version of The Rock. So like I mentioned, I was interested in the Wave 100, Elite Wave 100 Rock. I like the fact that it came with the Brahma Bull title. I like the little jersey that it came with as well. But I don't know, there was just something about that Rock that I really kind of, I don't know, turned me off, or I wasn't really a fan of. And then I saw this one. This is from a offset wave, the sublines of the Elite Collection. This comes in from the WrestleMania Elite Collection. And similar to the time when I bought the crypto that I talked about in the video game figure section, I was kind of looking to see if anything else was on sale, and they had a bunch of WWE figures on sale. This was one of the ones that I ended up picking up. Great deal. I actually ordered a bunch of them because this is going to be a little bit of a short story. So when I was on the website for crypto and I was looking at other stuff, I basically looked at my whole collection's worth. I looked at like Marvel Legends, DC Multiverse, wrestling, and everything else I collect. And when I was in the wrestling section, they had like a crazy selection. They had selection of guys that I haven't seen in quite some time. Plus they were all on sale. So I was like, holy shit, I'm gonna have to buy a bunch of these. So I ended up having like 8 items in my cart and I checked out with them. I had about 20 tabs open of like different figures that I was kind of interested in, and it ranged from like wrestling to video game figures. That's mainly what it was. And I was like, I'm going to kind of limit this down. So I went from 20 and I kind of took it down to 8. And I was like, all right, I'm going to get these 8 and I'm going to kind of cash out here because these were some very hard to find figures. Anyways, come to find out, like 7 out of the 8 things that I had in my order ended up getting canceled because I don't know if there was some bug on the website or whatnot. I did double check and all those items did say they were sold by Walmart, but whatever happened. But everything ended up getting canceled except this guy here. I honestly was expecting him to be canceled after everything else was canceled, but I ended up getting him and I got him for the good price. And you know what? I'm happy that I got him. I think this is a solid rock. I do like the haircut better on this one than the Elite 100, where this is more of the rock that I kind of grew up watching, where he had like the shorter hair, where with the Elite 100, I believe it's on a smaller body. I could be wrong about that one, but the hair is like, it's a little more grown up top here, and he has the sideburns that were a staple of his look, but it just didn't do anything for me. And then I saw that this one was on sale and I was like, man, if I'm going to pick up a rock figure, I think I have to pick up this one because I just think this one looks great. And I believe this is from his match against Hulk Hogan at WrestleMania 18. In the wave, you also get, there's a Dusty Rhodes, there's a Hulk Hogan, the Hollywood Hulk Hogan, and I forgot what the 4th person was, but I believe this is taken from their match from WrestleMania 18, which was in the Toronto Sky Dome. Great pay-per-view. One of the all-time great WrestleMania matches. I don't know if it was a great match. Like, I don't know if I'd put it in great matches, but definitely one of the most memorable matches, especially with the crowd reaction. That's kind of what started Toronto being like Bizarro World, where, they would cheer the heels, boo the baby faces. But anyways, we're here to talk about the figure, and I think this is a very solid rock figure. I think the proportions are good. He's very muscular, top heavy. He's got some pretty beefy legs as well. I like that they did the his style boots. I've honestly never seen anybody else use these boots. I don't know, it's very unique to the Rock. Like I said, I've never seen anybody else use them. I mean, there might have been 1 or 2 people that tried to adapt this into their look, but honestly, I can't really recollect. This is just like a Rock thing, and it's a very bizarre looking boot, to be honest, having the whole like calf part cut out. And like I said, I haven't gotten a Rock figure in, I would say, maybe 20 years. And that's not even kidding around. I'll try and find a picture of the last Rock figure that I got. I believe I remember which one it was. I believe it was the Jakks Pacific Finishing Move series, where it would be like a 2-pack, and let's say it would be like a Rock or Austin, and it would come in 2 variations. So you'd have Rock doing like the Rock bottom to Austin, and then there would be the variation where Rock was taking the Stone Cold Stunner and kind of selling it in the box. It was super cool. And the one I got, I believe he was in the 2-pack with Chris Jericho. And I remember Jericho had he had purple tights, and The Rock came with like these white, they weren't tearaway pants, but they were kind of similar to that. They had that similar fabric. And I think that was the last time I honestly got a Rock figure. Until now. Now, I've kind of broken past that, and I was like, you know what? I did like The Rock. I did feel like I needed to get him in my figure collection, get some representation for him, because he is the great one. He is the People's Champion, the Brahma Bull, all the different nicknames that he had. He is as good as they say he was. I'll just quickly go through the articulation, even though we kind of already know what we're going to get, but we got the head, abdomen, we got the shoulder, bicep with the big Brahma Bull tattoo, double jointed elbows, wrist, same thing on the other side, bicep, shoulder, double jointed elbows, wrist, waist swivel. We will check a split test, and not too good. Pretty short there. We'll do a sit test as well. That's not too bad. And we will look at the legs. So forward, sideways, thigh swivel, double jointed knees, and the boot cut is not there. It's like it wants to move, but it isn't moving. I don't know if it's supposed to or not. I don't know if this kind of changes how the boot cut is, because I can kind of feel it moving inside, but it's really not moving too much. So I'm not going to go too crazy on that one. And then he's got some foot articulation, as you can see here. And we'll just do the same thing on this side. Thigh, double jointed knees, and same thing with the foot. Actually, this one wants to move even less than the other one, so I'm not going to pressure it. So here I got a little setup of some Attitude Era guys, some of my favorite acts. We got Ken Shamrock, Jeff Hardy. I don't know why I didn't bring Matt, but whatever. Godfather, Kane, Billy Gunn, Rock, Rikishi, Scotty, who we saw earlier, Road Dogg, Triple H, and X-Pac. This is a very memorable time in wrestling. I want Rock to be the focal point, but just as a whole, the Attitude Era was pretty awesome. Had a lot of awesome characters. These were just some of the few of my favorites. I probably could have brought way more, but I thought these were a good representation of it. And the man in the center played a huge role, and after that as well. So very happy to have Rock in my collection. Same thing with Scotty. And I think this is just an excellent little display, and it kind of gives it more life having the Rock kind of be in front and center there. So very happy with this one. Last but not least, for wrestling figures, keeping on with the same theme of Elite 100, this is actually from Elite Wave 100. This is a figure, as soon as I saw the accessory that he came with, I wanted to pick it up. But honestly, after kind of playing around with it, I kind of really like the figure a lot as well. And the person I am talking about is from Elite Wave 100, coming in for the first time ever with the WCW Cruiserweight title. It is Rey Mysterio. So I mentioned this before in other videos, but in case you're new, I try not to collect multiple versions of the same character. I do already have Rey Mysterio, and a couple episodes ago I ended up getting another one as well, so now we got 3 Rey Mysterios, but they all kind of represent different periods of his career, so I'm kind of okay with it. And you know, this one here, looking pretty awesome from his run in WCW. We'll talk about the figure, but I want to talk about the title first, because this was the main reason I wanted to pick this up. For the first time ever in the line, we get the WCW Cruiserweight title. Having this in my collection will now complete my WCW title collection, which I'm very happy about, and we'll talk more about the WCW titles later. But yeah, as far as this title goes, I think it looks great. On top, we see WCW World Cruiserweight Wrestling Champion. Looks awesome. We got WCW on the side plates as well in red. There's 1, and there's 2. So here's the front. And here's the back of it. And we will show off Rey holding the Cruiserweight title. Looking pretty cool. I actually brought in a couple other figures to model the Cruiserweight title off with. But we're just going to show it off with Rey. We already showed it around his waist, but we'll show it off again. Looking quite nice. We will show off the Rey figure in a second, but I do want to model off the Cruiserweight title with some of the past champions. So second off, we've got Dean Malenko, because the first one would have been Rey Mysterio. So here's Dean with the Cruiserweight title. Looking quite nice. Looking good. He won it, I believe, a couple times during his WCW career. I don't remember if he wrestled Rey for it. I would assume at one point they probably crossed paths. I don't know if it was for the Cruiserweight title. And my WCW history is not up to par with my other wrestling knowledge, so I'm not too sure about that. But here is Dean with the title. I think it looks pretty good on him. Next person with the Cruiserweight title, we've got Chavo Guerrero. Don't mind the scuff marks. I actually bought this figure off somebody, I believe it was a couple years ago, because it was just so hard to track down like a new one. I was like, you know what? I'm just going to buy it used. And he had the shirt on, so I didn't know there was scuff marks. I saw like his hair was a little scuffed, But once I took off the shirt that he came with, this right here, I saw that there were scuff marks in the chest. So I was like, damn. I got it for a good price, so I can't complain. But yeah, just ignore them. But here he is with the Cruiserweight title. He did not look like this when he won it. He actually won it with a completely different gimmick. He was Lieutenant Loco, part of the... oh, fuck. I don't remember the group's name, but you had General Erection, you had G.I. Bro, Major Guns... Misfits in Action. There we go. Fucking just came to me. But yeah, he ended up winning the WCW Cruiserweight title during that point. And here he is with the title, looking quite nice. And the last person to model off the Cruiserweight title, I brought in a fun one here. Part of my wrestling figure collection, but not my WWE figure collection, is coming from the TNA world of things. It is Elex Skipper, who is a former WCW Cruiserweight champion. This figure is scuffed up because I used to play with it, so that's why his eyebrows and stuff are a little scuffed up. Took a lot of punches and kicks to the face. I was a little rough with my figures, but yeah, I just thought this would be a fun one to bring out. Former WCW Cruiserweight champion Elex Skipper. Not too many times I get to kind of model off and use my TNA figures in these things, but I saw an opportunity and I was like, you know what? I'm going to take full advantage. So here we got Elex Skipper, Primetime Elex Skipper. I don't think he was known as Primetime in WCW. I think that was more of a TNA thing. But here he is modeling off the title, which is quite nice. And just another quick thing before we go into the Rey Mysterio figure. Here is the WCW Cruiserweight title, what it was before, and then here is what it turned into once it became the WWE Cruiserweight title. So they kind of held a similar design, as you can see by the face plates here. Very similar design with the spikes at the top and the bottom, and even the sides here are very similar. Just kind of shrunk down. The side plates are completely different, as you can see. With the WCW titles, they just had the one face or side plate, and with WWE, they put two side plates on. And honestly, I was kind of thinking which one I liked more. And honestly, I think it might be the WWE one. You know, this was when I was really watching wrestling, and especially SmackDown was probably my favorite show, and I loved watching the Cruiserweights. So I saw this title quite a bit, so I'm a very big fan of it. I think they both look pretty solid, but I think I would probably go with the WWE one if I had to pick one. So now we'll take a look at the Rey Mysterio figure. We saw enough about the title, but here is the Rey, and honestly, I think it looks pretty good. When I got this figure, like I mentioned, I got it just for the title, but honestly, I really, really like how this figure looks. I like the red and the yellow and the little bits of green in there. I think it looks awesome. I love the little nose piece for the mask too, where I guess we'll kind of show it off now with the other Rey Mysterio figures. His mask was kind of part of his mouthpiece, where here he had a separate nose piece. Small little thing with the mask design, but that's just kind of how it evolved over time. And as you can see, he's got these wrist gauntlets. You can take them off if you'd like. You can pull off the hand and then take them off. We will, I guess I'll do that. I actually have not done this before, so I don't know what it's going to look like. It might look like a monstrosity. Just judging at first glance, I don't think I'm a fan. Just looks super naked. Maybe if he had the gloves like he wore in WWE, where he had like the colored gloves that would match his outfit, I wouldn't mind, but without the gauntlets, it definitely seems like it's lacking something. Give me 1 second, let me put them back on. And also, to go along with the outfit, he also has these bicep tassels. It's not a tassel, it's just a bicep band, I would say. And it is painted on, unlike the wrist gauntlet, where this is kind of molded on. As you can see here, I guess they could have molded on the cross that's kind of displayed here, but they ended up painting it on. I think if they actually did mold it on, I think it would just kind of get in the way of the articulation, so I think that was the best choice for it. Actually, one thing I like about this Rey as well is you can see the strings on the back of the mask where he ties it up, which is pretty cool, where with the masks that he would use in WWE, he would just kind of put them on and then it would strap at the bottom here, and that's what would hold it in place. But at the time, he had to have these strings on the back, but I think that's just a really cool detail. We will go through the articulation real quick. head swivel, abdomen crunch, shoulder, bicep, double jointed elbows, wrists. Same thing on this side. Everything is working quite well. We got the waist. Splits are not bad. Now we'll do a sit test. Sit test is pretty good. Now let's check out the leg articulation. We've got the thigh there, leg forward and to the side, double jointed knees, and the boot cut here. Also foot articulation. And the same thing for this foot here. Foot forward, foot to the side, thigh, double jointed knees, and the boot cuts. So here's a look at all the Rey Mysterios in my collection, and like I said, it kind of represents different periods of his career. This, the early WCW look, here the early WWE style look, and here the kind of, I believe he started using this look around 2008, 2009, where he changed up his masks, and the back of his masks would usually be exposed. And of course, not only that, but the tattoos, the large amount of tattoos that he has accumulated. As you can see from here, super young kid, barely any tattoos. He has tattoos here. He doesn't even have the tattoos. Oh, no, he does. He has one kid here. Dominic. Can't really recall Dominic, but I'm pretty sure he grows up to be a very young, nice man like his father. And then you got this Rey just covered in tattoos, decked out. So, like I said, I don't really like to add too many of the same person in my collection. I like to just get one version of him and kind of be happy with it. And for a long time, this Rey Mysterio was the one in my collection. And then I ended up getting this one because I like the white gear. And now that I have this one, honestly, I was going to say he might be my favorite. But honestly, I like the baggy look, the baggy pants that he ended up using in WWE a lot. I do like this look quite a bit, like these two here. I think I would probably go with the white Rey Mysterio as the version in my collection. The only downside is this one came with a fucked up mask, as you can see here. I go pretty in-depth in it. I believe it is the February or March video from this year, and you can see a full breakdown of that figure. But honestly, I thought I was just going to kind of disregard this figure altogether, but I really, really like it, to be honest. I'm very happy that I have a WCW Rey Mysterio representation in my collection. And speaking of WCW, here is an updated look in my collection. Now I've got like the complete set of titles. The important one. Last time I showed off the hardcore title. There was someone in the comments that was like, dude, you got to get all the WCW titles. You got to get the WCW, the women's title. You got to get the light heavyweight title, the six-man tag titles. He just listed everything, and I was like, probably not going to happen. Maybe the WCW tag titles, just because I thought that was kind of cool. But other than that, I'm pretty satisfied with this collection that I have here. I mean, I would like an official release of the hardcore title. In case you're not familiar, I ended up getting this off someone through Instagram who makes custom titles. I'll quickly go through all the titles. So we got the WCW hardcore title held by Lance Storm, the Cruiserweight title, which, you know, we've been talking about for the past few minutes with Rey Mysterio, U.S. Champion Lex Luger. We saw him earlier, but here he is again, Sid Vicious with the WCW Heavyweight Championship. We got the tag titles held by Bret Hart and Goldberg. After I put the titles on them, I'm like, why did I put the tag titles on them? Why would they fucking hate, well, Bret hates Goldberg more than Goldberg hates Bret. But I'm like, dude, what? You idiot, why would you do that? But I didn't want to reuse anybody from last time where, you know, last time I did the hardcore title, I had completely different people with the titles, and I didn't want to reuse anybody, so I tried to find, like, unique people. They just happen to hold the WCW tag titles, so that's why that's a thing. And last but not least, we have Fit Finlay with the WCW television title. Happy to finally have this. Like I mentioned, I would like an official version with this. We'll have to wait to see. I feel like it's coming, like they're slowly kind of putting out titles for the first time ever, like the WCW television title, this one from Elite Wave 100, like we showed off earlier. We've never gotten this before. This was the first time. This was recently just introduced again in Wave 100, so they're kind of slowly trickling in belts, which is cool to see, but I hope this is on the horizon. please just put an official release out. Put it with Norman Smiley. I would say make it a ringside exclusive, and if people want to buy it, they can buy it there. So very happy to complete this, and like I said, hopefully we'll get an official version of this, and then we can do this display again with different people and whatnot. But very, very happy to have the Cruiserweight title finally added to my collection. All right, next we are going to be jumping into Marvel Legends, and we've got 4 editions for this month. Some pretty cool editions, some editions that I got a lot to say about. We're going to start off with probably the one I'm least familiar. Actually, no, there's probably a tie for least familiar. This is coming in a newly released wave in the Spider-Man Retro line. Actually, both of these figures, well, 2 out of the 4 are from the same wave. I guess I'll introduce them together and then kind of break it down. But the figures that I'm talking about are on the Retro Spider-Man card. It is the Rose and Tarantula. We're going to start with the Rose first. We're going to talk about Tarantula after, because I do have a lot to say about that figure. But very happy to get more Spider-Man retro carded figures. I love these. All the ones that I have in my collection, I'm extremely happy with. I hope they release more. Even though I don't believe he actually appeared in the show. I don't believe him or Tarantula actually appeared as characters in the show. I believe these are just kind of drawn in the style. But honestly, I'm kind of okay with that, to be honest. I really just like the retro carding figures so much. I'm fine if the character didn't appear or not. Now, I don't remember if the Rose did or not. There's a slight chance, but I really can't recollect. Tarantula, I don't believe at all, appeared in the Spider-Man cartoon. But let's take a look at the Rose here first. And honestly, it comes with a lot of accessories. I think the figure looks pretty cool, but we'll break that down in a second. So in terms of accessories, we've got an extra set of hands. Always nice to see. We've got a Rose accessory. I believe he gives this to people that he kills because he is the Rose, and I'm not sure what the Rose represents, but besides his name, I'm not sure if he gives it to people and it's kind of you become a marked man. That's a sign of like your death is to come upon you. Not too sure. Honestly, I'm not too familiar with the Rose because he's kind of like a D-level villain, maybe even C-level. I know a little bit about him. I know that he is the son of the Kingpin, which I believe is mentioned. Yeah, it's mentioned on the back here, which we'll take a look at in a second. Other than that, I'm not too sure about anything about him. I'm assuming he's some sort of crime boss of some sort. And obviously he hides his identity behind a terrible looking mask, as you can see here. We'll talk about that in a second. Let's just go through the accessories first. But on top of the hands and the Rose accessory, he also comes with 2 different guns, as you can see here. Kind of a silenced pistol, and here another kind of silenced pistol. But it's got the extended mag, so he can shoot for a lot longer. And then as far as the figure goes, pretty basic looking. He's in a white tuxedo. Looks quite nice. Not too much deco was applied. I do like the shoes, very old school looking with the black and white. White pants, white tuxedo, blue gloves. You got another Rose on his lapel there. But that mask, though, is pretty lame, to be honest. I think the reason it's so lame is just because it has no details to it. Like, if you look here, it's kind of got a line going through both eyes, right? Where if you look on here, there's no detailing whatsoever. It's just like a solid purple mask. So it just kind of makes it look a little lame. If it had a little bit of a design to it, like maybe a texture or something like that, I think would add greatly to the figure. I think that would have like really bumped it up quite a bit. But he does come with a bunch of accessories, which I guess kind of offsets that. But yeah, I just would have liked some textures on the mask. I think it would have added quite a bit. And then, he's got his like sunglasses, ski goggle type thing, as you can see here. And you can kind of see his eyes through here, which is pretty cool. That is not done here, which I'm actually pretty happy about. I don't really like the translucent look, and you can see the eyes behind. I'm not a fan of that, so I'm happy that they kept it a solid color. We'll take a look at the box now. So here's a nice shot of the front here. One of my favorite parts about this is flower power right here on the front of the box. It just sounds so dorky. But here's a nice shot of the retro carding. Not much to show off, but I'll just show off like I typically do. There's the bottom with some instructions. Here's a nice side profile. top-down shots, another side profile, and on the back, it's actually pretty plain. I would have liked if they put the other people in the wave. I like when they do that. I liked it as a kid where you can kind of see a checklist of who else is in the wave and who else you need to collect or who else to look out for. I don't know why they would kind of eliminate that. Maybe it makes it look a little bit cleaner, but I'm pretty old school when it comes to toys, so I like seeing the other figures in the line. We'll just read his brief description. Richard Fisk, the son of Kingpin, becomes an adversary of both his father and Spider-Man when he returns to New York as a crime boss known as the Rose. So that's actually a fun fact. I did not know that. I thought he worked alongside his father. So here's a nice shot of the Rose here in the style of the show. Like I said, I'm not sure if he actually appeared in the show. I will double check, and I'll put like a little note on the screen if he did or did not appear. But honestly, I'm happy that they did this. I'm happy that they did this in this style. I'm happy that they even did this character because, like I mentioned, he is kind of a D-level character. And he's definitely someone who I don't think a lot of people were looking to buy. He's definitely someone I can see sitting on the shelf for quite a bit because people just don't know who he is. They're not familiar with him. So it's like, why are you going to buy him besides the fact that he even says Spider-Man on the cover? So all that aside, I'm very happy with it. And I'm happy to add another, like I mentioned, retro card to my collection. And let's bring in the other figure that is in the same wave. We've got Tarantula here. Now this one, I've got a lot to say about. When this was first announced, I don't remember what episode it was, but I remember I went on a little bit of a rant in the news section when it was announced. We're going to play a little game of guess what the difference is. So first off, these figures are both the same price, but one of them is quite different from the other. So we saw the Rose, we saw all his accessories and the figure itself. Very cool. And then if we look at Tarantula here, quite a difference from what we get with the Rose. His box is actually quite empty, and that is because he comes with 0 accessories. Let me announce that again, how many accessories he comes with. 0. None at all. Not even an extra set of hands. Nothing. And I think that is absolutely criminal. How are you going to charge me the same price for both of these figures? That is just, oh my god, there's so many words I want to use. Not a lot of them are good, but basically, this is just like a huge fuck you from Hasbro. So I am very not happy with this. There was actually a point where I was considering canceling this figure because I didn't want to support it. I didn't want Hasbro to get my money. I wanted to speak with my money where I'm like, you know what? This isn't right. This should not be something that is sold. A figure the same price as the Rose, which comes with 2 guns, hands, a Rose accessory, is the same price as just a regular figure with no accessories. It's just so fucking crazy to me. There is a reason why I ended up going through with the purchase. Well, a couple of reasons. One, I wanted the figure. I know that's not a good reason, but I did want the figure. 2, when I saw it going for pre-order, it actually sold out at a couple places. So I was like, oh, fuck, let me just pre-order this. And if I change my mind later and, I want to send a message to Hasbro, I will cancel it. And number 3, I don't think there's a third. Actually, I think there was only 2. But, those things usually come in 3. So the third one, I don't have a third one. But yeah, when this was announced, like I said, I went on a bit of a rant because I just thought it was such a slap in the face of Hasbro to the fans to release a figure and charge the same amount of money with half the amount of stuff. It still pains me, to be honest. I hope this doesn't become the norm. I hope this is kind of the exception to the rule and not the rule. And that's why I kind of wanted to cancel my order, where it's like, I got to speak with my money on this one. I got to tell Hasbro, this is not right. You can't charge me the same amount of money for a figure with no accessories. Like, how? That's fucking impossible. It's so dumb. If it was an extra set of hands, I wouldn't have been as upset. Like, a lot of the figures in this wave, they just come with hand accessories. And for him to come with nothing, it was just like I'm speechless. I'm literally speechless. I don't know what to say. It's bad. It's really, really bad. If something like this were to happen again, where it's a figure that I want and it kind of comes with this, where it's just the figure itself for the amount that they're charging, I might put my foot down and say no. Actually, it did help that I ordered it through GameStop and I'm a Platinum member, so I get 10% off. So I'm not paying full price, but still, this shouldn't be full price. But enough about the rant. Let's look at the figure. It does look pretty cool. Like I mentioned with the Rose, I don't believe he appeared in the show. I'm almost 99% sure that he didn't appear in the show. Like, I'm very confident that he didn't. But like I mentioned with Rose, I'm happy that they even put it on the retro card, even though he didn't appear. I think that's just a cool little touch. I think the figure looks cool. Like, there's not really much to say. He's kind of like Spider-Man, where he's just got a big giant spider deco on his shirt. I think he's pretty dorky looking with the mask that he has on, and plus the mustache. The mustache plus the mask, just, he looks like Zorro, but like he's Spider Zorro, you know, but he looks so dorky, but I kind of like it. He does have this cool thing where on his feet, as you can see, he's got kind of these stingers. I'm not sure what they can do. Maybe they can stun an enemy or something like that. I'm not too familiar with this character. I've seen him a few times in like comics and stuff like that, but never like a full-on story. I don't think there is a full-on story for Tarantula, but he does have these feet with these spiky things. It kind of reminds me of X-23, who has the 2 claws in her hand and the 1 in the foot. That's kind of a similar design with what they got with Tarantula here. But yeah, as far as his costume goes, it's just kind of red and black with the spider on it. His eyes actually kind of remind me of Spidey quite a bit, the big old white eyes. And as you can see, his kind of bandana thing kind of hangs to the side, like it does here. He has actually a cooler thing than, you know, Flower Power. He's got Tarantula Kick. We'll take a look at the box. So here is the front. And again, we'll do all the sides. So here's the bottom. Here's the side profile. Top-down shot. And another side profile. I do want to read his description because I'm not too familiar with him. Former revolutionary, Tarantula serves New York's criminal underworld as a robber and a mercenary. Wow, that is so dog shit. I was hoping they would go in depth into something, even use his real name, because I'm pretty sure I could have come up with that he is a criminal and a robber and stuff like that, and a mercenary, you know, pay for hire. I'm pretty sure I could have came up with that. But I'm glad they explained it there for me, because I'm just so freaking dumb. Maybe I am dumb. Maybe because I did buy this figure, maybe they knew their market. They knew I was dumb. They knew I was going to buy it, and, you know, they're going to treat me like an idiot. So I kind of got what I asked for. Here is a nice little shot of the Tarantula doing his little Tarantula Kick here, again in the style of the cartoon. And I just like that his picture here is just stoic compared to, you know, the Rose here, where it's like, oh yeah, here, you can take off his hands and then put on the other hands, and you can even put the Rose in the hand. And with Tarantula, it's like, nah, he just stands there. He's got a really cool kick thing, but, you know, that's about it. Yeah, not too much to say about this one. I'm even angry at myself that I even picked it up. But I'm a sucker for the retro cards. Like, I can't explain how much I like them. There's so much nostalgia in them, and I just like them. I don't agree with the figure, but I like the retro carding. Keeping on with Marvel Legends, we got another retro card, but this one is coming in from the X-Men collection. And this is a character I was debating about getting. I was kind of on the fence. I was like 50-50. I'm like, I kind of want it. I kind of am fine if I don't get it. And then I was really thinking about it, and I'm like, if I'm going to get it, I should get it now, because I don't want to, you know, have FOMO, fear of missing out. And if I do end up getting it later, I'm probably going to pay double the price. So I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to get it now and get it over with. And the person I am talking about is the Dark Phoenix. Jean Grey going full evil and letting the Phoenix take her body and becoming the Dark Phoenix. So the reason I was kind of on the fence about this is, you know, I kind of already have a Jean Grey figure, as you can see right here. I mean, you can't see the figure itself, but we opened this up on a previous episode, the VHS Jean Grey. Actually, I'll show the back because you can actually see the figure. That's what it looks like. And I'm pretty happy with that. You know, I'm happy to have some Jean Grey in my collection. And then I was thinking about the Phoenix, and I'm like, do I want the Phoenix? Like, I don't have that regular Phoenix, like just in the green and the gold. You know, Dark Phoenix is kind of like a villain. I mean, Phoenix is as well. I mean, Phoenix is kind of like 50-50 as well. She can be a villain or a hero, where Phoenix, Dark Phoenix, is just a bad guy. Like, this is the most unhinged version of the Phoenix in Jean Grey. And I was like, I guess I could kind of add that to my X-Men villain collection, kind of have it be its own character, because it kind of coincides with, like, I don't like to collect different versions of the same person. But in a sense, you know, the Phoenix is its own character, Jean Grey's her own character, so that's kind of how I justified it in my head. We're going to take Jean out, but we will be seeing her again later. This comes from a wave that we've actually done multiple figures on. If we take a look at the back, previous episodes, we've seen the Long Shot, we've seen Avalanche, and we've seen Spiral, and now we're getting Dark Phoenix. I'm pretty much done with this wave, but yeah, here is Dark Phoenix looking pretty nice, except for one thing. There is one issue that I just think looks terrible. Let's show off all the positives, and then we'll talk about the negatives at the end. So, you know what? Let's look at the box first, because we kind of already saw the back and we see the front already, and there's really not much to show off. And then we'll go in the accessories and what I'm not a fan of. So here is a nice shot of the fronts. On the retro card, Uncanny X-Men Phoenix Saga, and a shot of Phoenix here, Dark Phoenix. And we will show off all the sides. Bottom, we have instructions. We have a side profile here, top down, and another side profile, and then we got the back, which we already saw. We saw everyone else in the collection. Spider-Man wave, retro-carded wave, take notes. This is how you do it. You display the whole wave. But let's quickly read her description. Overwhelmed by the power of the cosmic Phoenix entity, Jean Grey gives into the being's destructive tendencies. Very brief description, doesn't really get into too much there. Everything else is a bunch of boring stuff. Now let's take a look at the figure and the stuff that I like and I don't like. So we'll go through the accessories first. So first she comes off with an extra pair of hands, which is nice, and a nice Phoenix effect. Ooh, wow, she's really, you know, compared to Tarantula, she's a fucking deluxe figure with how many accessories that she comes packaged with. Wow, that's crazy. I'm not going to let that go. I will always probably refer to the Tarantula as like the most disappointing figure. Actually, I didn't do it last year, but if I do make a list of like worst figures at the end of the year, like worst figures of 2023, that Tarantula might be number one. Good little head scan there. I like the whites of the eyes because she's just so evil. I like the red for the hair. It's different from the red on the costume, which I think is a nice touch. I think it's a little overboard with the lipstick, but you know what? Maybe it's just the evilness in her. And then her suit is nice and red and golden, even though it's red and yellow, but you know, it's supposed to be like a golden type look. But then there was one glaring issue. So I was looking at the figure and I was like, that looks pretty cool. And then I noticed something that I just think looks so terrible and shitty. If you look closely here on the chest, you can see that it looks like the actual Phoenix logo is like a sticker, and that just looks so garbage and rinky-dink to me. You would think of this as like a low rent toy company doing something like this, like putting a sticker on for the logo. But to have Hasbro do this, I just think is unacceptable. I don't know why they didn't just paint it on, but having the sticker there and you can like actively see, like right there you can see the outline of the sticker. I just think that looks beyond terrible. It's like I bought a knockoff version. Maybe I did. No, Hasbro. The Hasbro logo is there. Hasbro logo on the back. It is an official product. But yeah, it just seems so knockoff-ish to have that on the figure. And I could see myself, like if I was a kid and playing with this would actually end up peeling off. And then no more Phoenix logo, which would be really, really lame. But, you know, I'm an adult now, an adult collector. I keep my stuff in box. And maybe they've done it with other figures and I just have not noticed. But I think this in 2023 for a company like Hasbro, Unacceptable. And last but not least, for Marvel Legends, we actually saw a little bit of an Easter egg that's going to kind of intro the next figure. So we did see this Jean Grey in a VHS box. This next figure actually comes in the same packaging. It's a figure I've wanted for quite a bit. Not my favorite, but I like him more than a lot of people do. And the person I am talking about is the leader of the X-Men. It is Scott Summers. It is Cyclops. So very happy to have a Cyclops in my collection. We're going to take the Jean Grey. We'll be bringing her back later for the show and tell portion. We're going to focus on Cyclops for now. My X-Men collection has been missing a leader for quite a while. I'm happy to finally get one. This is kind of the version I've wanted to get. I really like this version of Cyclops. Like, when I think of Cyclops, this is what I think of, the 90s X-Men style. I believe it's Jim Lee created this design for the X-Men, or Cyclops in general, but he redid a bunch of the characters. And trying to get this figure by itself is such a nightmare. I think there's only two options. One is a previous Marvel Legends release that came out a couple years ago, and trying to get that is next to impossible because you're going to have to pay an arm and a leg. And the other one that this version came with was in a 3-pack. It was a Jean Grey 3-pack, Jean Grey, Wolverine, and Cyclops 3-pack. And even then, the Cyclops came in like a jacket, and it looked cool, but for me, I just wanted like a plain version like this. And then eventually, they released it through the VHS series, and I'm happy to add this to my collection because, like I said, I do like Cyclops quite a bit. Like I was mentioning before, he does get shit on quite a bit. Like, a lot of people are not favorable to Cyclops, but I think he's a great leader, in my opinion. I think he holds the X-Men down quite well. He has had some ups and downs as a character, and even in medias, besides like the original 90s cartoon, he's been just shoved to the side. Like, you look at the original X-Men trilogy, the first movie, he was alright in. They were kind of, they didn't really know what to do. Second movie, he didn't really do anything. I think he ended up getting knocked out. Like, all the X-Men separated. You had like Wolverine with the younger X-Men, and they went to Pyro's house, or no, it was Iceman's house. And then you had like Jean Grey and Storm. They went to go locate Nightcrawler. And then you had Cyclops and Professor X. They went to go see Magneto or something like that. It was just lame. They pretty much just didn't do anything with him for the rest of the movie. And then in the third movie, they kill him. Not only do they kill him in like the first 10 minutes. And it's like, bro, why? He's such an integral piece to the, where is she? The Phoenix story. But they wanted to focus on Wolverine. It's just so frustrating. And then, they tried to redeem him in the newer X-Men trilogy, like after Days of Future Past, the First Class, the kind of First Class team after that. I'm going to be honest, I haven't watched all those movies. I watched Days of Future Past, which he wasn't in. I watched Apocalypse, which was terrible. And then there's the Dark Phoenix movie, which I completely forget exists. But he plays a role in that. I haven't watched it because I've already seen that story play out on live action. And I don't need to see it again with people that don't really want to be there. Mystique or Jennifer Lawrence. Anyways, I'm getting on a bit of a tangent, but even in one of my favorite X-Men medias cartoons, Wolverine and the X-Men, he pretty much plays a backseat to that as a whole as well. He doesn't even lead the X-Men, that's more left on Wolverine, and now I'm just kind of, crossing my fingers. They're going to be redoing the cartoon coming out, I think it's later this year or early next year. So I hope he kind of continues to play a big part in that. And then eventually when the X-Men come to live action, I hope they focus on Cyclops. Fuck Wolverine. I don't mind Wolverine as a character, but to just kind of base everything around him is so annoying. For me, I love the X-Men. And the thing I love about the X-Men, I love all the different characters. I love all the different pieces and parts of the team. There's no one character I really like more than the other. I mean, there might be, but for the most part, I like them as a collective. And if you're going to have a good team, you need a good leader. You need a Cyclops. Cyclops. So I'm happy to have a Cyclops in my collection. All that ranting aside, let's take a look at the box and then open it up and take a look at the figure. So we've been staring at the front here. I like this VHS style packaging. I would have preferred him in like a regular Marvel Legends package or even like a retro carding. I mean, they just announced the that they're going to be doing the X-Men 97 and they're going to be doing like a Marvel Legends wave. Now, Cyclops was not in wave 1, but I can see him in wave 2 with, you know, whoever was not included in wave 1. So I might end up getting that eventually. I wish I knew that before I ended up buying this, because a little bit of a negative to this is it's got the cell shaded look. Once we get it in hand, we can kind of, you know, talk about it more, but that could be a negative for some people. Let's take a look at the box. So here, a nice shot of Cyclops looking absolutely awesome. This is plastic free packaging, and let's just take a look at all the sides. So on this side, we get a nice side shot of Cyclops, X-Men VHS, looking good. On top, we've got X-Men, Marvel Cyclops. On this side, another side shot. So on this side, his face is facing this way, and then if you rotate it around, he is facing the opposite way. So however you display your collection, you can adjust for that, which is pretty cool. On the bottom, we got some boring stuff, and on the back, we saw it already, but just a nice little shot of it here. A nice little picture of Cyclops. I'm not sure what he comes for accessories. It doesn't really display it here, but I think there's some. And here we'll just read his little description. Scott Summers, aka Cyclops, is one of Xavier's very first students and fights tirelessly for Xavier's dream as the X-Men field leader. Absolutely agree with that. He is the best. So we're going to be opening this up, so let's take a look at the tape. Here we can see it is sealed, never been opened, and on the bottom, same thing. We're going to cut from the bottom. The incision has been made. Let's now open this bad boy up and see what comes in. All right, here's our bag of goodies, and it just looks like they're hand accessories. Oh, hold on. No, I think that's part of his actual baggie. I was kind of hoping for an optic blast accessory piece, but I don't think there is one, which is a little disappointing. We got some instructions. Let's toss that in the box and put the box to the side. And then here we got the figure. Give me a second. Let me open it up in the accessories and we'll take a look at the figure. All right, let's take a look at the accessories. Before we even get into that, I'm going to confirm that there is no blast effect, optic blast effect piece, which is a little unfortunate because it kind of makes all these next pieces kind of worthless, in my opinion. We'll take a look at them in a second, but he comes with 3 extra set of yellow hands, and we are going to break them all down. We'll look at this one first. Kind of looks like a handshake type hand. I would have liked some texturing on it to make it seem like a glove, because it kind of just seems like a yellow hand, like he's a Simpson. But it is a glove because, you know, his suit is yellow and blue. And yeah, it just looks like a hand-shaking hand. Not really too much to say about that. Next, we've got this hand, where he kind of seems like he's kind of grasping at something, like, no, don't go. Maybe it's Phoenix. Maybe he sees Phoenix. He sees Jean Grey, the love of his life, turning into Phoenix, and he's like, no, Jean. Could be something like that. But yeah, not too much to say about that one. And then probably the most interesting hand is this one here. I don't know why my camera's having so many issues focusing, but this hand here, I know it doesn't look like much, but this is the hand that he would use to activate his optic blast. And we'll talk about the hands that he comes with, which is 2 yellow-fisted hands. We'll change this one. So here I have changed the hand. It did give me a little bit of issue, but as you can see, this hand is supposed to be for him to tap his little visor and for him to just shoot off a little optic blast. But honestly, right off the rip, I'm a big fan. Big fan of this design. I like it quite a bit. I will say I'm looking at it on camera, and the suit blue is a lot darker than what it looks like on camera right now. Right now it looks like a pretty solid kind of royal blue, but I can confirm that it is a lot darker in person. I actually prefer the blue that it looks like through the camera because it's a lighter blue, but it's just so dark what he looks like now. But let's take a look at the figure because we are done with the accessories. I will say I would have liked a optic blast accessory, especially with this hand here. It just would have made sense. You know, you can kind of insert it here in the visor because it does have depth to it. You could have put a little plastic piece and it kind of hangs out. That would have been cool. So far that's really my only downside. But let's take a look at Cyclops. I do like the hair. I do like that it's kind of wavy. It's not out of control where it's like standing up fully. I like that you still have like the side part in his hair, but I do like that there's kind of a whoosh to his hair. I think that's a nice little touch. Face scan, I think looks pretty good. You can't really see his face besides his like mouth and forehead, but pretty solid. Maybe I would have liked for the red to be a little more prominent in the visor. As I'm looking at it on camera, it's one of those things where it looks a lot lighter, but in person, it's pretty dark in there. Let's check out the articulation. Got the neck joint. You can see a little bit of the cell shading type look, where you've got this side, it's all yellow, and then this side here has the darker yellow. Not too big of a deal, but it irks me a little bit. Neck articulation. Ooh, look at this paint here. A little bit of sloppiness here. Trying to scratch it off. I did a little bit. I will do the rest off camera, but I cleaned it up a tad bit. Let's look at the arms. Got the butterfly joint in there. Moving and grooving, looking nice. We got shoulder, bicep, double jointed elbows. There's a cut at the wrist, but there's also another cut here. Does the other arm? Yeah, the other arm has that as well. Kind of weird. I don't think it's like a line. It does look like a cut, like it's an actual separate piece. Pretty weird. I don't know why that's there. There's probably some reasoning to it to make sure that the figure is properly put together. But at first glance, it just kind of looks weird because it doesn't move. But continuing on, we saw the wrist and a little bit of hand articulation, and we saw that I changed that out. In terms of his yellow little utility shoulder piece, it is sculpted into the figure. As you can see, it is molded into him, and if you kind of saw in the back, it is pushed in there, and I'm pretty sure it's glued in. I tried to kind of tug on it a little bit, see if it was loose. It's a little loose here, which isn't as big a deal. It's cool to see that that's kind of put in. I know there was an issue with the single release of the Cyclops that I was talking about earlier, where these pieces on the thigh weren't molded on. They were just separate plastic pieces and they would kind of slide off a lot. So it's cool that they molded this on. Maybe this was a similar issue where this is loose and then they're like, you know what, we're just going to mold it on and not have to worry about it. As you can see, there's an X-Men logo here. Paint is a little scuffed on the red. We have another X-Men logo here. And along with his little utility belt full of baggies, putting Batman to shame here. I don't know. I've never seen him go into one of these little pouches. I'm not sure what he keeps in there. It's a mystery to me. But let's just continue on with the articulation. We've got this butterfly joint as well. And then we got shoulder, bicep, double jointed elbow, and moving the fisted hand. And the hand articulation, and as you can see, more cell shading. We got a bit of a darker blue, and then it kind of goes down to the hands and on this pouch as well, and his crotch here, and it goes down to the legs, which we'll talk about in a second. Let's check out the abdomen. I'm kind of curious if this is going to interfere with the articulation, and it does not. This is over the piece, which is nice, so it does not get in the way. Pretty cool. Waist is under the belt. Little hard to move around because the pouches kind of come over. So if you were to twist it, you can see that the pouch kind of comes up. Let's check out the leg articulation splits. Not too bad. It's about what I expected. Let's do a little sit test. Pretty good as well. Maybe he's in the Blackbird flying it to Genosha or the Savage Lands. That's what I was trying to think of. That'd be cool if they made one, a Blackbird, and you can put in all the different X-Men in there, you know, create your own team. Check out the leg articulation. So leg forward, leg to the side, leg forward. We got a thigh cut here. Double jointed knees. Only one's moving though. There's the other. Double jointed knees. We got a boot cut there. And foot and ankle. Yeah, we got ankle articulation as well. More of the shadowy look here. You can fix the boot so it kind of lines up with it. Looking okay. And then let's take a look at the other leg. Forward, to the side, thigh cuts, double jointed knees. The second one's giving, ooh, kind of scared me a little bit there when I went to bend the knee. Second knee doesn't really want to bend, just like the first one. Oh, there we go. We got it. There's the second knee. Okay, you got to put a little bit of more pressure on the second leg or the second knee joint. And then we have the boot cut here. And yeah, that is our Cyclops, our Scott Summers. There's a nice little group shot of the VHS covers. We will also do side profiles because we can do that. So here's a nice shot of everyone looking in the same direction, or how it's probably meant to be. You've got the X-Men looking one way, and then you've got the Brotherhood of Mutants and Villains facing them down the other way. And for this case, we will make Morph evil, and he will join Mystique here to take on Jean and Cyclops. So I gotta say, all in all, I'm pretty happy with this figure. Happy to finally have a Cyclops in my collection. He's definitely one of, the main X-Men, the original 5. When I think of X-Men, he's one of the first characters that I think of because he's the leader. He's the heart and soul of the team. You could make an argument for Xavier being the heart and soul of the team, or maybe like a Nightcrawler or something like that. But for me, it is Cyclops. He's the man, and if he can't do it, no one can. A character that people should put a lot more respect on his name. He deserves it. Last but not least, we are ending out on Power Rangers Lightning Collection. Actually, before we even dive into it, I was going to talk about this during the news section, but I want to talk about it here. For those of you who have not heard, in the month of July, there was a little bit of bad news, and by a little bit, I mean extremely bad news. There was this guy who reports on Lightning Collection news. He talks about leaks and upcoming products and, stuff like that. And he made a video saying that he's got a big announcement regarding the Lightning Collection, that he heard some news. And the announcement was that the Lightning Collection will be going away for the year of 2024. Now, all this is kind of hearsay because nothing's been officially announced by Hasbro, but there is a lot of validity, and there's been a couple signs that kind of point in that direction that something was going to happen with the Lightning Collection, whether it be canceled, delayed, put to the side, rebooted, whatever the case may be, something was going to happen. You can really look at the telltale signs. If you look at the Lightning Collection compared to like other properties that Hasbro owns, the Lightning Collection gets a fraction of the releases that the other ones do. Like if you look at the other ones like Marvel Legends, G.I. Joe, Star Wars, and Transformers, they're constantly getting product reveals. They're constantly getting those fan streams. Transformers, God, they've already had like 3 or 4 this year. G.I. Joe just finished having a HasLab. Star Wars is having one now. Power Rangers just kind of gets pushed to the side, which kind of sucks, but obviously it's not as big of a property as the other ones I just mentioned. I'm a fan of the Lightning Collection, but even I can admit that compared to those other properties, it doesn't hold a candle to them. A green candle, to be specific. But yeah, this guy, I'm not sure his YouTube channel. I know on Twitter he goes by Lightning Fig PR. He got news from some of his sources that the Lightning Collection is going to be taking a bit of a hiatus in 2024. There's still going to be a couple products that come out, like everything that's been announced, like Wave 15, the remastered Mighty Morphin figures, Minotaur and Rita deluxe figures that are coming out. Those are still on track to be coming out. And there's still a couple other things to be announced. But other than that, there's really nothing to look forward to in 2024, which is pretty disappointing. As a lifelong Power Rangers fan, this is kind of always the collection that I wanted. Very detailed, articulated versions of these characters, and even the inclusion of the human civilian head and the monsters. I think it's awesome. I think they've done a great job with the Lightning Collection so far. There has been some bumps in the road and, some quality control issues. I'm happy to say that I haven't really had any of those. I think I've had some here and there, but, I've never had a figure just kind of explode on me. Like when we were doing the Dino Fury Green, so many people are like, dude, the neck peg just kind of flies out of the body. You got to watch out. And then when I did my figure, it was fine. It was perfect. Actually, I don't know if it was perfect. It worked. It worked like it was supposed to. I do hope that the collection comes back. I don't know if we'll be hearing any news about this from Hasbro. I don't know if they'll announce anything. There was a guy who talked to some PR person from Hasbro at Comic-Con, and he said that the person said that, yeah, the line will be going on a bit of a hiatus, and the reason being is that there's no show planned for next year, so they're not really going to invest product, because Power Rangers is all about pumping out product and milking the shit out of it, And if you don't believe me, there's a great series on Netflix called Toys That Made Us, and there's an episode that centers around Power Rangers, and the creator himself, Haim Saban, he goes into it. Great series. I think there's a lot of awesome episodes. I watched episodes of figures that I wasn't even interested in and stuff like that. So shout out to that series on Netflix, Toys That Made Us, if you have not seen it. But basically, I just kind of want to say that I hope the Lightning Collection comes back. Lightning Collection is probably one of my favorite collections that I own. I'm a really big fan of it. Out of all the collections that I have it prominently displayed in front of my computer, and every time I'm on my computer and stuff, like playing games or editing or just watching stuff, I always kind of look up and I look at the Lightning Collection because I like the box art, I like all the different colors, it's awesome. And just the biggest thing is I hope they don't cancel it. I hope they don't cancel it, and I hope they don't reboot it. I hope they don't start new. I hope whenever they do come back, they come back pretty strong, and they're not limited on what they can do. I mean, they are kind of limited in what they can do, because I know they definitely don't get the resources that, the other brands that I talked about get. But I don't see it being canceled, and for one reason specifically is that Hasbro owns Power Rangers, so for them to just cancel a line of figures that they've invested in just seems really dumb on their part. One thing I was kind of hoping they would do is just do a small online exclusive couple releases in 2024, just release them on the Hasbro Pulse or other online companies like Big Bad Toy Store, Entertainment Earth, and just do small stuff. Maybe do a small wave, couple of figures here and there, maybe a 2-pack or something like that. So there's still some figures coming out, but I think for the most part, the pause is because of, it has to do with retail. Hasbro works with these companies, Target, Walmart, GameStop, whatever the case may be, and they're assigned a section. And because there's no show that's going to be coming out in 2024, they're not going to have any product, and I've seen a lot of Lightning Collection stuff just kind of clog up some shelves. I think that has more to do with distribution, where they just kind of buy more or send more. I don't know if it's Walmart, Target is to blame, or Hasbro's to blame for sending so much. I'm not sure, but there's definitely been some stores that just have such a tremendous amount of one figure, and it just clogs up shelves, and then you can see that that company doesn't want to order any more of the Lightning Collection. So very interested to see what the future holds. I believe they're going to be announcing some stuff at PulseCon, which we'll talk about later in the news section. That's going to be in September. They did advertise that they're going to be announcing stuff for Power Rangers, but you just kind of never know. Hopefully they kind of touch on this so the community is not just left wondering, even if there's some announcement yeah, we're going to put this on hiatus due to blah, 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 blah. I think that'd be cool. Just kind of leaving it out in the dark. I don't think that's the best move, in my opinion. Just a quick word. I kind of wanted to get off my chest for the Lightning Collection. I hope to see it continue. It means a lot to me. I love the collection. If I had this collection as a kid, I would have never left the house. Like, these were the figures I always wanted. Articulated, detailed, the civilian head. Like, there's just so many cool aspects of it. And I just want Hasbro to know, keep the Lightning Collection alive for people like me. Whether you have to downsize, like what they've done with Wave 15, where most waves come in 4 figures, and Wave 15 is going to be 3 figures. If that's the case, and we get, maybe less waves, I don't know. I just wish they could continue to produce them. And please don't stop. Please. I've invested in this collection. It would absolutely suck if they're like, yeah, Lightning Collection is done, but we're going to have this new collection, the Power Collection, and it's going to be very similar to the Lightning Collection, but we're going to start brand new, and we're going to start with the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers first. And it's like, no, continue the teams, give us Time Force, give us Wild Force, give us the rest of Dino Fury, give us whatever other teams they haven't completed yet. I mean, soon to be Lightspeed Rescue, RPM, and Turbo, and whatever else is out there. So just wanted to kind of say my piece on the rumors. Hope it's not true, but I can definitely see there being some validity to it. Enough of that. Let's get into some figures showing off. We actually got some very cool stuff to show off. Very big one. I don't know if it's going to fit in the frame, but in the month of July, I received something I've been looking forward to ever since they announced it, and it is the 5-pack of the Alien Rangers. Here it is. And yep, it is not going to fit the frame. Give me a second. Let me make some adjustments. Okay, there we have it. I had to move my stand back and zoom out a little bit. I think the quality took a little bit of a dip when I zoomed out. I apologize. It's not going to be that for long. It's just to examine the box. But yeah, here it is. The 5-pack of the Alien Rangers. This is an Amazon exclusive and is now available to everybody. This is the second time that they've done a 5-pack. The other one was the Psycho Ranger 5-pack. And I know a lot of people wish that they did more 5-packs instead of just doing, releasing like Alien Ranger Black in like wave 16, and then we have to wait till like wave 21 for the whole team to be complete. People are like, just do a 5-pack. And if they just did 5-packs, they'd be done the whole Ranger collection in like 30 packs or something like that, because there's been 30 seasons. I can see both perspectives. I do like getting the whole team complete in one, but I do like the way that they do the waves. I have no issue with it there, but I know some people aren't a fan of it. But yeah, here is the 5-pack of the Alien Rangers. I actually really like their design. There's just something about it. I don't know. It's just so basic, but I think it just looks so cool. We'll bring it in a little bit closer so we can get a nicer shot of the team. But yeah, here we see the team complete. This team only consists of 5 Rangers. Now, it does have a 6th Ranger, but it's not really a Ranger. The 6th Ranger is technically Ninjor, who I hope we eventually get. This is the complete team. We got blue, we got red, we got white, yellow, and black. And the cool thing with this team is the White Ranger, who is a female, is actually the leader of this team. I believe her name is Delphine. I don't think it's mentioned anywhere on the box. It is not. She's the only character I'm kind of familiar with in terms of her name. I couldn't tell you the names of anybody else here. So nice little shot of them here. I believe this is on their planet Aquitar, which is a water planet, as you can tell by all the water there. Here you can see some moons. I don't know if that's supposed to be Earth at the top, but you can see kind of like a moon there. You see some spaceships. You see one here, and there is one over here. It was kind of hard to see with the reflection. I'm not sure if those are villains or stuff like that. I know in terms of the Alien Rangers, we got really only a fraction of what they could do. In Japan, in the Sentai series, This is more of a fleshed out story of like it's its own season. With MMPR, they just kind of crammed it in there for a little bit. I don't even know how long they were in season 3 of MMPR. When I think of the Alien Rangers, I just kind of think of them being there for like a handful of episodes. I can't really recall. It's been a very long time since I watched it, but maybe they were there for longer than a handful of episodes. They probably were, but in my little kid brain, it was only just a few. But yeah, nice shot of the front. I do like the art style for this. Let's take a look at the rest of the box. On top, we've got nothing. Would have been cool if they had something here, whether it be like the Alien Ranger logo or even just Power Rangers Lightning Collection. Just something to add there. On this side, we've got all their masks. So we got white, blue, black, yellow, red, and yellow is at the bottom, who it doesn't really fit well here because the box is so long and doesn't really fit my set. So I will lift it up and we can see all the helmets. Looking quite nice. And on top, we've got the Alien Ranger logo, Mighty Morphin Alien Rangers. On the other side, it's a little more boring. We just have the words Mighty Morphin Alien Rangers along with the logo. And then Power Rangers Lightning Collection down there. On the bottom, we got just some boring stuff there. There's the barcode. And on the back, we see the whole team and all the accessories that we come with. So it doesn't look like anyone comes with anything unique in terms of weapons. It looks like they all come with the same stuff. I don't know if they're tailored for each Ranger. I'm going to check that out when I open it. I don't know if like this sword and gun and stuff is specifically for this Blue Ranger, or if all the weapons can kind of go to whomever. But as you can see, we've got the Rangers. They each come with an extra set of hands. All come with the same weapons, a little dagger, a longer sword, and a gun, and they all come with blast effect pieces. It comes with 2 different blast effect pieces. You can see white and black come with the same one, a little swirly thing that you put on the sword, and yellow, red, and blue all come with a little shooting blast effect piece, which obviously goes on the blaster. It would have been cool if they added a couple different blast effect pieces. I mean, I really don't care for them. They add nothing to it for me, but just a little bit more variety in terms of that, because it just kind of looks very monotonous. And we are going to be opening this bad boy up, so we are going to check the tape. I actually saw the tape when I first got it, and I'm like, that is kind of shady. So if we look at the tape here, you can see like 3-4 pieces of tape. Actually, hold on. Give me a second to fix my stuff. There we go. It's more focused. So if you see here, there's like 4 pieces of tape, right? You got 1, 2, 3, and there's like another one back there. And it's open already, but there is this piece of tape that is holding it on. So I don't know if the person that was taping the box together just did a terrible job and could not tape it shut. But yeah, it just it kind of scared me, to be honest, when I saw this. I was like, am I buying a used version? Like, what the hell is going on? But yeah, we will see when I open it. So there it is. Then we will see the bottom, which is very similar, if not worse. You can see a bunch of different pieces of tape here, and we do see that it's being held together there. So tape kind of scares me, but you know what? Let me cut this bad boy open. Very interested to see how this is packed, and hoping for the best here. If not, Amazon's going to get a very big complaint from me. Here we can see the whole tray. I'm going to slide it out this way. Come on. Make it easy for me, baby. Oh, it's coming. There we go. Booyah. So let's take a look in the box. It is empty. And here we've got the tray of figures. So here is everybody. We've got some instructions. Thank you. But here is the whole thing. We've got red, yellow, white, blue, and black, and their respective weapons. So give me a few minutes. I have a lot of unpacking to do, and there's tape and everything, so it's going to be even harder to take apart. I'm not looking forward to it. All right, so I unpacked everything, and it was awful. I absolutely hated it. There was so much tape because all the bags were taped around, so it kept everything together. And now when they put it in the tray, they also put another layer of tape to hold it in place. So I ended up ripping just a bunch of bags. I don't know what I'm going to do to put it back together. Brutal stuff. But I've got all the accessories out and about. I'm going to kind of do this on like 2 times speed because there's really a lot of repetition when it comes to a lot of these accessories. Like I showed off the dagger, the gun. I'm just going to be showing off one of each because they are all very similar. Not all very similar. They're all the same thing. So I will show off the things that are different. We're going to start out with the hands. 5 sets of hands because each ranger gets 1. And here are the yellow ranger's hands. He comes with 2 fisted hands. And as you can see, they're just nice textured gloved hands, which I like quite a bit. I like when they put this kind of stuff on it just to kind of make it seem like a glove. I forgot what we were showing off earlier. It might have been the Cyclops, where the hand just kind of can be like a Simpson because it's just like a yellow hand. But here, if I were to show this to you, you'd be like, okay, yeah, that's a glove, and it looks pretty good. So just 2 yellow fisted hands. There's also another set of fisted hands. The Black Ranger gets fisted hands. I won't go through like everything. I'm just going to show off what they look like. So 2 black fisted hands. We got the White Ranger. She comes with actually a pretty unique set of hands. Not unique in terms of like, wow, I've never seen this. Just unique in terms of what the hands come in the box. As we just saw 2 sets of the same fisted hands. She comes with karate chop hands. As you can see here, just used for posing. And you can see the back of the glove. And then we've got red and blue hands, and they are very similar in the style that they come in. So here are the Blue Rangers. I don't know, when I see this, I just keep thinking like, rah, like he's just trying to scare something. These are definitely posing hands, but in my head, it's just like, you know, like when you're trying to scare a baby or like a dog or something like that, you'll put your hands up like this and be like, rah. I know that sounds so dorky, but that's just what I think of when I see these hands. And the Red Ranger has very similar hands, if not the exact same. I think there is a slight difference. Let me just get one of them. I guess the pose is kind of the same, but his fingers are more crunched up, the red ones. And they are definitely smaller, which is pretty weird because I thought they would be the same size, but definitely a size difference. And then we'll compare the other blue and red hands. And again, definitely a size difference, but very similar stature and the type of pose that they were kind of going for. Next, we're going to be jumping into weapons. And the first weapon we're going to be showing off is a little dagger. Looks quite nice. I like the handle with the black and the brown. A little bit of something there. Some sort of symbol. Not sure what it's supposed to be. I'm sure it has its importance. And the rest of the sword is just gold. And I believe with this little hole here that these little daggers are supposed to turn into blasters of sorts. It definitely seems like something is missing here. Because it definitely seems like there's a lot more parts that go into this than with this one. But I believe it is the same thing that changes from one to the other. Comes with a little more paint. As you saw with the little dagger, it was mainly the handle that was painted, and then the sword dagger portion was just all painted gold, but with the gun they gave it a little more detail. So more brown, black, and less gold on the guns. I actually like it quite a bit. A little bit of a paint mess up here. They went a little overboard with the black. Pretty cool looking gun. I actually kind of like it quite a bit. It's a fun gun. And then I also have a blast effect piece. This is one of the shooting ones. I did have a lot of issues trying to put it on the gun. I don't know if it was this one specifically. No, it wasn't, because this one went on quite smoothly. When I was setting up the little poses for the Rangers, which we'll see here in a second, I tried to pose them with like weapons and the blast effects. I had a lot of issues putting one of the blast effect pieces on the gun. It just wouldn't fit. I don't know if the hole wasn't big enough or whatnot. That one's a decent size. It went in quite easily. Didn't have to apply too much pressure. Unfortunately, the blast effect piece is a little bent, a little crooked. As you can see here, tilts to the left a little bit. I also had the same issue with the weapon that we're about to show off. I'm not going to bother with the rest of the lightning blast effect pieces. We'll show off the sword one in a second when I show off the little diorama I created. But the other weapon that they come with is their main weapon, which is a fancy looking sword. I don't know the proper term for this. I want to say sheath, but I don't know if that's correct. In my head, I believe that's what it is. I'll just call it sword holder so I don't sound like an idiot. But comes with a little peg. And what you do, as you can see with the Yellow Ranger here, his is already in. This is for the Black Ranger, but the Black Ranger is a little busy. So as you can see, the little peg goes in, pops into the little hole in the back, and there is the sword. It goes in quite nicely, and it doesn't come out very easily. You do have to pull on it, which is nice because you don't want something just being super loose and just falling by itself. So very nice looking sword holder or sheath, whatever it's called. And we will now pull out the sword. Should be a cool like blast effect sound piece, like there. I kind of timed it. But here, I guess we'll just take a look at the little sword holder real quick. Very basic, but looks nice. I like the little gold paint on it. Gives it a little more life to it. And it is open at the bottom. The sword doesn't go all the way to the bottom. I will show that off. So we can just put it in here. It goes to the top here. There is a stopping point. But actually, I guess it does go to the bottom. I swear I looked at it before and I did not see anything. But I guess I didn't push down enough. And here is the sword, and it does look quite nice. It is kind of a basic looking sword, but honestly, I don't mind it. I think it looks nice. That's kind of the theme with the Alien Rangers for me, is like they have very basic designs and basic weapons, but all of it just looks very nice. I'm quite happy with it. So here is the blade portion. As you can see, a nice silver paint. This one's a little bent. I had one that was like extremely bent. I think it was the White Rangers. What I did immediately is I took all the swords and put them in the little holder to see if it would straighten it out. And as you can see, there's still a little bit of a bend, but I believe this was better than what it was previously, so that is pretty good to see. But yeah, I did have a little bit of issues with things being bent that were in the bag, specifically the blast effect pieces and the sword. And one thing I do want to make mention is each weapon, at least the sword here, is personalized to a specific ranger, and you can tell by the little symbol here. So this symbol belongs to the Black Ranger, which we will bring in right now. And in case you ever forget whose symbol's who, it's all on their belt buckle, and you can just match it there. Now it is reversed here, where here you got the black line on the belt pointing one way, and then you got the reverse here. I'm not sure what happened there, but honestly, not too big of a deal. You can still tell which ranger this belongs to, and that symbol is on both sides. So here's the one side, and if we flip it over, boom. It is still there. Camera's not wanting to focus, but you can kind of make a general outline. There it is. Beautiful. So that's pretty cool. The other weapons, the little dagger and the gun, there's nothing that kind of personalizes it to the ranger, so these are interchangeable. If you happen to drop... Actually, I have a bunch of the daggers here. There's no issue. I can assign this to any ranger. As you can see, the symbol's all the same. So no biggie there. Well, let's just finish taking a look at the sword. We've seen this logo a few times on the guns and the little dagger, but that's their little symbol. And a little cool design here. All these shapes are the shapes that like reflect their mask and their personalized shape. So that is pretty cool. Before Zeo made it popular and famous, they were doing triangles and squares and circles before that. So there's one side, and it is on the opposite side. Paint's a little sloppier on this side. As you can see, the other side was pretty perfect. Straight white line. And then on the other one, a little sloppy, but it's a small thing. I'm not going to harp on it. But a very cool sword. And now let's take a look at the Rangers. So here is our team of Alien Rangers. I tried to do a cool pose with each of them. As you can see here, we have Yellow Ranger shooting a gun. Blue Ranger is dual wielding some swords. He's got the little dagger, and he's got his regular sword. We've got the White Ranger going for a power slash with her main weapon. We have Red Ranger I don't know why he doesn't have his weapon out, but he's still kind of surveying the area. I tried to do a cool little pose where he was kind of holding onto his sword like he was ready to whip it out, and he's holding onto the back of it. So that's what I was kind of going for. He does kind of look stupid where everyone else is kind of armed to the teeth like they're ready for battle. And then you've got Red here just like waiting. And then you've got Green Ranger here. His weapons actually conflict because he's got the gun and then he's got the dagger in the hand. And technically that is the same weapon, but, you know, for this display, don't mind it too much. So, cool looking team shot. We will take a look at all of them to a certain degree. I'm not going to like fully break down each of them, but we will slowly kind of walk through them. I guess we will start with the far right in yellow, and as you can see, I have his sword put in his back. This was actually something I was thinking about. I don't know which way I should angle it, because I have some Rangers where the sword and the handle is like this, and then I have some where it's on the other side. I try to keep it different. I'm not sure if there's a correct way, if it should be like this or this, but you can have it any which way, whatever your heart pleases. But here is yellow. We will take out the gun and straighten him out and just kind of look at his figure. So here we have the yellow alien ranger. As you can see, his symbol is the triangle. A triangle on the mask, triangle visor, and on his belt buckle, a triangle with some other designs. Actually, he's a little bit different from the other figures because this is what most of the Rangers come in. They come with a gold belt, but the Yellow Ranger, he actually comes with a black one. I believe that is accurate to what the show is and shows it off as, but that is just something I wanted to make mention of. As you can see there, his is black instead of gold. And one thing I forgot to mention with all these Rangers is that they don't come with the civilian head, which I think is a big drawback for this. They have very unique heads because they are alien Rangers, and they're quite memorable, so I'm not sure why they didn't include it, but yeah, that is something that I will say about this set so far that is kind of lacking. We'll just do a nice 360 of him. We will check out his articulation. So we've got head, neck, looking nice. We will try pulling off the helmet, even though he doesn't have a civilian head. If they ever release them, or maybe you get them custom 3D printed, you can do that. I'm just going to pull this off so it doesn't fall. Maybe get someone to 3D print the alien civilian heads. You can put them on, and then we can do our favorite pose with the helmet by the side. I mean, we can do it here, but just looks kind of weird. Big fan of that pose. But yeah, the head comes off quite easily, and I'll just show off the neck peg. Pretty solid. So pop it back in. Now let's quickly go through the articulation. We've got butterfly joints on both sides, and they move quite nicely. They don't get stuck on anything. We've got shoulder articulation, up and down. We got bicep. We got double jointed elbows. The figures are pinned, which is kind of weird because I kind of expected them to be pinless because they were a newer release, but maybe these were in the work for a while, so they are pinned, as you can see here. I mentioned before I don't have an issue with that, but just making mention of it. Double jointed elbows. This one didn't really want to bend. There it goes. We got wrist articulation. We got torso. Looking nice. Check the other arm. This one actually, there's like a little bump here. Actually, you can kind of see it there. I don't know if it's, I guess you can kind of push through, but it does get caught on the plastic a little bit when you try and rotate it up. We get the bicep again here. Double jointed elbows. The bottom one does not want to bend. Kind of what happened with the first one. There we go. And then we got hand-wrist articulation again. Let's do a split test. Quite limited, to be honest. I was expecting way more. Especially, when you think of Power Rangers, they're constantly doing like flips and kicks and just cool shit, cool martial arts and shit. And that seems pretty limiting. Little disappointing there. There is no waist swivel because the swivel is in the abdomen here. Now let's check out the legs. Forward. Actually, no, I didn't do a sit test. Sit test is pretty good. Quite the crunch there. Leg forward, leg to the side, thigh, double jointed knees. That one went splendidly well. We got boot articulation and foot. And we'll just do the same thing here. Thigh, foot to the side, foot forward, double jointed knees, boot cut, and foot articulation. So here's the holster. You can put the gun in here. I did find that I had a lot of issues with the gun getting stuck. I think they should have made, whoops, it's focusing on the boot. I think they should have made this opening a little bit bigger, because when I try and put it in, it will go in, but to try and get it out is a nightmare. This is me pushing it in. All right, nice, looks good. And if I want to pull it out, it starts to get stuck on the head there, and it just kind of sucks. You just kind of gotta play with it, wiggle it back and forth, and then eventually it will come through. But something you want to be careful of is you're not scratching off paint when you are pulling out the gun from the holster. So keep that in mind. And something I actually did not try. I don't know if this will go in. It does go in. I don't know if that's accurate. I would assume this is more for the gun in the holster than the sword. It does look a little weird. I guess, yeah, gun is the better option, but you can put the dagger if you please. So we got the gun in the holster. Now let's put the little sword on his back. Here's the Yellow Ranger ready for combat. Looking quite nice. Next, we'll take a look at Blue Ranger. I'm not going to go through all the articulation and stuff. I'm just going to kind of show off what the figure looks like. We saw the articulation with Yellow. I'm pretty confident that, you know, it's going to be fine with all of them. But here is Blue. Looking nice as well. There's his symbol. Kind of a square with a bite taken out of it. But on his helmet, it's square. And then his visor's rectangular. Very weird set of shapes for him, but here's his little sword thing on the back, and have him dual wielding the swords. And again, the symbol is on the sword, which matches that symbol there. So you know it is the Blue Ranger's sword, and I think it looks pretty good. We will be seeing this Blue Ranger again in just a second, because there is something I want to check out. So there is Blue. We're going to save white for last. We're going to take a look at red. Let's straighten him out here. I actually really like how the red on him looks. It really pops, especially on the camera. Looks awesome. I actually like how everyone is, to be honest. Like, I didn't think I was going to really care for the Yellow Ranger, but I really like the yellow on him on this suit. Black, blue, white. I just really like them all. But here is red. His symbol is circular, but on here it's a circle with like an S in the middle. So again, some pretty interesting shapes. His sword with the symbol, you can see the S. Just throw that on the back, and we'll do a nice 360 with him here. And the reason I'm saving white for last is because we're going to go through the articulation with that, because it is a different body mold. It's on the female body mold. I don't have any other comparisons with it, so all the other guys are on the same body mold. So if I go through one, it's kind of going through all of them. But we will go through white in a second. And here is Black, looking quite nice. He's got a pentagram. Penta is 5 sides. Yeah, that is him. And you can see the little symbol there. I'm not sure what the black line means. Some of the other Rangers had that as well. I'm sure that's symbolic for something, but to my knowledge, I am not too sure. So here is the Black Ranger, wielding 2 weapons with 2 blast effect pieces, because he's just a badass like that. And now we're going to take a quick look at the White Ranger, who, like I mentioned, is on the female body. Let's just check her symbol out real quick. It is a arrow, or greater than or less than sign. I'm not sure which one that is. But here it is on her belt, and here it is on the sword. You can't really tell that there's like an arrow there, but it is her weapon. You can kind of see it on that side. And really, you just need to see it on one side to confirm. So we'll quickly go through the articulation. So we got head there, neck. She does have a butterfly joint. Actually, let me just take this off the back. She does have a butterfly joint, but it does not really move. I don't know if it's stuck or just, I don't know. It just does not move at all, either side. It's just there. It's just there for decoration, so can't really comment on that. We will check out the shoulder. Nice shoulder articulation, bicep. We've got double jointed elbows. Actually, she is pinless. Pretty interesting. Actually, hold on. Blue pins, red pin, black pin. Okay, all the male bodies were pinned, but the female body, she got lucky. She's on pinless, which is cool, I guess. I mean, kind of sucks because you'd like to see some consistency throughout the whole team, but for me, it doesn't really matter. We saw the wrist articulation there. Then we'll check out this side, shoulder, double jointed elbows, and wrists. Then we got some torso stuff. Spinning that around. She can go back quite a bit, forward quite a bit. Let's check out the splits. Splits are insane. Actually, I thought this fucking leg popped out. That's how much I thought it came out. Actually, her legs feel, I don't know, when I did the split test, it just felt very loose. That's why I was just checking it out. That seems scary to me. I don't know if it's the skirt that's restricting it, but when I have it like this, you can kind of see it can go and then it kind of bounces back. Not sure what that is, but very good split articulation there. She does have a skirt. It is a harder plastic. Actually, hold on. She's got drop down hips. That is why. So we see here, drop down, drop up. That's pretty cool. I don't think the guys had that. Yeah, no drop hip there. Okay, that makes sense why that was kind of feeling a little bit weird. One thing I like about her design is that the her little side piece, the holder, is molded onto her skirt, which is quite nice. It's not loose or anything like that. It is tied down. Now we'll check out the leg articulation. So we saw the splits. Sitting is not too bad. We've got thigh there, double jointed knees. Boom. A little tough there. Boot cut and foot. And on this side, thigh, double jointed knee, boot cuts, and foot. And we will do a little 360 with her. Looking quite nice. Nice to get another white ranger in the collection. Actually, of all the color rangers that they are, I think white probably has the least amount of additions. I'm just taking a look at my collection, and I would say yes. I thought it might have been pink, but pink actually has quite a few teams that have pink ranger figures. With white, you just have Mighty Morphin white. You've got this one here, you've got Dino Thunder White, and then you've got the SPD Omega Ranger. What sucks about a lot of those figures is 3 out of 4 of them are exclusive. This Amazon exclusive, the SPD Omega Ranger, was an Amazon exclusive. Now, probably pretty hard to get. And then the Dino Thunder White was a GameStop exclusive. I believe it was a different place in the States, but I got it at a GameStop. And then, yeah, the only one that was released in a regular wave was Mighty Morphin White. And he was released in Wave 1. So, quite a lack of White Rangers. But honestly, if you really think about it, there's not too many of them. So, you do got to kind of spread them out. So before we wrap up with these Rangers, I do want to check something on 2 of these Rangers. Well, one of them I want to check, and then 2, I just kind of want to do a little diorama. So the first one is with the Blue Ranger, because with the Alien Ranger, his shade of blue is always a lot lighter. So I brought in a couple of the other Blue Rangers to kind of compare. As you can see, they're kind of similar in all of them. They're kind of a darker blue. And I will say that the Alien Ranger does have a lighter shade of blue, which is cool. I was kind of wondering if they were going to incorporate that into a suit, and it does look like they did. As you can see, we'll get a close-up, we'll get Wild Force Blue. Definitely a couple shades lighter than Wild Force and the other guys. That is cool to see. And another cool thing about this edition with the Alien Rangers is that we're much more closer to finishing off the Forever Red team. For those of you who are unfamiliar, Forever Red it's probably the most famous episode of Power Rangers. It happened in the Wild Force season. Basically, there was they were on the moon. I think they were going to blow up the moon or something like that. I forgot the whole premise of the episode, but basically what they did was they recruited the first 10 Red Rangers. This is a big task, and we had to bring on our best Rangers at hand. So we've already got 5. We got Mighty Morphin Red, Zero Red, In Space Red, Lost Galaxy Red, and Time Force Red. We will be getting Turbo Red sometime soon. I believe his release date is September, October. And then we will have 7 out of the 10 members, and then we're still missing Lightspeed Rescue Red, Wild Force Red, and the Quantum Ranger, who is the 6th Ranger for the Time Force season. And then we can complete that diorama. But unfortunately, like I mentioned earlier, to complete that, there's really no end in sight, so that is unfortunate. Before we wrap up, I did mention that the Alien Rangers is the second ever 5-pack, and the first one is the Psycho Rangers, which I got here. I will say I do like the Alien Ranger one more. I do like the little pose and style that they're in, where this one, it just, it's the same head, just painted 5 times, 5 different colors. So just wanted to show off the comparison between the 2 boxes. Definitely a positive change, I would say, with how they did the Alien Rangers. I think all the figures look great, very happy with them. I think the only drawback from this box being perfect would be the inclusion of the heads. I think if it came with the civilian heads, this would have been 10 out of 10, perfect set. Definitely highly recommend picking it up. I think people are still going to buy it. If you're going to buy it, you're going to buy it. But there's probably at least a couple people, just in terms of probability, that are not going to buy it because it doesn't come with the civilian heads. But maybe we'll get them in the future with another release. Maybe we'll get them if someone, 3D prints them. That would be cool. I think I would definitely pick up a set. But all in all, I'm pretty happy with this. Happy with all the accessories. Happy with how that turned out. Happy with the box. And glad I picked it up. So that is going to be it for the figure showing off portion. Now we are going to move on to the pre-order and the lots and lots of news coming out of Comic-Con. So let's get into that. All right, next we are going to be jumping into pre-orders and news. We're going to start out with the pre-orders and then talk about news. And man, a lot of stuff to talk about, covering everything from San Diego Comic-Con. Let's quickly go through my pre-orders. Only pre-ordered 5 things this month. The first thing I pre-ordered was DC Multiverse Tim Drake Robin, and this is the Robin figure that I have been waiting for. I love the green and yellow and red. It looks awesome. I do already have the other version of Tim Drake Robin, but when I get this, it will probably be replacing that, so very excited to be picking this one up. Again, from DC Multiverse, I pre-ordered the Anti-Monitor Mega figure that's going to be coming out. Even though I'm not too familiar with him, he looks pretty cool. Also, I ordered this and the Robin on GameStop. I'm a Platinum member, so I get 10% off, and I kind of ordered them together because they have the same release date. So I did get a deal on it, which was the main enticing reason I got it. But yeah, I can't wait to add that to my collection. Another DC Multiverse figure. This one is a McFarlane Toy Store exclusive. I should have mentioned this at the beginning, but I'll just mention it now. Anything I pre-order, I will also have links to it in the description. So this is going to be on the McFarlane Toy Store, and that's the only place you can get it, but it is the Catman figure, which is also a gold label figure. I'm going to be honest, I'm not 100% familiar, but I believe he's a Batman villain of sorts. That's the main reason I'm picking him up. Also because he's a McFarlane Toy Store exclusive and he's harder to get. I can see him selling out quite fast. So I was like, you know what? I'm just going to get my pre-order in and pick him up. Very cool looking figure. One of the things that is actually worth talking about is the cape is a cloth cape instead of the rubber capes that they usually do. He's coming with a cloth cape, which is a very nice detail. I think that might be the norm, going forward with McFarlane, because I've seen them announce a bunch of Batman figures and they also have cloth capes, so that is a really cool change for them if they plan on implementing it throughout all their figures with capes. I actually already got a shipping notice that it's already been shipped, so we will be getting that in the month of August, hopefully without any issues. Bearing any issues. And the last two things I pre-ordered come from the Marvel Legends side of things. The first one was the Blade figure that was announced. We'll talk more about this later, but I ended up pre-ordering this as well. This one was on GameStop, so I got the platinum discount, which is very nice. Very nice looking Blade. Probably the best looking figure out of that whole wave, but like I said, we'll talk about that wave when we get to the news section for Marvel Legends. And the last thing that I pre-ordered was also announced at Comic-Con, and it was the 2-pack of Peter Parker and Alistair Smythe in the VHS 2-pack. I'm a big fan of Smythe. I'm glad that he's finally getting a figure. And now with Peter Parker, he looks cool. He didn't come in the look I would have wanted him to. So in the animated show, he really had two looks that he bounced between. The one the figure is based on, where he has the blazer and stuff. But the one I would have liked to have seen him in, he always wore like a teal polo, which I was much more a fan of that look. But, you know, it's cool to even get the Peter Parker figure. And this figure is a Hasbro Pulse exclusive. You can only get it through there. So those are all the things I pre-ordered, and like I mentioned, I will have links to them in the description in case you're interested in checking any of them out. But now let's get into the news section, because goddamn, there was quite a lot of cool stuff announced at San Diego Comic-Con. I think I got everything written down that I wanted to talk about. I'm sure there's stuff that I missed that I didn't write down, but I think I was able to kind of find most of the stuff I was looking for. So the first thing that we can talk about is a little bit of Power Rangers Lightning Collection news. Like I mentioned earlier, Hasbro is going to be doing their Hasbro PulseCon again this year. There's a special event that they host every year in the month of September. I know we talked about the Doom and Gloom that is coming up for the Lightning Collection, but based on what they showed off in this PulseCon announcement, there are going to be some announcements for the Lightning Collection. Whether they be positive or negative, we'll have to wait to see. There is something I'm really looking forward to them announcing, which was kind of leaked in July. I don't really like to talk about leaks, but it was a 4-pack of the Omega Rangers, which is from the comic story, the Boom Studios comic, and very, very excited about that. The box was leaked, and the figures were leaked as well. You could see all the accessories and stuff. At first, it was kind of like, oh my god, is this real? And then it turns out, yeah, it looks very real. So, cannot wait for that. I'm assuming that's going to be their big exclusive for that announcement. But yeah, we'll have to wait till September 22nd when PulseCon occurs, and hopefully they can even touch on some of the rumors that may or might not happen with the Lightning Collection. Sticking on with Hasbro, we're going to jump into the Beast Wars section, and I was kind of expecting an announcement here, and when I saw a picture shown off on social media, I was like, dude, we're gonna get some announcements. So we actually ended up getting no announcements, even though in their Transformer section they had a whole cabinet dedicated to Beast Wars figures, and I was like, dude, why are you teasing me? Why are you going to have this here and not lead to any figure announcements? I was so sad after Comic-Con. I'm like, dude, why did they even have that? I think they announced some Transformer stuff. I'm not too sure. If you guys know me, you know, I stick with the Beast Wars stuff. But yeah, I had so much hope when I saw that display, like they were taking pictures and stuff, and then just to find out nothing was announced broke my heart. There is one figure in there that I hope they do re-release, and it's Polar Claw. It's a polar bear, and I really want to grab that figure, and I'm hoping they re-release it. Please, Hasbro, can we get it? And then actually still keeping on with Hasbro, we have the Marvel Legends news, and quite a bit of stuff was announced at San Diego Comic-Con. So before we even get in the wave, they were showing off like single characters and stuff, and there was one in particular that actually like really caught my attention, and it's a character I'm not familiar with. They go by the name Detroit Steel, and just judging by, you know, the name and the look, it looks like, you know, a variant of Iron Man, some armor variant. And he looks so badass. I was like, bro, that is probably the coolest Marvel Legends they showed that weekend. On one arm, you got this huge Gatling gun, which looks awesome. And then on the other arm, you've got a chainsaw. Of all things, a fucking chainsaw. It was just absolutely ridiculous looking. It's super over the top. I'm not too familiar with who Detroit Steel is. I'm going to have to do some research, but just looking at this figure, I was like, I might have to pick this up. And then in terms of the waves that were announced, the first wave shown off was the X-Men animated show series, which is going to be rebooted / continued on Disney Plus. I'm not sure when it actually comes on. I believe it's later this year or early next year, something like that. I remember hearing a little bit about it, and I've seen a lot of product reveals for it recently. So I think it might be later this year. I feel like I read October. I'm not too sure, but I'm pretty excited for it. I grew up on this show, so for them to continue it is pretty cool. Actually, hopefully it's successful and they do a continuation of the Spider-Man show. I believe the Spider-Man show was kind of left on a cliffhanger, if I remember correctly, so if X-Men's a success, hopefully they kind of reboot the Spider-Man as well. I don't think it's off the table, but it is something I'd like them to look into if X-Men's successful. Anyways, back to the X-Men wave. In the wave, you get 6 figures, and you are going to be getting animated versions of Wolverine, Storm, Gambit, Rogue, Bishop, and Magneto, and they will all be on a retro-style card, which doesn't look too bad. I think the figures look solid. Honestly, most of these are a skip for me because I already have them. I have a Gambit and Rogue on a retro card. Actually, I got the Storm on a retro card too. Bishop I might consider because I do have a Bishop, but I do like this look for him. This updated look that they're going to do on the show. So I might pick him up. Magneto looks pretty cool as well. I do have the Magneto from the 3-pack with Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch. And then Wolverine I'm kind of considering as well, mainly because he comes with a maskless version, which I'm a pretty big fan of. I don't know why, that just kind of appeals to me. The Wolverine that I have now is a cool looking Wolverine, but I think I might exchange it for, or upgrade it for this retro card one. We'll have to wait to see, but I'm kind of considering it. And then the other wave that was announced was based on the Marvel Knights. And in this wave, you get Daredevil and one of his newer looks. You get Lady Bullseye, Luke Cage, Power Man, his old look, his like original look, a Fist Ninja, a character by the name Clea, Iron Man, who is based on the Midnight Suns game, which was pretty cool. That was something I was not really expecting because I don't know if it did too well or not, but it's pretty cool that they're even acknowledging the game and like doing figures based on it. I'm pretty sure it's like an easy one for them because they have so many Iron Man variants, so it'd just be like a recoloring of sorts. I think, I'm not saying that like fact, but I'm sure this was easier for them to produce than like some of the other figures. And then the last one that we talked about already was Blade, who kind of rounds out this wave. And in this wave, everyone comes with a Build-A-Figure piece, except for Daredevil. He comes with nothing. I mean, he comes with accessories, but not a Build-A-Figure piece. And if you get all the Build-A-Figure pieces, you get to build a character by the name of the Mindless One. Actually, speaking of Build-A-Figure, because I did not mention this, the X-Men animated show does not come with any Build-A-Figure, which actually would have been cool if they all come with a piece and you can kind of build like a Sentinel or something. But yeah, this wave actually looks pretty sweet. As we talked about before, I picked up the Blade, and I'm actually glad I did because I saw a lot of places with it sold out, so I'm very happy that I got it. The other one that I'm kind of considering is Lady Bullseye. Actually, now that I think about it, I don't even have a regular Bullseye in my collection, which is a damn shame. But this Lady Bullseye does look pretty cool. And then everyone else I'm not too interested in. Besides from all the retro carding stuff, it looks like this is going to be the first wave with the plastic window again. So it looks like it's going to be starting with that, bringing back the old style boxes, which is pretty cool. Very happy to see that. Next, we're jumping into some Dragon Ball SH Figure Arts news, and there were a couple cool figures that were announced here. The first one, which I was kind of excited about, probably more excited than I thought it was going to be, and it was the Dragon Ball GT Young Goku. And if you watched a previous episode of mine, my figure videos, where I did the Super Saiyan 4 Goku, you know I didn't have too many positive things to say about GT. I think it's kind of a black eye on the series, but I'm not going to get into that here. But they're doing a Goku from there, and I think that's pretty cool. I know this is going to contradict what I just said, but I would actually like to see them do more GT, incorporate that into the series. It is still canon, and there are some cool design characters that I'd like to see, you know, done in the figure art style, so hopefully this is many more to come. But yeah, this Goku actually looks pretty cool. I don't know if I'm going to get it though, but I'm thinking about it. And the coolest figure announced from Dragon Ball was at San Diego Comic-Con. They announced a Mecha Frieza figure and King Cold, which is awesome. First off, King Cold looks huge and super badass. I can't wait to get him. But the Mecha Frieza, though, actually looks super cool. I cannot wait to pick up this Mecha Frieza and King Cold. I really was stoked when I saw that this was announced. Next, we're going to be jumping into video game characters, and there's a couple cool things that were announced at San Diego Comic-Con. The first one was, this is something I kind of just stumbled upon, kind of looking and sifting through other headlines. I stumbled upon this, and it was a company by the name of Syndicate Collectibles, who I'm not familiar with. I believe they're a newer company, and at Comic-Con they showed off that they're going to be making some figures for the popular beat-em-up Double Dragon. Obviously, they showed off Billy and Jimmy, and there was a third guy in there who I'm not familiar with, but at the same time, he might have not been part of the Double Dragon thing. He might have just been in the same container, so I'm not too familiar with that character if he was a Double Dragon character. But the Billy and Jimmy, I think they look pretty awesome. The only downside for them is they're coming in the 7-inch range, which is a little bigger than your regular size figure, which comes in at the 6-inch range. But if anything actually gets announced or like pre-orders or anything about that, I will probably talk about it. I definitely want to keep an eye on this because they were some pretty cool figures. Next, we have Jazzwares, who is the company producing the AEW figures. This was kind of leading into Comic-Con, but they announced that they acquired the rights to start producing some Call of Duty figures. They announced that the line will be coming out in fall of 2023, and the first figure that they announced was a figure of the popular Call of Duty character Ghost, but it's not the Ghost that I think of, at least when I think of Ghost from Call of Duty. This is based on his newer look from the new Modern Warfare reboot series, and they showed off an exclusive one for Comic-Con. I'm not sure if it's going to be getting a regular retail release. I know they talked a lot about the newer Modern Warfare, but honestly, I would love for them to do some of like the original Modern Warfare series, like Soap and Captain Price, Ghost. Those were the big ones, but I'm sure there were some other characters that I would be excited for if they announced. But yeah, those three in particular, I would absolutely love to get some figures of. But as far as the Ghost that they showed off, I thought it looked all right. If I had an opportunity to pick it up, I probably would, to be honest. I might have just caved in and picked it up. But I'm looking forward to what they got planned with Wave 1 or whatever else they're going to be making. So going to be keeping my eye out on that. And last but not least, for some video game figure news, we've got at San Diego Comic-Con, Jada Toys, who is a company that we've talked about. We've showed off their Street Fighter figures, which I'm a very big fan of, the Fei Long and the Ryu. I believe that was the last episode. So in case you missed that, go check it out. Very, very cool figures. They announced Wave 3 for their Mega Man line and their Street Fighter line, which are pretty cool looking figures. As far as the Mega Man Wave 3, it is going to be the characters of Woodman, Bubbleman, and a Mega Man without a helmet. Pretty cool looking figures, to be honest. I'm still waiting for them to announce Zero, but hopefully that is on the horizon. And then as far as Street Fighter Wave 3, they announced that it's going to be Guile, Cammy, and probably someone I was not really expecting, DJ. I was kind of waiting for DJ to be announced later on in the waves. I wasn't expecting him to be announced so early. But honestly, he looks pretty awesome. Actually, all three of them look awesome. Guile with his hair, Cammy I think looks pretty cool, and DJ, I was kind of like, damn, I was selling him short, but I'm actually pretty excited for him, so can't wait for those to go up for pre-order. Same with the Mega Man, very excited about that. Actually, for Mega Man, I haven't even got Wave 1. That is something I am looking forward to, but yeah, Street Fighter, looking pretty solid so far. Next, we got McFarlane's DC Multiverse. There was actually quite a bit of news here from San Diego Comic-Con. Actually, there was a couple things before we even got to San Diego Comic-Con. The first one was they announced a 2-pack of the Batman 89 figure and the Batmobile as a package deal. And the reason they did this was because when they did the Flash movie wave, the Michael Keaton figure was so successful that it sold out like everywhere. Same thing with the Batmobile, like those just sold out like gangbusters. And a lot of people were pissed off because it's like, dude, we wanted to pick this up, and now it's like next to impossible to pick up. And McFarlane's like, all right, you know what? We're going to be releasing it together, a package deal. And it's like, we're going to put it up on Amazon. We're going to put it up for pre-order, and, that'll be your opportunity to get it. And I think it like sold out in like 30 seconds, just like vanished. There were still a lot of people that were not able to get a copy, myself included. Honestly, I really did want to pick up the Batmobile from the original release, like when it was just by itself. But this 2-pack actually pretty enticing, to be honest. I tried to snag myself one, and as you saw in the pre-order section, I was not very successful in that, so I will just have to wait for them to do like a second or third wave of those, but it's still something I would like to get. And the other thing that was announced before Comic-Con, before we get into the good stuff, it was revealed that they did a 2-pack of Batman and Spawn, which is a pretty cool looking 2-pack. Personally, for me, I'm not too interested in it. If anything, I'd like to get Spawn by himself, which is something I might pick up eventually. But as far as this 2-pack goes, it's cool looking, but for me, it's going to be a skip. But now let's get into the meat and potatoes, the Comic-Con reveals. So the first one being that they're going to be producing a wave of figures based on the Batman and Robin movie. Yeah, the movie you're thinking of. How can you forget, Arnold Schwarzenegger as Mr. Freeze, one of his all-time best roles. I kid. But they're actually going to be producing a wave of figures based on this movie, which honestly is just insane. Out of all the Batman movies that you can do and make figures for, you pick probably the worst movie to start with. Very interesting choice, but in the wave we will be getting a Batman, which is George Clooney, Robin, Batgirl, and Poison Ivy, and each figure will come with a Build-A-Figure piece where you get to build Arnold Schwarzenegger as Mr. Freeze. And yeah, when I saw this, my jaw kind of dropped because I was like, is this real? Is this like it's a little late for April Fool's Day jokes, but yeah, this is real. I'm still kind of stunned by it, to be honest. It still hasn't registered for me. Next, they announced a new wave for the Batman animated series TV show, and in that wave, we are going to be getting Batman, Robin, Scarecrow, and Mr. Freeze again, and all of them come with a Build-A-Figure piece to build yourself a character you've always wanted in Condiment King. Very weird choice, but I don't hate it. But yeah, as far as this wave, I thought it was actually a pretty cool announcement. I've actually seen these Batman animated figures like in stores and stuff, and I've been very tempted to a few times. Really cool characters, and this is a show I watched as a kid, so to get figures of them was pretty enticing, but honestly, I had to be like, where does it kind of end, So I never got into collecting them, but there was a couple points where I was very tempted, but thankfully, I've been able to control myself, but I just thought the figures looked cool, so I wanted to give a little bit of a shout out. The next thing they showed off was kind of weird. I don't really know how to describe it. They didn't really give too much information on it, but me putting together the pieces of the puzzle, I don't think this is looking too good. But basically, they're going to be producing kind of like a Page Puncher series, which is like where they do the figure and the comic. But in this one, it's digital, I believe. I don't know how they're doing it. They didn't really explain it too well, but I saw the 3 letters I'm not a big fan of, and it's NFT, and I was like, dude, why are you even getting involved in this? Like, this is such bullshit. Biggest thing about this, like, normally I wouldn't care, but part of the wave, we get an Aquaman, we get Batman, and the third figure in the wave is probably the most requested figure that McFarlane's gotten, and it's just a regular comic edition of Wonder Woman. It's a really nice looking figure, and to kind of put it behind this wall of NFT and other bullshit is pretty garbage. I kind of hope this fails. Like, for me, just get rid of NFTs. Don't put it anywhere near figures. If you want to do something like that, make it part of like an exclusive or something like that, like an online exclusive. Keep it out of your regular waves. So I could be blowing this out of proportion, but just based on the information that I kind of saw, I was not very excited. And then to package it with a character a lot of people want, it just seems like a recipe for a disaster, but I still do want that Wonder Woman. I think it looks solid. Next, they announced a new wave for their Collector's Edition line, which is a new like sub-line that they're going to be doing. And in this wave, we are going to be getting Hawkman Firestorm, and another highly requested character, Sinestro. This whole wave looks awesome. Sinestro 100% is at the top of my list. I definitely want to pick that up, start getting some other lanterns in my collection. Firestorm looks incredible too. Can't wait to pick that one up. Hawkman looks good, but I think I need to see actual figure shots of it before I kind of make my decision. It does look good, but I'm still kind of on the fence. But as far as the other two, they're going to be day one pre-orders for me whenever that's announced. Next, they announced a couple of gold label figures, which are going to be exclusives to somewhere. I don't believe they announced where, but they showed off Catman, who we talked about earlier. They showed off Black Lightning, which looked really cool. Green Lantern, it looked like a Hal Jordan, but he's a vampire. Not too familiar with that, but the one that was really cool was a Supergirl. They announced a Supergirl figure. I really want to get that Supergirl. That's the kind of look that I was kind of hoping to get. So that's another one that's going to be like a day one purchase for me, or day one pre-order, whatever. Black Lightning, very enticing as well. Same thing with Hawkman, where it looks cool, but I do want to see it in figure form before I end up pre-ordering it. But honestly, I might end up pre-ordering it. But the Supergirl, 1000% will be picking that up. And the last thing announced by McFarlane at Comic-Con was probably one of the cooler things that I've seen in a while. And it is to celebrate 100 years of Warner Brothers. They announced a 6-pack of all the people who have played Batman in movies over the years. So in the 6-pack, you get Michael Keaton, you get Val Kilmer, George Clooney, Christian Bale, Ben Affleck, and Robert Pattinson, all in their signature Batman look, which is super, super cool. They all come with cloth capes, which is a really nice touch. They come in this nice box set, looks really cool, and they added a couple extra accessories, which is a bat signal, and it comes with a couple different bat signal pieces. So you have the bat signal itself, which lights up, and then you have little plastic pieces that you can change. It reflects the different little bat logos that, each of them kind of incorporated in their look. The only downside I have with this one is the Ben Affleck Batman one, where I wish they went with his look from Batman vs. Superman, that like classic gray colored suit with the big bat on his chest. The look that the figure is kind of based on in this pack, I believe, is from the Justice League, where he's got more of an armored look. Not really a fan of that. I wish, like I said, they went with a more normal version from Batman vs. Superman, but this pack looks awesome. I don't usually get movie figures, but I might have to pick this up, to be honest. This was a very, very cool announcement. And then before we actually finish with the DC Multiverse and jump into the next one, I wanted to give a special shout out of some cool looking figures. They're not McFarlane, but they are DC. And it was a company by the name of Mafex. I've heard a lot about them and the figures that they make, but I've actually never purchased anything from them. But the figures they announced were some Batman villains, which were the Riddler and Scarecrow, and they are based off their look from the graphic novel Batman Hush. And I've got to say, these figures look fantastic. The Riddler looks great. That's kind of like what I wanted out of what McFarlane was going to do with Riddler. Like, if I could pick a look for them to kind of base a Riddler figure on, it would be this one here. I think it looks awesome. I'm happy with my Arkham City one, but I think this one looks really, really cool. And same thing with the Scarecrow. Very cool looking. I love that design. I was very excited when I saw both of these. And like I said, I know I don't collect Mafex. In terms of DC stuff, I stick with McFarlane, but these figures just looked so cool that I just wanted to give a little special shout out to them. So shout out to Mafex. I've seen a bunch of figures that you've done before. They look awesome. And this here, Riddler and Scarecrow, they look incredible. And last but not least, we are going to be doing some wrestling figure news. The first thing that was announced was from a company called Powertown, which is a company we've talked about before. They kind of specialize in making figures of older generation wrestlers from like the late 80s, before that, yeah, I think early 90s as well, but very old wrestlers that I'm not too familiar with, but they did announce that they're going to be doing a 2-pack with a couple of guys that I am pretty familiar with, and they announced they're doing a 2-pack of Matt Cardona and Brian Myers. And for those of you who are not familiar, Matt Cardona, formerly known as Zack Ryder, and Brian Myers, formerly known as Kurt Hawkins. I think both of these figures look great, and they come with some very, very cool accessories. So not only do you get 2 very cool looking figures, you get extra heads, hands, a cloth robe for Cardona. I believe it's a cloth vest for Myers. But the coolest thing about this pack, which honestly tempted me greatly to pick this up, was the addition of titles. And the titles I'm talking about are the Impact Digital Media Championship, which I'm not a fan of the name, but it is a cool looking title, and that will be coming with Brian Myers. And for Matt Cardona, he is coming with the 10 pounds of gold, the NWA World Heavyweight title. I love that NWA World title. I think it's one of the nicest wrestling titles out there. Definitely one of my faves, and I think they did a great job creating it here. I don't know if I'm going to pick this 2-pack up. I'm not really a fan of the figures themselves, just because they're in the 7-inch line, and most of my collection is in 6 because I collect the Elites and AEW Unrivaled, and they're smaller, so these would kind of stick out like a sore thumb, and if I were to buy it, it would just be for the championship belts. So I don't know if I'll be picking these up, but the 2-pack itself looks great. I think they did a killer job. Next, we got Jazzwares, who are the creators of the AEW figures. They announced a bunch of cool stuff at San Diego Comic-Con. The first one was the exclusive figure that they were going to have for the convention, and it was a Sting figure who comes in a very special packaging, and it also comes with a casket. Very cool looking figure. There's only 1,000 of them made. Me personally, I wasn't too interested in it, but I thought it just looked really cool. And then as far as what they announced at Comic-Con, that actually kind of surprised me quite a bit because they didn't announce too much AEW stuff, which is honestly understandable because they've announced quite a bit of figures. Like, we know for the next 7 waves kind of generally who's supposed to be released. Some of them have been changed here and there. So I was kind of interested to see what they were going to announce, and they did announce a couple AEW figures, and we'll talk about them now. The first one was a new Supreme Punk, but with this version, it is going to be a Walmart exclusive, and the figure looked pretty cool. But the coolest thing they announced was they announced a new program called The Vault. And they were kind of cryptic about it, so I'm not too sure how to describe it, but basically it seems like it's going to be an online exclusive retailer owned by Jazzwares, obviously. I believe they're going to be making limited quantities of these. I believe that was mentioned at some point. Maybe I'm misremembering something, but I believe they're going to be in limited quantities. They started off by announcing that they're going to be doing another Supreme figure for Malachi Black, but this version comes in very special packaging, which looked pretty cool. Then they announced that they're going to be doing their first ever 3-pack, and that is going to include the group of Death Triangle, which is Pac, Phoenix, and Pentagon. And not only is it their first 3-pack, they're also coming with some pretty cool accessories, which is they're going to be coming for the first time ever the AEW Trios titles. And not only that, not only do you get the Trios titles, but you're also going to be getting the All-Atlantic title, which Pac had at the time. So very cool first 3-pack that they're going to do. Not only do you get 3 figures, but you're also going to be getting 4 titles in the same box. That's just insane. And then the other thing they announced, part of the Vault, which I think is going to be very, very cool, I'm really looking forward to this, was they announced that they are going to be doing some Ring of Honor figures, and those are going to be exclusive to the Vault program. And they actually showed off Wave 1 of Ring of Honor, and it's going to be Kenny Omega, Danhausen, Claudio Castagnoli, and Bryan Danielson. We're going to talk about that wave in a second, because honestly, I'm not a fan. That was one of those things where I went from 100, on Cloud 9, oh my god, they're doing Ring of Honor figures, to after they announced that first wave, I just crashed into the ground. I was like, man, that is such a lame first wave. But also, a part of the Ring of Honor figures, they're going to be coming in windowless packaging, and they're coming with this special, black and white and red box art. Looks very, very cool. So in terms of the wave, I think it's not very exciting. The Bryan Danielson figure is exciting, and he's kind of a staple when you think of Ring of Honor. That makes sense. Claudio, I don't know if too many people are looking to get his early look? I can say for me personally, no. Kenny Omega, pretty cool addition. I believe he came in his cleaner gimmick. That's what the attire was based on. It would have been cool if they went even further back and just showed him off when he was just like in tights. Like before he became like the cool Kenny Omega that we know now, he was just like some really nerdy guy who had some very ugly gear. I remember specifically, it was yellow and green, and it was just like, woo. And he was doing like the Hadouken move, and yeah, just, he's definitely come a very long way. And the least exciting person in this wave, at least for me personally, was Danhausen. I do like Danhausen, but honestly, when I think of Ring of Honor, he's not someone that I kind of associate with Ring of Honor. Like, his time in Ring of Honor was during their dark period, when they were in their COVID stage. They're wrestling in empty buildings. It wasn't the best time for Ring of Honor, and I'm not blaming that on Danhausen, but there's so many other cool people that you could have put in this position. And I have a couple of ideas of what they should have done. Actually, I put my own Wave 1 together. So, me personally, if I was in charge, my Wave 1 of the Ring of Honor figures would be Bryan Danielson. I would keep him. I think you have to have him. He's a staple of Ring of Honor. Makes sense. Second person I'd go with would be Punk. He's another one like Bryan. He's one of those names that you automatically list off when you think about Ring of Honor and people that have kind of come through and made it big. He's definitely there, and it would be cool to get a figure of him with his yellow shorts and his long blonde hair like he had before. The next person I would do would be Bandito. I think Bandito would be a cool addition for a couple reasons. One, he represents the kind of newer generation of Ring of Honor, which I guess you're kind of doing with Danhausen, but with Bandito, he accomplished more than Danhausen. With Bandito, former Ring of Honor World Champion. I think he's a former 6-man tag team champion. I'm not sure if he won any other belts. I know he's never won the Pure title. Not sure if he won the regular tag titles or the TV title, but the man's definitely won some gold in Ring of Honor, so I think he'd be a cool one to include. And the fourth person I would have in the wave, which might be a controversial one, just like the Danhausen pick, but I think it'd just be a really cool way to get a figure of him. And the person I'd pick would be Jerry Lynn. And I know some people are probably going to be like, what the fuck? What are you smoking? Why would you put Jerry Lynn? Let me explain. So first off, he's a goddamn legend. Former ECW superstar, TNA superstar, WWE superstar, WCW superstar. He's had a very long career. And to be honest, there's not too many Jerry Lynn figures. So I just kind of really want a Jerry Lynn figure. But to kind of make my argument even stronger, something that I know a lot of people probably forget about, but Jerry actually won the Ring of Honor World title at one point. This is like back in like 2008 or 2009 when they were doing when the movie The Wrestler was coming out, and they did a storyline where Jerry Lynn was kind of like Randy the Ram, and he was like, you know, an older guy, still kind of trying to relive his glory and prove himself and prove that he can hang with these new guys. And I remember he beat Nigel McGuinness for the Ring of Honor World title. As far as his reign goes as world champion, I don't really remember too much, but I think it'd be a really cool addition. Like I said, the guy's a legend, doesn't have too many figures, and he's a former Ring of Honor World Champion, so I think those are a couple good reasons to include him in Wave 1, at least for me personally. Let me know what you guys think in the comment section. But then they announced even more Ring of Honor figures, so not only do we get the Wave 1 of the 4 figures they announced, they also announced they're going to be doing some 2-packs, and for the 2-packs, they're going to be doing 3 of them, and in the 2-packs, they showed off the Young Bucks, Future Shock, which was the team name of Adam Cole and Kyle O'Reilly when they were teaming up early on in their Ring of Honor career. And last but not least, what was announced, which, you know, I'm sure a lot of people expected, were the Briscoe brothers. I talked about how Jerry Lynn doesn't have a lot of figures. I think these guys as well are overdue for some very nice looking figures, and I'm very much so looking forward to this. I also hope they do younger versions of the Briscoes because, to be honest, I'm not really a fan of their newer look. Like when Jay had the dreads and Mark has that really long beard. They just look really old. And when I think of them like from like 2005, 2006. Kind of skinny looking, but real badasses, and they would wear the same colored shorts. I'm going to buy these ones regardless, like whatever era of Briscoes they are, but I do hope that they eventually make a younger version of their look. Very cool announcement. I'm really looking forward to the Ring of Honor figures. They didn't really announce too much in terms of the vault, so whenever they do give us more information on that, I will definitely be talking about it here. And then we've got Mattel and what they announced at Comic-Con, and man, they really came with it. They announced a lot of things that, to be honest, didn't interest me. By the end of looking at all these different announcements of what they had at Comic-Con, I was kind of left excited for like one or two figures. Most of them just kind of didn't really interest me. We're going to be getting to them in just a second, but actually they announced something before Comic-Con. They announced an event exclusive as well, and they announced that they were going to be doing a 2-pack of Muhammad Ali in the ultimate style of their figures. And it's kind of like a book. It opens up, and then on one side you have Muhammad Ali as the referee from the match that he reffed at WrestleMania. I believe it was WrestleMania 1. And then on the other side, you have him from his famous match with Antonio Inoki, where they did boxer versus a wrestler. So pretty cool 2-pack. Very cool packaging. I really, really like that part. But as far as for me, this was a pretty big skip. It's a really cool piece. Like, it makes sense to make it a con exclusive. I was kind of hoping it would be more wrestling related. I mean, it is, but because it's so old, it didn't really appeal to me, so it's definitely a skip for me, but I actually really do like the packaging. I think it looks really cool, where they have that like famous shot, and then they have the picture of Muhammad cut out and put the figure in place. Very, very cool. But let's get into the meat and potatoes, the things they announced at Comic-Con. So they started off by announcing an Amazon exclusive 2-pack of Razor Ramon and Shawn Michaels from their famous ladder match at WrestleMania. Very cool looking 2-pack, a lot of cool accessories. The figures are in the elite style. You get 2 IC title belts because it was a unification match, and you get I know you get at least one ladder. I don't know how many you get in total, but you do get at least one. And I believe this is also going to be having some special packaging. This was a really cool announcement, but for me, this is kind of a skip. Not really too interested in this one. Next, they announced a couple new waves of the Legends Elite line, and they announced Wave 21, which is going to be the Iron Sheik, Jimmy Hart, Hulk Hogan, and Andre the Giant, who will also be the Chase. And in Wave 22, it will be Captain Lou Albano, the Sultan, Hulk Hogan, who will also be the Chase. And there's also going to be a 4th figure in this wave. They only showed off 3, but I read somewhere that the 4th person in this wave is going to be The Undertaker, but they didn't end up showing him at the convention, but apparently he's supposed to be part of this wave. So 2 cool looking waves, but for me personally, none of these really appeal to me. These are a lot of re-releases, you know, Hulk Hogan. You get 2 Hogans. You get one in Wave 21 and one in Wave 22. And if you were sick of the Hogans then, well, goddamn, the rest of this thing is going to be very brutal for you, which we'll be talking about in a second. The only kind of cool one they announced was the Sultan, because I don't believe he's ever gotten a figure. That's pretty exciting, but as far as everyone else, it's kind of a skip for me. They also announced that they're going to be doing the WWE Legends Ultimate Wave, and they showed off 3 figures for the Legends Ultimates, which are going to be The Rock, Ultimate Warrior, and Yokozuna. I'm not sure if this is going to be a wave because the release dates for all 3 of these figures are like very spread apart, but this is something we can look forward to in the future. Legends Ultimates, which is a pretty cool addition. Continuing on with the Hulkamania train, we got a 3-pack of Hulk Hogan, and it is a whole 3-pack of Hulk Hogan's. It is to celebrate the 40 years of Hulkamania, and in this pack you get 3 different Hulk Hogans, one from like his early career, one from him as the NWO Hollywood Hogan, and then the third one is his return to WWE. And these are going to be in the Elite style, and this one's actually a Target exclusive. It's okay. I've talked about before, they make so many Hulk Hogan figures. It's just too much. It just doesn't appeal to me, so this is definitely going to be a skip. And then they announced another Target exclusive, but this time it's going to be a 4-pack, and this is actually a pretty cool one. They announced it's going to be called like a Then Now Forever. That's kind of the tagline for it. And in the 4-pack you get Becky Lynch, you get The Rock, you get Stone Cold, and you also get another Hulk Hogan. But I will say, The Hulk Hogan in this pack does come with a pretty cool accessory. Comes with this green world title, the old, I think it was WWF world title. That's a really nice looking title. I do want to get that. But as far as everyone else, it's kind of a skip for me. Next, we have another 3-pack. Actually, they announced a lot of like multi-packs. This one's actually going to be a Walmart exclusive. And for this 3-pack, it is going to be a 3-pack of 3 different generations of the Maivia family. You get The Rock, you get his dad, Rocky Johnson, and you get his grandfather, High Chief Peter Maivia. I'm very interested to see how this 3-pack sells, because I don't know how many people are kind of like looking for a High Chief Peter Maivia or even a Rocky Johnson figure. And even the Rock figure itself, it's cool. Like, it's him and just I think he's got like some khaki shorts. It's mainly like dress wear. It's not in wrestling gear. But I like the idea of the 3-pack, but honestly, I don't know how well it's going to sell. It could be very successful. I'm not denying it, but just a very weird choice. And then they actually announced another 3-pack, and this is actually a 3-pack that's, I'm surprised they haven't done already, now that I thought about it. And it's going to be a 3-pack for Mick Foley, celebrating his 3 famous characters, Cactus Jack, Mankind, and Dude Love. Very cool 3-pack. I'm actually very surprised it took them so long to release this one. But for this one, this is actually going to be a ringside exclusive, but very cool announcement. After that, they announced WWE Ultimate Wave 20, which is going to be Asuka, Roman Reigns, and Bray Wyatt. Roman Reigns, I feel like I've seen this figure like 1,000 times, so that one doesn't really excite me. The Asuka one looks very, very cool, and the Bray Wyatt as well. I think that one looks very, very nice. That's from his Pitch Black match at the Royal Rumble. And I think it also glows in the dark. I saw 2 different versions of this where it was just regular and then he had like blue skin. I'm not sure if that's going to be like a chase or something like that, or if the figure itself will be a glow-in-the-dark figure. But if it is kind of an all-in-one, that's actually really cool. And then next we get into the WWE Elite Waves. These were the ones that I was really excited for because it's mainly what I collect. So they announced Elite Wave 105, which is going to be Johnny Gargano, Braun Strowman, Io Sky, Dominic Mysterio, and the 2 heavy hitters for me personally, Carmelo Hayes, who is also going to be the chase in the wave, and a very long requested person. It is the big bad booty daddy, Scott Steiner. I think it's actually a pretty cool looking wave. I really like the Braun Strowman. We talked about it on the last episode. It was revealed at some show. I think it looks solid. Io looks solid. Dominic, it's nice for him to get a nice updated version of him. You know, now that he's a heel with longer hair. Part of the Judgment Day. That's a really cool one. I'm sure that's going to sell out fast. And then the Carmelo Hayes, I think it looks really good. Kind of. I think the figure looks okay, but the face scan, I think the face looks horrible. Maybe the pictures they took were not the best angles of the figure, but from what I saw, the figure looks cool, but that face scan is very, very rough looking. And then, of course, the Scott Steiner, I think it looks fantastic. I'm actually glad that they went with the design they went with, which is like his WWE look where he wore pants. Because I thought they were going to do his WCW look where he wore more of like the short, kind of like biker shorts type look. Because like they used Rick Steiner's WCW look, so I thought they would do the same for Scott. But I'm actually glad that they went with the WWE look. I think he looks better in the pants. So, solid wave. Definitely going to be picking up Scott and Carmelo. Next, they showed off Elite Wave 106, which is going to be Sami Zayn, the Usos, Chad Gable, Roxanne Perez, and Paul Bearer, who will also be the chase. To be honest, it's an okay looking wave, but to me, I'm not too interested in it. I have most, if not all, of the figures in this wave, and the people I don't really have the biggest interest in. So that one's going to kind of be a skip for me. Next, we got Wave 107 for the Elite, which is going to be Finn Balor, Undertaker, Otis, Cora Jade, Solo Sikoa, and Grayson Waller, who's also going to be the chase. The Solo Sikoa that they showed off here, I think looks 1,000,000 times better than the first one that they did. I was going to pick up the, I think it's Wave 104, Solo Sikoa, but now that I saw this one, I'm just like, you know what? I'm just going to wait for this version and This will be the solo Sokoa in my collection. I think it looks awesome. They got the body down right. I think the head scan looks good. And the Grayson Waller also looks pretty good. I'm definitely going to be picking up the white and pink version, which I believe is the Chase version. There's the white and pink version, and then he comes with like black and gold. The black and gold one looks okay, but the white and pink just looks really nice together. And then they showed off a little bit of Elite Wave 108, which is going to be Omos, Terry Gordy as the Executioner, Chelsea Green, who will also be the Chase, and a person that people have been wanting for a little bit, and he's getting some very big reactions. It's going to be L.A. Knight. Yeah, there's still 2 more people to be announced in this wave, but yeah, that L.A. Knight, they didn't show it off. They showed off a basic one, which looked okay. But for me, I'm going to wait out for the Elites. And then last but not least, they showed off Wave 2 of the new Elite subline that's going to be coming out later this year, I believe, which is the Monday Night Wars Elites. And in Wave 2, we are going to be getting Triple H, Kevin Nash, Fake Diesel, and Rey Mysterio. And all of those figures are going to come with a Build-A-Figure piece to build Teddy Long as a referee, which is pretty cool. I think this wave is kind of a disappointing one. I don't know why you'd have a Kevin Nash and Fake Diesel in the same wave. I know they're 2 different people, but like, why not spread it apart? Very odd choice, but I will say the one standout of this wave is Rey Mysterio, who's going to be coming with a very cool accessory in the cloth overalls. Very cool addition, and obviously that was his look in WCW, so very cool to see. Continuing on with the Monday Night Wars was the Wave 2 of the Ultimates, which is going to be Eddie Guerrero representing WCW, and then Mankind representing WWF. And I believe they just showed off some renders. I don't think they had anything in person. I can't recall at this moment, so. Very cool announcements. I think Mattel definitely knocked it out of the park. I could have done with some less Legends and Hogans and stuff like that, and more like modern day people. I was kind of hoping for some more like Attitude Era guys, but that didn't seem to be the case either, so. It was cool, but also slightly disappointing. But yeah, that is everything from San Diego Comic-Con. It was a long one. I'm sure I missed some stuff. I tried to write down as much as I could. But also, I didn't want this video to go on for 10 hours, so I had to cut it off somewhere. Speaking of cutting it off, we're going to cut it off here. I want to thank you guys for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed this episode. Look forward to my monthly figure pickup for the month of August coming soon. I know these have been coming later than I've wanted them to, but for August, I'm going to try and get it out much earlier. At least that's the plan. Things can change, but hopefully you can see the August one sooner rather than like later in the month like I've been doing. So yeah, that is going to be it for me. I want to thank you guys for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed. Keep up with everything that's going on the channel. I will hopefully have something to do the giveaway for in the next episode. I'm really going to kind of look at what would be the best thing to give away. Like, I want to make it cool. Like, I just don't want to make it like some bullshit. Like, oh yeah, I bought this figure. I was on clearance and look, I'm going to give it away. You know, I don't want it to be something that you can just go to a Walmart or Target and just pick it up there. I want it to be cool, so I'm going to try and find something and hopefully have that for the next episode. So look forward to that. But yeah, that is going to be it for me. I want to thank you guys for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed. Look forward to the next episode, and I'll catch you guys next time. And until then, guys, peace out.